Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the first weekend of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships live around the world on the Blendline TV channel via YouTube and, of course, here at the track live and in 3D. We have a massive broadcast and program coming through you right throughout the 2021 year, but let's break it down for Sunday morning of the 2021 Victorian State Race Series. Saloon cars, as you can see, on track. We'll get to their grid in just a moment. Sports sedans and invited. Cars on track next for their 9:37 lapper, and we know that the broadcast is going deep into the USA for that race, so we'll get to that during the race there as well. Hyundai Excel's next on the plate there. They've got about 60 cars here this week and all thereabouts. I haven't quite counted that high. In fact, I can't count that high. MG invited British Sportscars in the K&S Environmental race there. HQ Holdens, Formula Ford for the Yokohama Varley Red Top Battery race there as well at 11:05. Improved production with a massive field of Yokohama shod cars there. It is going to be one of the races of the decade here today for improved production. So make sure you're trackside or join us on the live streaming. Formula V, the Buzzin' Hornets, always plenty of entertainment. Round out the morning's program with the BMW E30s. They went late into the afternoon yesterday, the E30s, and always entertained, doing a terrific job down there as well. The program will repeat itself, so we'll have sports cars for a 40-minute race in the middle of the day, saloon cars, sports sedans, so on and so forth. So welcome everybody trackside. We thank all of our competitors and all of our volunteer officials right around the track, whether it be one of our 30 flag marshals trackside, one of our medical teams trackside in the team medical outfit, and of course Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad and all the MG Car Club officials that put these kind of events together. Right at the start of the day, they've been here since the sun, well, before the sun came up, to make sure the property's great. And of course, Sandown themselves for presenting an always magnificent facility. Certainly one of the best in this country in permanent racetrack trim. Saloon cars are on track. Let's have a good look at their grid as they come around. Travis Lindorff will be off pole position. Adam Lowndes right beside Daniel Johnson, then Mark Sutherland, David Wright, Luke Callahan. 7th position, we'll see Glenn Campbell, Robert Knight out of 8th. Jeff Thomas in the number 22 Falcon to Ashley Lee, Callum Boyce, and watch for these two cars coming from the back of the grid. Simon Taberner, National Series champion in the past, and also the car of Harris coming from the rear of the grid there. No, it'll be Kikuri at the wheel of that car. So we will see them come to the line, and as we look up there, they're set to go. There's Simon Taberner in the Pettis suspension car. Expat Pom now calls Australia home. Did mud racing, believe it or not, in the UK. Well, they've got a lot of mud over there. It doesn't stop raining, does it? So big g'day to anyone watching us from the UK. Hope you've got some nice weather and enjoying the live streaming. Revs rise, and the starters have got this race in their control. Red light on, look but don't stare, and away they go. Lowndes gets down nicely. Lindorff, this customary great start, as does Wright. Look at the 46 go as well. Simon Taberner has already weaved his way through 5 cars. He's just ticked off Jeff Thomas on his way through in the number 22. All the service vehicles chase the field down. Everybody's keeping off each other, only just our 2 front row guys, Lowndes and Lindorff, go door handle to door handle. There's Jeff Thomas rounding out the back of the field there in the 73, which is Ashley Lee. Got gazumped a little bit by Taberner, getting such a good start, but a very, very experienced racer is Taberner. Over to turn 4 now, around Pertec. Cars start to make their way through there, past Ladbrokes. Where's Simon Taberner? He's made his way up to 6th already. So look out front of the field. There's Taberner, lights ablaze. He's giving a very, very clear message. It's Johnson there also with the lights on the AU Falcon as they come up the top of the hill for the first time. This is a 7-lap journey, a good opener. Saloon cars. See who's all got their mirrors left on. What a vulnerable thing, the mirrors in saloon cars. Have a look at that. The number 9 being driven by Mark Sutherland. Right up on the ripple strips there. And out over the back of the ripple strips in the number 9 there. That'll slow him down. The Falcon of Sutherland right up in behind him as well. So getting very busy already in the saloon cars. Team Johnson Racing in P4 now. So the number 9 has got through. 46 there of David Wright. Everybody's starting to shake it out now. This will see how Simon Taberner can get a job done in a straight line. He's not quite within striking distance of David Wright yet, as they all start to just look out from each other. Big field of AUs here this weekend. Big field. They've got their fans, the AUs. Some people call them the ugly duckling, others big fans of them. I get through the air nice. There is the 73 of Ashley Lee. Hasn't been able to recover after, I guess, getting gazumped off the start line by the rest of the field. It's Adam Lowndes now, and he's got himself a handy lead in Saloon Cars. We're on lap 2 of the 7-lap journey. To be, second out in front on lap 2 in a Saloon Car race is quite the feat. And Lindorf now coming under fire in the Casey accident repair outfit by Mark Sutherland. Very experienced Saloon Car racers, both of them. Lindorf probably got the wood on the experience side of things, and a bit of a lock up there in the Commodore. The first of the Falcons in behind there with Daniel Johnson. Locked in battle there. This is a good run. This is standard Saloon Car operating method, nose to tail. And what they're doing at the moment with Travis Lindorf and Mark Sutherland is they're getting Daniel in the first of the Falcons, reeling him in. And what they're doing by this battle is giving Adam Lowndes a distinct advantage out in front, because as long as they're battling, he's not having to battle with anyone. Looking right back down through the field. Luke O'Callaghan, Glenn Campbell. There's the 28 there of Rob Knight in the mix there as well. The field now starting to sort themselves out. 5 laps remaining, so this gap is just being managed by Adam Lowndes at the moment, out over 1.2 seconds now. So that's a strong lead in a Saloon Car race. But let's see these two behind look as though they're starting to work with each other a bit more there. So I would suggest that those 2, 3, 4 cars lining up, positions 2 to 5, will start to work with each other for the next couple of laps. By that I mean not challenge too much and break the air for each other, because as they work together, they'll certainly be able to reel in Adam Lowndes. Darting out around the back there, the 35, the 46 of David Wright. And these two battling it out, the Falcon and the Commodore. Coming down the straight now. Looking very strong there. Out in front now, Adam Lowndes. Although Lindorf and Sutherland have put their battle aside for a couple of laps, and they've brought that lead back down to 0.34 of a second. So in one lap, 0.9 of a second when those two cars are working together. So it's good to see. They make a big hole in the air, the Aussie-built cars. So working together makes it happen a bit easier. There's the Harris Racing car that's got Kikuri at the wheel. So the field streaming across the ripple strips there. It's the good battle, the 9 into the back of Lindorf. That's never going to work out nicely. Lindorf goes around. Was he hit? Doesn't look like there's any marks there. On the Rouse motor sticker would be where it is. Might have to get down after the race there and see if there's any red paint swap there. But the number 9 locked up, slid into the back of Lindorf. They're going to go side by side. Mark Sutherland is in. Mark Sutherland is in the mix right there now and starts the chase in the number 9 out after Adam Lowndes. So this will be interesting. The gap is back out over 2.2 seconds. So there you go. They start battling, getting into each other. And what it's done is it's put Travis Lindorf back into P5 after running P2 for the first 3 laps of the race. And they've now lost touch of Adam Lowndes. 2.29 seconds, 3 laps remaining. Well, 2 3/4 laps remaining as they come out of Pertec past the Ladbroke signs and start the journey up the long back straight here at Sandown. And this is exactly right here, this shot. This is where the home of horsepower comes into it. Climb up that hill. You talk to some of the Big Banger Sports Sedan guys and they go, what hill? You talk to saloon car drivers and they go, oh yeah, there's a hill. The Formula V guys, it's like climbing to the moon. As they go uphill there. Lindorf now getting very racy with it. Straight across the BMX berm built up there. And the 46, big slide into the corner there as well. David Wright locking it up there, so that won't help his progress. This is where it starts to get a bit willing. Here comes Simon Taberner. You'll know you're under pressure when the number 14 gets behind you in the Petters suspension outfit. Vastly experienced racer, particularly in these cars. Had a foray into the Kumho Tyres V8 touring cars for a couple of seasons. Did okay there, but certainly the happy home in saloon car racing. Also did some side-by-side championship stuff as well in the Selby outfit. So Simon Taberner in this field. Jeffy Thomas down there in 12th at the moment. So Adam Lowndes leads with a lap and a half left to go to Mark Sutherland, Daniel Johnson. Then it's back to Travis Lindorf, David Wright, Simon Taberner, Luke O'Callaghan. Luke started out at 6th, he's in 7th. So Simon Taberner getting through has relegated him that one spot back. Here is the race lead. They're really impressing in on it now. It's under a second. So the fact that 2 laps ago, these three were touching each other up a little bit, now working with each other. Gee, that lock-up on the number 9 of Mark Sutherland, left front. Signature manoeuvre in, not just saloon cars, as the car starts to unweight that left front. All maximum load on the brakes there. And gee, Mark Sutherland is getting very aggressive with it. He's onto the back of Lowndes, and there's a big slide there by Daniel Johnson, and he has got Travis Lindorf right in behind him. As soon as you crack it sideways in this group, you're going to go back a spot. So Lindorf back on the podium, spent the first 3 laps in P2, now back to P3. We'll see what Johnson's got for him at turn 1, but the number 9 now, Mark Sutherland. He's the exciting factor in this race on the final lap. Let's see what he can do. Certainly that left front's cooked now. May as well lock it up all the way down into Dandenong Road this time around. But have a look at Lindorf in the mix there. I guess these guys are just lucky that if it was going to be a couple more laps that Simon Taberner would be joining that bunch, and that would make it a very tasty battle down into Dandenong Road. Let's see here if the number 9 Commodore has got the power and speed it needs to flow right up onto the back of Lowndes. I'm going to say at the moment Lowndes has got himself a clear run into Dandenong Road and will probably, barring any mistakes of his own, get away with this. But Lindorf now looks on the number 9. A lock up again on the number 9 there. So Mark Sutherland, each lap, whether he be passing someone or someone trying to get through there, and Lindorf stayed off him. The gentlemanly thing to do. There's still another race to go this afternoon and a whole championship to go. So the Casey Accident Repair car sits back in 3rd, but the field will line up. 0.8 of a second last time round. Have a look at Lindorf, goes side by side, but it's going to go to Sutherland in 2nd. Adam Lowndes takes the victory over Mark Sutherland. Travis Lindorf, a very, very close 0.06 of a second behind, side by side as they went across the line to Daniel Johnson, Simon Taberner, David Wright, and Luke O'Callaghan, who started out of 6th, ended up 7th. But the mover there in the field out of 12th was Simon Taberner into 5th. So he's made up 7 places, and the rest of the field make their way to the line. Kukuri in the number 8, the 28 of Knight, Campbell next, and then Jeffy Thomas in the red and white AU. Not quite sure where Jeff is around the Trapski, coming onto the straight now to get the checkered flag. What a great opener. Some big challenges, lock-ups galore, which is synonymous with saloon car racing, and door handle to door handle stuff right out in front. So it's Lowndes, Sutherland and Lindorf. Johnson will dominate the front 2 rows for their 3rd race for today, and the saloon cars will have their 3rd race at 1:25 this afternoon. Stay with us trackside and on the live streaming, because we have got the QP Lubes, sports sedans and invited cars coming up next. It will be the big bangers, the gods of thunder of Australian motorsport. And across the front row, we have got some absolute weapons. We're going to keep our close eye on one Honda Prelude down the field a little bit there with Brett Dickey. Really looking forward to see where Brett can end up, using this as a lead-in to his assault on Pikes Peak in the USA a little bit later on this year. And of course, we know there's a big group of people watching out of the USA to get a bit of a measure on Brett. He'll be coming out of position number 7. We'll have Sports Sedans in just a few moments.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. The big bangers of Australian motorsport, the Sports Sedans, the gods of thunder. I'm Darren Smith, and right next to me is the 2011 and 2017 under 2 litre champion of Sports Sedans. Welcome to Lee Partridge to the broadcast and indeed trackside here. Lee, great to have you here. We gazumped you a little bit yesterday with Darren Hossack, multiple national champion, but certainly great to have you alongside today to, I guess, lend some expertise and the human content, what it's like to race one of these big bangers.
Yeah, good morning, mate. Thanks for having me again. It's brilliant to be back trackside, isn't it, with the Big State Race firing back up into action. And the Sports Sedan field is huge and ominous up the front there. Lots of big cars, lots of power, that's what we love about Sports Sedans, isn't it? And it's see so many out there.
Now, interestingly enough, this field is being watched from the USA. And
Yes.
we welcome those people watching from the USA. There's a particular bit of interest from car number 29 out of 7th position on the grid. There it is, just there, the front of the white Honda. Now, we spoke about it in the lead up to this weekend, and of course here today. It's a very big welcome to the fans watching in the USA. We hope you really enjoy the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I have no idea what part of the USA and what time of the day or night it is, but please share our links around and get the word out about what we're doing down under here in Victoria. There's Brett in number 29. Car looks fantastic, and it is really good to have, I guess, another Australian going over to Pikes Peak, and Brett supported by Mtron Engine Management, Quick Fits, ACL Race Bearings and Eagle Speciality Products. So we'll see what he can do. I would suspect it's a tough field for him to advance further than this, but certainly the car underneath him, and when Brett, everything's working well for Brett, he'll impress right up to the front of this field.
Yeah, for sure. He's got the driving capabilities, that's for sure, to go against a lot of these guys. That little car is batting well above its average, but it's got a little bit more capability, a little bit more lift in it, we're pretty sure. And it will be interesting to see how he can take it up to them. They'll have strengths and weaknesses in different areas, obviously being such different cars. You know, surrounded by V8 supercars, mark cars, big V8s, and the bikes. So he'll have his eyes busy in the mirrors and busy ahead trying to get them together. But if there's one man that can do it, it's sure it's Mr. Brett Dickey.
That's not what we want to see out of Rick Newman's car. Bits of smoke out of it like that while he's weaving around to get the tyres hot. Let's have a quick look at the field as they make their way down to the grid. Daniel Tomasi, this car driven by his son Stephen to national championships. The Holden Calibra. Dean Cam right alongside multiple Victorian Sports Sedan champion in that magnificent looking Corvette. Michael Robinson in the now menacing black Poltec Bell Real Estate CDD Civil and Design car pulls up, and that car is a national championship contender at the best of times. Paul Panisi in the ex-supercar. Tony Grove in the marked car from Valvoline and European Auto refinishes there as well. Alan Nash to Tony Groves, as we were just talking about. Francois Habib, Brett Dickey, Brian Finn, Graham Mear, Ray Hislop. Welcome to Sports Sedans proper. He's run improved production cars in Sports Sedans. He's now got an ex-Larkham supercar, and let me tell you what, Ray will have made his improvements on it, and that will have brought that car right up to a modern spec Sports Sedan. Andrew Parker, ex-champion there as well. John Epiloppo in the supercar. Greg Lynch, the dentist, in the HRT liveried car. Terry Hamilton, a champion of the past. Craig Eddy, back to Cameron Keefe. Revs Rise. Rand McGlurkin in there as well in the Nissan. Revs Rise, let's see here. The 66 gets away well and does again. Have a look at that top fueler getaway as it heads down the straight here at Sandown International. Terry Hamilton runs the wall here at Sandown down the inside there, getting a great start there. Got good to watch that, as does Ray Hislop. He's in the mix there in the Falcon. Got that red sort of smile on the front of the car. There's Graham Mear all in the mix. There's Greg Lynch in the mobile livery. And right back down the back of the field there in the 96, David Page. I got up to Michael Budge, Graham Vella, Page, Tristan Bergman, Michael Aducha and Rick Newman. So not sure where Rick went, but there is Brett Dickey. Gee, he's done well with those iridescent yellow mirrors, doesn't he, underneath the horse rails there as he comes out. He's already found himself into P5. He's ticked off the marked car. He's ticked off the Vic V8's car. Have a look at Ray Hislop. He's coming through as well. He used to do this in a car that was improved production on road tyres, essentially. A good set of Yokohama AO58s. They're a ripping tyre. And now Ray certainly in a full slick sports sedan there. There's Rick Newman. Didn't like the look of that. That's kind of bluish smoke coming out of that. And there it is again, another puff. That's not what we want to see. Coming out of the Ravage Raceworks shed, a really well, super organised team run by Dean Lilly, who is now stamping his authority on the tarmac rally world around Australia. That's Chaz Talbot in that Camaro. And the number 12 had a bit of a bingle here at the end of 2019 at the Historics. Rick Newman looks to the inside there. Chaz gets out of his way, puts himself right in the way of the number 14 there, which is Andrew Parker. A hard-nosed racer, Andrew Parker, a champion of the category, and in fact that car is an ex-Larry Perkins Bathurst car.
It's see the few guys down the back there, Rand McClurkin's holding his own in the little 180SX.
Have a look at this though, that Corvette got away nicely, but it is right now where Daniel Tomasi in the precisionintel.com car. Check that out, a massive facility right opposite William Adams in Mulgrave, or Notting Hill. Dean Cam over the ripple strips there. And have a look at this. If this is not a battle of the last 20 years in Victorian sports sedans, I don't know what is. The Corvette versus the Monaro.
Bit of track limits going on there with Mr. Cam, and he's gone defensive already, so he's definitely trying to play a few mind games, I think, with Robbo.
All three of these cars, SP2 powered outfits, doing it differently, each and every one of them, which is the beauty of Australian sports sedans. It is a fairly free rule book. There is some strict contingents. Have a look at this now, down the inside in the all-new black Poltec car. Rodney Woods, Poltec, an ex-sports sedaner of his own right, the Orange Commodore, going back a few years ago now. Big g'day to Woodsy. Was a great bloke around the pit and paddock, did racing, I think went up to Indonesia with the sports sedans as well. Have a look at this here, the 72 just trying to get out of the way of this battle coming on through. So Tomasi leads. The 96 parked up there, David Page, the IGS VH Commodore running in Vic V8. Kind of looks like old Commodore Cup trim, doesn't it?
It certainly does. There's plenty of them still around, which is good. They fit really well into this category, but I hope he's not up against the wall there.
Yeah, no, we don't want to see any of that. These cars are absolutely bespoke, aren't they? So when you park it up against anything, we don't see a lot of body contact or wheel-to-wheel type contact in sports sedans because they really are a violent type of racing car with all the horsepower in the world you could possibly want with them. Terry Hamilton in an outright sports sedan, and in the lead of the race is Tomasi de Robbo's gone through on Dean Cam. Brett Dickey in P4, up the straight now in the BDR car. As I said, Pikes Peak bound. But I'll tell you what, when you tick off things like Indy 500, Monaco, Grand Prix, things like that, you go away from, let's say, a circuit racing thing. Pikes Peak now fully sealed.
Yeah.
Brett Dickey will go very, very nicely up there.
Yeah, it gets a lot of attention worldwide, that event, because we've got another Commodore stop coming.
Craig Eddy. Of course it does. You know, Volkswagen ran
that's
there
actually
first.
backwards. That's actually backwards over turn 6, so that's possibly going to be an issue there, or a safety car if he can't get that thing moved.
And Tomasi just getting a lock-up too, so he's seen the yellow just out of the corner of his eye. And that, I guess, is something that we could also have a bit of a look at, Lee, is in a sports sedan, you sit so low and you have such poor vision that you get a glance of a yellow flag out of the corner of your eye. You want to be the best part of careful with it, don't you?
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
another one off.
Oh, it's Chaz Talbot. He's had to park up, which is a bit unfortunate.
Chaz Talbot. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching racing here since the late 60s, it is the same Chaz Talbot.
1860s.
An absolute gentleman of the pit and paddock area is this guy, but that's not what we want to see, particularly with smoke coming out of the engine bay like that. And we've got a red flag. So that car parked right on the ripple strip up the top there. Craig Eddy has seen us go to a red flag. And I'd say with only a 7-lap distance, that will probably see this race called. Chaz Talbot parked up. It's not what we want to see, the veteran parked up like that, that's for sure. But let's have a look at how they've come across the line. Tomasi in the Precision Intel car, which I was talking about, a massive facility in Notting Hill there. And they've got a big business launch coming up in the next couple of weeks. Big welcome to Australian motorsport for Intel Precision. Pretty much every one of those big automotive brands they distribute for. So check it out at precisionintel.com. Certainly something you'll be hearing more of in Victorian motorsport. Really not sure how. You can see the across the grass.
There's actually a bit of smoke there on that replay, and it was almost like those two cars might have been tanked together, maybe in that one incident. But they certainly came to a stop about the exact same time. So hopefully there wasn't any contact there. But Chaz's car's actually got a bit of smoke coming out of it now.
Yeah,
so he's
you know what they say about smoke. Where there's smoke,
there's Chaz.
sometimes. Great career in Formula 5000, an open-wheeler driver of note, and has spent a long time supporting sports sedans in Victoria, been the president, got his fire extinguisher in his hand, which is mandatory that they carry with them. Let's have a look. Daniel Tomasi led to the end of lap 4. Michael Robinson was on the charge in the number 32. Dean Cam next in the number 66. Tony Groves in the marked car. Brett Dickey had lost a spot, so Groves had got through. Brett Dickey was up to P4 in the Prelude and has, essentially finished.
I'd gone back a lap there, I think.
May have, yeah. Yep. So, Yeah, 3 laps, you're right. That's what happened. Good pick-up, Lee. That's why you're here, mate.
That's right.
Pick up on those details. Nash, Paul Panisi up to 7th. Ray Hislop got himself an 8th there. He started out of 11th, so good move there. He'll really work on that ex-Larkham Motorsport car, and it wouldn't be too long until we start to see that one, I would say, threatened for podiums. Graham Mear, Terry Hamilton in 12th, Lotto in 13th, Chas Talbot, we wind back that lap. McGee, Lynch in 20th, also in 21, 25 Alpin, Page, Ratcliffe, Durbin and Iduka. Great problem to have, isn't it? We're talking down to 30 cars in Victorian Sports Sedans. I would suggest that is it. They would, they'll call that. Yeah, the cars have all gone to the back of the field. There is plenty of sports sedan racing still to come this afternoon. The QP Lubes 10-lap race, the major trophy race for the weekend, will be on at 1:50. Lee Partridge, thank you very much for a short, sharp 4-lapper.
Thank you. Thanks for having
I'll
me.
have you back for 944s a bit later on this morning. Excellent. Thanks, Lee. We'll be
mate.
back with more trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway for round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A big g'day to the world watching on the Blendline TV YouTube channel as well. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you at every round via the Blendline crew for the rest of this year. The Hyundai XLs, as you can see, forming up down there, ready for their first race for Sunday.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway, and welcome all the way around the world. Our volunteer officials do such a great job. We've got a number of specialist groups around the track here this weekend. The Victorian flag marshalling team, we can just see two of them there. I think that's down at turn 1, talking on the radio to race control, keeping the yellow flags out, so warning anyone that does come down the track, and at the moment it's only going to be this flat tow that for Mack Towing. Probably Mick at the wheel there, the big Mack tow rig. Of course, the recovery crews around the track, part of our volunteer workforce as well. There it is, the Mack tow outfit with Chaz Talbot's car on the back. Big shout out to the recovery crews, the Pyack recovery crew in operation here this weekend. Another one of those groups there as well. Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad that stand in rain, hail or shine, particularly in the shine, in their full fireproofs all the way around the track, in pit lane, everywhere, to make sure everyone is safe and sound. So big thanks to them. Team Medical are our medical response here today, and there is a bit of a different aspect to what they're doing here today. Or normally when we see the civil ambulance called out to an incident, we tend to get a little bit nervous, a little bit edgy. Part of the protocols with COVID-19, I've been told, is that if a driver gets out of the car and the trackside officials sense that there might be the sniffles or a cold or any of those symptoms we're well aware of these days, the ambulance will be sent. So it becomes a civil situation. So just keep that in mind. Normally when we see the ambulance, we do get a bit nervous, but keep that in mind this weekend or going forward. That is one of the protocols. Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships will be over 5 rounds this year. Of course, here this weekend, 27, 28 of March at Winton, 15, 16 of May at Willop Island, 23, 24, 25 of July at Sandown here for the Australian Sports Sedan Association Victoria round, and 25, 26 of September for the Victorian Mini Club at Phillip Island. So we look forward to the next 4 rounds of the championship, and indeed today it's the business end of this championship. The feature races this afternoon, of course, will be the 10 lappers. We've got a field, a range of 7 lappers here this morning, and the Victorian State Race Series Hyundai XL Series making their way out on track now. Full oversubscribed field, I believe, so there's some cars who are sitting in reserve to get here this weekend, which seems to be the way around the country with Hyundai XL racing these days. I have got right beside me Callum Brannigan, who is going to be with us through a number of races here today on the live stream and trackside here at Sandown. Welcome, Callum. A huge field of Hyundai XLs making their way around the Sandown track.
Yeah, thank you, Darren. It's always a good morning when you've got 48 Hyundai XLs lining up for their second race of the weekend, as you alluded to before, Darren. It is a 7-lap affair, and just looking at the live stream on our screen here in the commentary box, they're just absolutely streaming down that back straight. It's a very long back straight. They're still coming from around turn 5 as they make their way past the officials who are working hard. It looks like they put some oil soak down onto the circuit there. We've got the tyre marks going into the Armco on the driver's left-hand side. So I suspect maybe Chaz's car, Chaz Talbot's car in the sports sedan might have dumped some oil, and perhaps maybe that caught out the Commodore, sending it off onto the driver's left at turn 6, which is possibly one of the fastest parts of the circuit. So very wise by race control to red flag that race and get proceedings underway for the Hyundai XLs. But we've got Ben Grice, Hyundai XL expert. He is out on pole position alongside Nathan Light in the number 12 Superior Foods Hyundai XL. We saw him yesterday have a rather hairy moment going through turn 3, getting quite a bit of air after a little bit of contact with Adam Bywater, another experienced hand in Hyundai XL racing. He's in the PFD food car, so we've got sort of a food war going on here, haven't we?
We certainly do. The Superior Food Service and PFD Food Service and Bywater and Light have been around in this series for a long time. So not only out in the marketplace in the free world, let's call it, it's happening on the racetrack as well. But Gricey, number 1 on the door, has had a really good history. He had, back in his national saloon car days, had the Grice Wash, had 11 victories in a row in that, ran in the high-tech oil Swift series as well, and bought bump drafting to Phillip Island with, it's one of the Formula 3 races, Callan, can't remember his name, but yeah, certainly they came onto the straight and for many laps in a row were doing like the good old boys, getting a bit of bump drafting in their Swifts. So I dare say that will be brought to this field as well.
So we just got some of the last cars at the back of the grid taking their positions for the start of this race. It'll be a drag race between Grice and Light into turn 1. Tompkins as well in the battery stop. Hyundai XL is a man to look out for, with Fraser on row 3 alongside Wart. Simpson out of position 7, Musgrave in 8th, Farrell in 9th position, and Hillier rounding out the top 10. As we said before, 48 cars. Try our very best to keep up with all the battles throughout the field as they get underway. Grice with a great start there. He's edging ahead of Flight as they go towards turn 1, and he has the inside line. It looks like a clean start from everyone as they come streaming past. Looks like Featherstone there being gobbled up by some of the back runners, and Seymour there in the Apex Pools Hyundai XL. A lot of hard work by that team to fix the front right-hand damage that he sustained in yesterday's race. It's good to see that car back out, looking superb, and he is racing strong. Coming into turn 1, it looks nice and clean, and I dare say it is Ben Grice who has resumed the lead of the race after that fantastic start from pole position.
Craig Featherstone coming out of position number 29 in the 31. You just touched on there, Callum. Certainly one to watch, and I dare say out of 29 will be trying to work his way forward. Have a look at this run up the back straight. Ben Grice trying to shake that draft that the Superior Food Services car of Nathan's Light is trying to do. There's your 2 moves, Ben. You don't want to be doing that too many more times. So they're just running through that oil downer, which was from the Sports Sedan race with the VH Commodore and Chaz Talbot's Camaro. Have a look at this field here. They've kept off each other. They've got the first 4 corners. They've run down to Dandenong Road is when we'll start to see things heat up. Everyone's got their mirrors intact. Notice how they're all black. No one bothers painting them. There's no point wasting paint on them. They'll get torn off at the moment's notice. There's a New Line Homes car in the mix there as well. So good to see the next generation of New Line Homes races going through there. And I believe there's a Kelly in the mix here as well. Todd Kelly's son here this weekend. I was told that as an aside. Keep an eye out for Mason Kelly in the number 15 as the field streams over. Ben Grice, well, that is a huge lead. It's only 1.14 seconds, but that is a long way in this sort of racing. There's the Apex Pools team in the number 90 and 94 car. So that's Matthew Seymour and Andrew Lowe-Edward there as well. And they come down. So there's a number of these teams. There's the car we had a good look at yesterday from Scarcella Design in the mix there as well. The Hughes Brothers removals. Well worth even just going down to have a look at that sticker on that car. The iteration of the HDT thing. I banged on about it yesterday. I probably should just leave it alone, but I think it's a really good design, and congratulations to the team at Scarcella Design, Nick and his family, doing a tremendous job. They've got a number of liveries on these cars here this year.
You were talking about it from a point of view as a tribute to the old HDT Tiranas, but I of course know it as a car with a mustache. So
yeah, that's right. For your hipsters out there, there's something for everyone on that car, on the Scott Appledore car.
Ben Grice is doing an absolutely superb job at the head of the field. He's actually grown a considerable gap from Nathan Light now, so he's definitely got plenty of pace this morning. Cooler conditions today at Sandown Motor Raceway, so the drivers will be enjoying a little bit more grip than they saw yesterday. It was a little bit reminiscent of Queensland in terms of humidity, and when the sun was out, it was really hot on the track surface, so good to see it's a little bit cooler. Bywater's got his hands full of Fraser, who's had a great start up into 4th position now. So the number 51 car, another tribute livery from the old Alan Moffat days, and on that Fraser XL, running into 4th position. Tompkins has dropped down to P7 after starting on the 2nd row, so he had a bit of a shocking first lap, but keep an eye on him as his tyres and the rest of the car, I should add, comes up to temperature. He'll press on and try and make his way back up into the minor positions on the podium.
We're looking there at the battle with Kyle King in the number 19. That's for 20th position in the race. And that group we're just looking at there is even further back in the race. So it doesn't matter whether you're streeting away out in front here in the Ben Grice car. By the way, for those watching on, Ben Grice being son of Bathurst winner, touring car champion and legend of Australia. Ben is Alan's son. And the beautiful relationship between Les Small has continued on with the Grice family motorsport. Les here this weekend, and a lot of the time when Ben goes racing, he's got Les in his corner. So a generation on, Les lives on with the Grice family, and they go racing. So a really good synergy with his dad. G'day to Alan, he'll be watching on. And there's a big off there in the Meloso Burson's car. Gee, we don't want to leave a car there, and engages gear to try and drive out. That will not happen. Up to the guards there, and the red arc, red top batteries there as well. So the Burson's car up to its axles. Good involvement with Motorsport Australia and Burson's. They've got signed on with for the betterment of Australian motorsport. So great to have Burson's on board with what Motorsport Australia are trying to achieve. Here's a really heady battle. This is third, fourth, fifth, right through to about 15th mixed up there. 69 coming through there as well to put a move on the 75. The 75 is Liam Grickricks, who we've seen in Formula 4?
Formula B competition.
Formula B.
Yep. Stepping up into XLs then. I suppose with the introduction of TCR within the last couple of years, Darren, it's made the Hyundai XL series much more relevant. It's a good place to get a start in a tin top that's front-wheel drive, and sort of teaches these drivers, especially coming out of go-karts or Formula Ford, wanting to get into a different form of tin top racing in Australia. Front-wheel drive is completely different from rear-wheel drive in a racing sense. So it's great to sort of get that early, that foundation knowledge in how to make one of these things go fast around the circuit.
Just to put a set of brackets and a full stop on that. 2019, the race here on pole position and win was Jason Bardwana. He hadn't announced he was going TCR racing at that point. We've got a red flag. That'll be for that car parked up in the gravel trap there. It's not a nice place to have a car parked up, and very vulnerable to have another one come in there. So red flag for the second time today, and I dare say that'll call it Grice across the line. They'll throw it back one lap, as was made famous in the 92 Bathurst. And really good to see people up on Red Hill. If you are watching on the live stream, we've got plenty of racing still to go today. If you're down near Gippsland, or if you're out in the north of Melbourne, make your way, or anywhere around. We're going to be racing here till about 5:30 tonight. So come and enjoy some motorsport trackside. Jump on the Eventbrite website and get your tickets online before you get here. Part of the COVID procedure is to do that, so please do that. Get online and get your tickets before you come here. We'd love to see your faces here at the track. There's plenty of room up on Red Hill to bring your car, park it up, so you've got the comfort there of your car, and you can still have the live stream coming into the car. There's PA over there as well, so plenty of comfort trackside. We'd really love to see that area up there. Call it COVID full, so nice and safe. Social distancing and all of that, but there is plenty of spaces. There's a huge park up there so that plenty of people can get trackside for that. It's a real shame that that car's parked up there, but certainly I'd say that is the end of the first race for the XLs for today. And Ben Grice looks like he has been handed out a penalty on the sheets there. Blight, Bywater, Fraser, White, Tompkins and Ben Grice in 6th, and that's 5 seconds back, so he's been given a time penalty for something. Not sure what that was, but we'll try and get to the bottom of that. Callum, that didn't go the distance we wanted it to. 7 laps. We did get a good run at it, but we've got some of the real nice cars from yesteryear making their way trackside in just a few moments. Scheduled start about now, so we should see the historic touring cars making their way out on track in just a few moments. We'll be back in just a few moments with historic touring cars. Thanks for joining us at round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships this weekend, put on by the MG Car Club. Back soon.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing
And
to
welcome
support
back to
grassroots
Sandown
motorsport with
International Motor
Blendline
Raceway.
TV.
We have the historic touring cars for their second race of the weekend. It is a 7th lap.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on, and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV, with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Cars you can't just rock. You've got to have a car with pedigree and with history. Great to see.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on, and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV, with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on, and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
British sports cars out onto track there. There's the car I'm going to keep an eye on, just motoring onto the straight. Don't warm it up too much. You don't want the stag not to get through to the finish there. It's we had a great time yesterday with a couple of commentators that we had on board here. Paul Vernell, who hasn't been able to join us today, but Sean Hurley was on board with him yesterday. Some really good entertainment and really good focus on the heads that are behind these helmets in these cars. These are owner drivers. There's no network of plug-in and play race drivers. They own these cars. They're super enthusiastic about them. In fact, most of them, it's their second most important focus in life, and I'll put second there for the family men out there just in case we have any contentious issues there. But right alongside me is Sean Hurley. Welcome, Sean, to round one of the Victorian State Race Series, and our first time ever live streaming this series around the world.
Yeah, look, very, very exciting times in that sense. Race 2 of the MG Invited British category that we have here. We run a really, really good championship, generally 5 to 7 rounds a year. This year actually running 2 interstate rounds. We're running at Tailem Bend later in the year and Sydney Motorsport Park as well this year. So really good year ahead and a great way to start the year in this sense.
Certainly 2 tracks along with this one in Phillip Island, which we visit as part of the State Series. Wide open expanses, real fast sort of stuff to give the machinery a good test out. And Tailem Bend, that straight there, wide open throttle for a kilometre. It's sort of thrilling stuff. You'll test the VMAX of anything. Certainly. Doing that there. Let's have a bit of a look at the grid sheet as they come down. It is Phil Chester in that beautiful MGB GT V8 on the front row in the number 72. Next to him, Ben Muller in the number 25. Keith Ondiaki there as well. James Robertson, Anthony Volbrecht, Richard Milligan, Darren Suter, Alana Ondiaki, then Gregory White, Dave Mottram. Boy, there's a name that's been around MG racing for a while.
Certainly has.
Particularly, the Mottram family been doing it. Richard Volbrecht, and there's a couple of them there, Anthony and Richard involved there. So lots of second generation races coming through, including yourself. Your dad, of course, absolutely instrumental in the behind the scenes of getting this event up and running, and a lot of the MG Car Club Motorsport, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Look, we love our family involvement here at MG Racing. It's something we pride ourselves on. I think it was 2019 from memory. It might have been this round actually. We actually had 3 father-son teams running on track at that one time. So yeah, really love the old family environment in MGs.
Andrew Watson to James Dodds, Roger Chapman, then Jane Volbrecht. So not only the boys, the girls out there as well. Bruce Asprey, David Anderson, Gary Bulmer, Peter Owen, Barry Pritchett, and the Rose car, which has got your name next to it.
Yeah, look, I've actually pulled out from that little entry. The car's not quite running as we'd like, so yeah, back up here today.
So here we go, 5 seconds, the magnificent looking car, the Monty sponsored Chester driven vehicle on pole there. And away we go. Muller gets down nicely, but boy, look at the 72, just worked through the gearbox, second, third gear, drives away in that magnificent looking blue car. Blue car's right across the front row. Have a look at the number 40, also starting the range there. Keith Ondiaki looks up the inside. He's going to get the 25 into turn 1 as well. The midget there as well, number 2, in through with James Robertson at the wheel. Gee, there's generations of MGs involved in this, and of course the Leyland product in there as well. The ZF coming through there as well.
Yeah, nice mix of modern and old cars in this grid. Again, with the invited British cars thrown in there for a bit of mix and enjoyment. as they come up the back straight. Again, Phil Chester taking the lead, and Ben Mueller making a nice move on Keith up the back straight. Nice little group of V8s there.
Certainly is. Massive commitment to run that number 40 car, Keith Yaki as well. And in a family affair as well. There's a couple of them in the mix here. He's a good run at it. I guess the silhouette that motorsport people know and love, and let's put it out to the wider community as well, is that one right there, the MGB, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. Look, when you talk about the poor man's sports car, so to speak, the MGB really does come to the top. And look, these guys really love them, as you said earlier. The likes of Dave Anderson and Gary Bulmer there yesterday had a few issues during the race, and literally got the car back to the pits and straight into it. Got the tools out, and if they can, they got them fixed. Unfortunately, Gary Bulmer's out for the weekend. But Dave Anderson was able to get it going, and he's out there making a charge.
This is where the race is going to be, I think, for second place. If Muller can keep it all together, Ondiaki's just gone back a spot. But certainly, I guess the poor man's sports car is being rebirthed a couple of decades ago now, when Mazda wanted to make themselves a little sports car. Their single focus was what was good about the MG.
That's exactly right.
It's I suppose you'd say the first of the MX-5s was a reflection on what the MGB was to the world, and Mazda haven't strayed away from it. They've gone, well, we're on a winner here. The Poms knew what they were doing back in the 60s, and they've kept that lineage, if you like. And so I'm drawing a long bow, but certainly it's what the MX-5 started.
They definitely have indeed. Yeah, it's just all about keeping it simple at the end of the day. And look, in that sense, in MG racing, I think that's what most competitors try and keep a hold of. Just keep it simple, and as we go here with the 3 MGBs coming up the top of the hill, David Mottram giving Greg White, I think it is there, good old run for his money.
Dave Mottram in the number 11 there.
Now, David Mottram's actually, as you mentioned earlier, been involved since the very, very early days. 1985, 1986 was when MG racing really got going, and David Mottram was right at the forefront at that point. He was really heavily involved in getting MG racing started from a club level. So
I remember him and Jeff Smith in what used to be called Butch's Picnic races, and
yes.
I'd always end up next to either one of them somewhere in the Butch's Picnic races.
Yeah, huge amount of fun, I bet. And look, we've actually taken that view from that history of MG racing and even historic racing generally in this sort of car. We've focused recently a lot about bringing that club environment back into this level of racing, and just wandering around the pits, it really comes to notice that everyone's out there to help everyone else and get anyone else on track that they can, lending spark plugs and bushes and whatever needs to be happening to get these cars back on track.
Just looking at the Bruce Asprey MGTF there, just at the back of shot here there as well. That's got the Jayco Motorhomes livery on the side of it. I saw it in the paddock area. It must have been yesterday morning. Looks really nice, that car.
Look, it is a very, very clean little TF, that one. It's actually badged an LE500, which is a slightly post TF. Some little marketing I think that MG did back in 2004, 2005 thereabouts. But very well presented car and very well built car. Also sponsored by GV Galvanising, that vehicle. A lot of help from a lot of people to get him out there and on track. He's done a lot of racing previously, Bruce. He's done a lot of Lotus driving and that sort of thing. So.
Talk about GB Galvanising. Where's the Gucciardi car?
Oh, look, unfortunately this weekend Vince has had a few family issues to sort out. Unfortunately wasn't able to get the car here. Has actually done a lot of work off season trying to get it back to where it was and really give the boys at the front a good run for their money. He'll be out next round, no doubts, giving it a good go.
Yeah, that's a magnificent looking race car. You were touching on, just before we came on air, you were touching on some of the names that have made their way through some of the MG racing, and there's a couple of the Wood boys that have done some of this stuff, haven't they?
Yeah, look, we've had a lot of semi-famous drivers and a lot of really successful drivers come through MGs. As you said, the likes of Dale Wood has run with us a couple of times. He actually holds the V8 lap record around here, I believe.
Snatched it out from underneath Mort, did he?
Well, he did indeed, couple of seconds, believe it or not. But I think the skill is there behind those hands. In fact, it's actually in the car that Phil's driving now, and I think Phil is pretty positive about trying to beat that lap record, but we'll see how he goes this weekend anyway.
1:17.1, our leader, and he's got the Le Mans flashes on there coming up on these tail end guys. I like to see that. He's certainly got his head down and leading this race, and it's often difficult when you start to come up back markers. And these guys have all got their own race, all got their own runs. They hold a bit of the racetrack, and Phil's put obviously a lot of effort into running that car, and it does look $1 million at number 72. I've got to say they do an awesome job at Monty Power.
Again, we've got Peter Owen here giving Alana a good old go in the V8. Now that's a 2-litre B. That's originally a Group D car, that MGB. Peter's been doing a lot of work recently trying to sort it out, and he is basically one of the fastest 4-cylinder MGBs out there at the moment. He's got that thing going like nothing else.
I tell you what, at idle, there's nothing better than one of these engines in that car we're watching there, the 84. Warming up in the pits, that cam and that 2-litre MG sound, it's just, it grabs your ear when you walk past. It really does. Just sitting there idling away, warming up, it's a magic sound.
Yeah. No, I love the MGB engine. All good fun.
1800 too, yeah, on the old days on Avgas. Don't have that anymore, but certainly the guys down at Race Fuels at the back of the paddock here, Mark Tinney and Matt Smith, have got all of those ride fuels to replace Avgas, as it's no longer socially acceptable to do that sort of thing, but it's great that Race Fuels have got a fantastic alternative. In fact, arguably probably a better fuel than Avgas ever was for looking after your engine these days. Big shout out to the Race Fuels team down there, following them around in the Victorian Championships. Of course, they are the championship fuel supplier in Australia. They do the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championships. They do the supercars, and based down not far from here in Dandenong. Have a look at this. This is a drag race. 44 against the 84. She just drops it in front of the 84 there.
Just has the torque up the back straight, doesn't it? A nice little group of MGBs there, all giving each other a go, isn't it?
And here you go, the number 11. Legs 11 there to the 46 and 69. And we're talking about 9, 10 and 11 in the race. Volberg, Mottram, Suda and White off the back of there. It's actually quite the group, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Really, really well presented MGs there. It's actually probably worth saying that David Mottram's actually not got an MGB B Series in that car. It's actually a Rover K Series. So he's slightly modernised it and installed a Lotus twin cam. Oh, in effect, sorry, a K Series twin cam out of a Lotus in effect.
That's the
really reliable.
In the first series of Elisa's, wasn't it?
Correct, yeah. So that's basically what it is a rear-wheel drive variant of the Rover K Series, which runs in the MGTF and the ZR, which we see now of Jim Dodd trailing Jane Bolivar and round onto the front straight.
I can say with experience, why would you do that? Because I worked on the first Sport 190 Elise that was raced in GTP back in 98 or 97. And that was a hard engine to get to work properly.
They are tight. There's not a lot of room in around those things. And look, to be honest, I've got a fair bit of experience with that engine. They're not a great engine, but what engine is?
That's true. That's true. I remember we went to Oran Park with it, and it had that mercury switch mounted on the firewall, which if you got too much yaw in either direction, it cut the ignition. And we had a great lap time that Paul just kept coming in and saying, it cuts out. You wouldn't believe it. I gave the ripple strip and it cuts out. I'm like, nah. Yeah.
Bit of factory engine management going on there,
right,
I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. It was. And we had to get a resistor and solder it in to take that thing out.
Yeah, all right. Now, look, I mean, that light blue car of David Mottram, I mean, that's a well sort of thing, running Motec and all the rest. Fairly basic otherwise, little 5-speed Type 9 Ford gearbox, I believe. Fairly basic in other sense. Give you an idea, that engine that's in that car's done somewhere around the 140,000 K mark out of a wrecker. It's in there. He absolutely punishes it and loves it, and it just keeps going. So it is a testament to the Rover K Series in that sense. It's really reliable.
The last board lap sign being shown now. The checkered flag, actually. The last lap sign going down, and Phil Chester takes race number 2. It's a good result there. He only just got there too. Ben Muller just getting through 0.8 of a second behind. So on that last lap, a 126 by Phil Chester and a 121 by Ben Muller. But Chester got down as low as a 117. So obviously saw the last lap, just eased up on it. Didn't need to break the gear before the feature race this afternoon for the MG and invited British sports cars. 10 laps starting right on 3 o'clock. Thank you so much for your time, Sean. Fantastic to get up here. And as we were talking about, it's great to get from guys like yourself the personalities behind the visors. And the good thing about, I guess, the MGBs is that everyone likes to run them in the soft top or the open top trim. So it is. It's just a visor and a smile away from the driver, isn't it?
It really is, and as you get with most British-owned cars, you know, there really are some good personalities out there. A lot of positive people in this group of people. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sean, for your time. We have got HQs on track for their first 7-lapper of today. We had a great race with the Kiwis yesterday, and we'll be joined by the voice of Southeast Asian motorsport, David Amor, here in the box. So we'll be back very, very soon with HQs on track at round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, streamed live around the world on Blendline TV today. Back soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Welcome back trackside. You're at round one of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we have got a massive calendar to roll out for you in 2021, and we're going to do it. They tried and tried and tried in the background last year to get the series to happen, and I've got to say there is tens of 20s of people that just work through the night to try and get a COVID-safe way of going racing. Hopefully we've got it in 2021 and we can continue and complete the 5 rounds of the Victorian Championship here this weekend. Round 2 at Winton. Head up the highway, 27, 28 of March. It's such an easy drive to Winton these days. Just get up there and support the State Series. Come and see some fantastic racing. Get down to Phillip Island. I implore you to get down there on May 15 and 16. It is a beautiful time of the year in that part of the world. Get down there. The school holidays are over. The crowds are gone. But the racetrack is still a great place to be at. 15, 16 of May, get to Phillip Island. Back here for the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria on the 23rd and 25th here at Sandown for round 4. A great one to be at and really enjoy. And then the finale down at Phillip Island with the Victorian Mini Club on the 25th and 26th of September. Great time to get out of Melbourne. The aerial ping pong football games are all having their finals. Get away from that. Get down to beautiful Phillip Island, enjoy the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships on the 25th and 26th of December. HQ's on track, and that means a good mate of mine from a long, long time ago. We can't even cut trees down and count the rings on how long we've known each other. Probably best we don't. But David Amor right alongside me, Darren Smith, for a bit of HQ mayhem.
It certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We're here at Sandown, Victoria. The HQ's race 2. Yesterday, Andrew Gill on pole. Andrew Gill won race 1 yesterday. The guys behind him have certainly worked on their cars overnight to try and find probably 3, even 4 tenths. But Andrew was certainly a class of his own. So on pole, we've got Andrew Gill. Alongside him, Dr. Rod Rajas, the Flying Dutchman. Rodney Eastman has come back doing the season. Our president, Andrew McLeod, in the 82 car. Harry Beckett's the panel beater. Ray Jardine, vice president. Andrew Williams is back in the 68 car. Absolutely fantastic to see. Andrew Williams, one of the legends of motorsport, especially with HQs. He used to race all the way back in the Thunderdome in a NASCAR. Alongside him, Kenny Wright, CR International, keep an eye on him. Stephen Banks, Tony Maloney. His company is a round sponsor for this round here at Mount Ararat Freighters, and proudly brought to you by Tyre Power this year. So absolutely brilliant. So Graham Francis Hill, Wood, Shinomas, Richie's had Robert Jethro, Lawton, Barton, Kenner, and the new bloke, 57 car. It's all about ready to happen.
Dave, you've just come back from Baskerville, where the HQs ran as part of the ARG events down there. Great turnout of Kiwis and the spiritual home of where this form of racing started, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic to catch up with a few Tasmanians down there. And the racing was also very, very good. And we had eight Queenslanders.
That's a big haul for the Queenslanders to get down to Baskerville. Rajas gets away nicely, but it is certainly Andrew Magilton that gets it gripped up. Have a look at Grimbros coming through there. That was a good run. Sorry, Germanos getting through there. Nicholas carving his way through the field. The number 13 also starting to move up. That's Kenny Wright, a name that is synonymous with HQ Racing, looking to the inside. The storm up through the field has slowed a little bit as they all get into top gear and back down through the gearbox into turn 1.
Certainly is. HQ Holdens 3-speed gearbox, Kenda tyres, Pettis suspension, Clive cams. It's an affordable excitement, and it's all about introductory racing of HQs. And for the big men like ourselves, Darren, we slip straight into one quite comfortably.
Certainly is, and one of the great things about the history of HQ racing is that they've proven themselves to be evergreen. They continue to pop up, and the other thing I like about a HQ is they're safe.
Yep, they certainly are. Rocket Rod is out in front there. He's got past. That is McLeod there in second position. Ray Jolene third, and Rodney Eadsman all the way back into fourth. Kenny Wright up into sixth position with Andrew Williams.
I wonder if a couple of these guys running the twin headlight front realised that they could secure the national debt if they took that off and put a single headlight front on.
It certainly is. Mate, you really have to start looking for the product now, or the parts of the HQs. Yes, they're still out there. But I tell you what, there is some great, good-looking cars out there this weekend.
We've really put behind us the Thunderdome style of racing where it was hanging on the wall or hang the trophy up sort of thing. These guys seem to give each other a little bit more respect. In fact, a lot more respect than what was, dealt out through the 90s in HQ racing. And they look resplendent. Everyone with their tyre power banners across the window. Great to have tyre power on board, supporting Victorian motorsport in particular. In this instance, the HQs. They look great. They really do.
They certainly do. Andrew Magilton, I don't know what happened there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not 100% sure, but he's gone all the way back, right the way back to 13th position. So something happened through turns 1 and 4. I'm sorry, we didn't pick it up because we can't see it. But something happened there. You might have seen it on the screen. We didn't, but Andrew Magilton's gone all the way back. Rod Rogers at 1:44.01. That's about a second slower than what Magilton done yesterday on the first flying lap. So definitely some issues and dramas going through turns 1 and 4 at the far end, the right hand side of the track. Sandown, it is a home of horsepower. You go up the back chute and you also go down the front. So Graham Francis, one of the veterans in HQ racing, been racing since about 95, 96 and started on the Thunderdome like himself.
Good to see Magilton there now starting to push back in the middies electrical car. Great field. Just watching very nicely there as Rocket Rod tipping it in at the top of the hill. The rundown. The great thing about these cars, particularly coming out of Dandenong Road, the 202, the straight 6-cylinder in these has got plenty of torque. The cars get off the corners really, really nicely. As long as they've got them the geared right, the torque just thump these things out of the corner, don't they? They really get the power down well.
Certainly is. Rodney Easley just done the fastest lap on lap 2 of 1:36.3. That is certainly hauling. Normally lap 3 or 4 is where they come on. But having a look at Perry Beckers, he is right on the boot lid of Andrew McLeod. Andrew McLeod is the rocket you normally see.
Just saw a blue and orange car disappearing, getting into each other down there at turn 1. Unfortunately, we had a cable taken out by one of the tractors here at Sandown that was covering turn 1, 2, 3 and 4 for us. So we're working feverishly to try and get on that. We just missed a little bit of action heading under the Pulford Air and Gas Bridge down there at turn 1. So we didn't quite see it, but certainly we've lost someone in that sort of middle pack. Looked like it. Not sure whether it was Andrew Williams or not, but it was an orange car.
An orange car? Well, the orange car is Tony Maloney, Mount Mirror Raiders. Yep. Wouldn't surprise me. Tony going in a little bit deep. He doesn't mind sharing his panel work with everyone, I tell you. But it's a fantastic bloke and a very good sponsor.
So Tony Maloney last time round clocked in 10th place. So we'll just see where, as the field comes over the strike, where he's ended up before we hang him out to dry like that. But here's the front of the field. This is a good group.
It certainly is. Rod Rogers. And keep an eye on Perry Beckers there in third position. Rodney Eastman, he done the fastest lap, ladies and gentlemen, in the previous lap. So it'd be quite interesting to see how fast he's going. Still doing a 1:36.4.
It wasn't Williams. He's in the front pack still, so he's in 6th place. Kenny Wright. Okay, here we go. We're starting to see Tony Maloney and Germanos going down. That's who it was down at turn 1.
Okay.
Oh, Perry Beckers.
Jeez, did he get
second
him?
place off McLeod, doesn't he?
Yep, he certainly, I think he has. We're not sure. We need to get that tractor driver and fix him up, ladies and gentlemen,
Well, I
because
can tell you what, there's some technicians downstairs that want to do exactly that, Dave. That's for sure.
yeah, but Perry Becker's still there behind Andrew McLeod. Now, right behind Becker's is Easman. Strive Electrical. Kenny Wright and the CR International going extremely well. He's up in the 7th or so.
Ray Jardine starting to weigh in on this. It's going to make it a group of 5 in front. He's been driving very straight, running it smooth. The twin headlight front just coming up the shot there.
Yeah, well, he had
Number 8.
problems with his car yesterday, Darren. He had electrical problems. Couldn't work out what it was until he went to start the car. The battery just all of a sudden just gave up, ladies and gentlemen. So he's fixed that problem. New alternator.
Down to Dart Racing, of course.
No. They had their own stuff, but yes, I have got plenty of product and parts, and I don't mind sharing them.
I noticed you had the EFT sign up there today. You can share them out as much as you like, can't you, at that rate?
Yeah, that's for sure. But have a look. They're really starting to close up first, second, third. That's Banks, you can see, the 76 car. In behind him is Andrew Magilton. Andrew Magilton, he's got to come from a long way back. He was all the way back to 14th, and he's back up into 10th.
So we've got 3 laps remaining for the Tyre Power HQs here at round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. In the background, so much excitement from all of our categories that we're going racing again. The hard-nosed races of HQs have been absolutely starved of it until a couple of weeks ago down in Tasmania. Great to see a great field of these cars out on track, and we certainly encourage. We know you're watching out there in HQ land. If you've got one in the shed, time to dust it off. Let's go racing. We had a tough old year in 2020 with no motorsport. Let's get all these things back out on track at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And whether it be here or all around the country, every state's got a HQ championship.
Well, they certainly have.
Huge in Darwin, the HQs.
Are they?
Everywhere. Yeah, you go to a race meeting at Hidden Valley, they're everywhere.
Yeah, it certainly is good to see. But like you said, we've got State Racing Series, we've got championships in every state, all over Australia and also Tasmania, which is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, the number 14, Magilton. 2 wheels over the ripple strip, a bit of a slide, a bit of a push, and Woods goes, you want it that bad, number 14. There you go, there's the green guard on the front of the 27. We'll give it a bit of a clip on the way through.
Yeah, Woods is in his own car this year. He thrashed and raced one of his friend's cars last year, Rex Monahan. Woods has got his own car this year, and a little bit off the pace at the moment.
That'll
he had
take care of
fuel
the
issues.
friendship.
Yes, it certainly does. And there we go, CR International riding behind there of AW Automatics, the 68 car. Beautiful looking car, that. That car was damaged up in Darwin some years ago, Perry Becker's, as he does with a lot of the HQs here in Victoria. He's certainly knocked that straight and looking good. Geez, mate, they take that corner extremely well, back into second, and around the corner they go. Some guys do it in third now.
It's all about flowing it through turn 1, isn't it? Trying to keep the speed you've got there and just get it through there nice.
Well, mate, you try and say, what does a HQ handle like? Well, it's like a go-kart. You turn the wheel, you slow down. You've got to be smooth, fast, consistent, and that's what these 5 guys here are at the moment.
Just like a go-kart.
Yep, it certainly is. Ray Jardine has come into the pits, ladies and gentlemen. That black car that was making up the 5 is no longer there. But have a look at the other group. Have a look at the other group. We can see it, and it's on the TV.
Williams,
it's getting
Magilton.
tight.
Williams says, you want to go around there? Magilton, you want to go around there, mate? You're going to have a big go at it. Andrew Williams, masses of experience. Great car preparation guy. I love watching him. He does racing in his blue GTR XU1, who actually won races at Tailem Bend in his Group N car going back in 2019.
Yeah, but it's one of the, and it probably is the fastest runner in Australia, ladies and gentlemen. You've got there at home.
That's quite the title, isn't it?
Yep, certainly is. Righto, we're on our final lap. We're on our final lap, ladies and gentlemen.
Magilton's already pulled out of the stream on Williams. He looks to the inside. Andy Williams will hold it straight all the way down to the brake markers. It's going to be an interesting one through turn 1. This is for 5th and 6th on the road. Magilton's got it. He's won the drag race. So he's flowed it nicely onto the straight, and at the end of the straight, just 1 or 2 kilometres an hour faster onto the straight. It equates to about 4 or 5 kilometres an hour. It's not much at the end of the straight.
Well, mate, about 1.5 car lengths, I would say that was, mate, for the whole of that 857 metres the front straight here at Sandown. Yes, 857 metres now.
Absolutely
So,
perfect. Spot on.
Yep, it is. And have a look at Rocket Rod in 33 car there. He's certainly been doing it quite comfortably. He's just got that sort of car length, car and a half, behind his teammate there of Andrew McLeod. Up over the top, look at Perry Beckers. Can Perry Beckers do anything? Can McLeod do anything? This is the final lap, down into Dandy Corner. First, second, third, fourth. They've been like that for way too long. Something's got to happen. It's got to be like a little blister. Something's got to pop underneath the Penrite Bridge. Here we go, 3 corners to go. Rod Rogers is in the perfect place. Beckers, keep an eye on Beckers. That's the yellow car.
We're watching the bright yellow sticker on the front of the 33 there. Knox panel service. He has no need to book her in this week. He's kept it clean out in front from the start of this race. Rocket Rod Rogers gets a result. P1 for Rod Rogers. Andrew McLeod into P2 and Perry Beckers into 3. Rodney Earsman completing the comeback again with another top finish there in the number 3. Andy Magilton finally, after went to the back of the field, got up to 5th place and dispensed with the experienced number 68 of Andrew Williams on the line.
Certainly was. Andrew Magilton, the 14 car there, the only car in the 135s. His quickest lap was a 135 dead, you might say. The last lap was a 135.3. So keep an eye on Magilton for the final race for this afternoon for the Dallas Crane Trophy race also. So that'll be quite interesting. And once again, Tony Maloney, Mountaineer Operators, thank you for being the sponsor for this weekend. And thank you, Tyre Power, for coming on board for 2021 stage. Talk to you later, Darren. Always great to be here.
Thanks very much, Dave Amor, for bringing us all the colour and action of HQ Racing for such a long time. Great to have Dave as part of our commentary team here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Up next on track is the Formula Fords. Yokohama, Varley, Red Top, Speco VHT Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Back in just a few moments. Formula Fords make their way out onto track here for their 7-lapper. The preliminaries, they lead into the 10-lapper this afternoon. Category that has made so many rock stars in motorsport. And they make their way down now. A couple of historic cars there. The number 74 just making its way out there as well. Great to see some of those older shapes. That's a Titan Mark 6C for Grant Walker, so keep your eyes on that. Up the front of the field, of course, all modern equipment. Spectrums and Megals, the majority of the front end of the field. Callum Brannigan right next to me for this one, Callum. This is, we've seen Formula Ford racing. This is really where, if you're on the trajectory, you're going to be doing it, isn't it?
Correct, and the list of current drivers in Australia, international, across many forms of motorsport, probably had their start in Formula Ford. This is the perfect place to get your birth in racing following go-karting, especially when you're tackling the big task that is circuit racing when you're coming fresh out of karts. Formula Ford is the perfect platform for not only learning how to set up a race car, drive on a group tyre in this case in Formula Ford, learning how to talk to engineers and that side of things. It's also a perfect platform for learning how to drive other races on a circuit, learning how to perhaps drive in some cases close, when it's close to hard racing. Perfect platform to learn those skills and get the fundamental basics in motorsport under your belt. We've got three classes, I guess we call them three classes of Formula Ford this weekend. We've got the Durotex at the head of the field. They are the cars you will see at the front of the field, the likes of Tom Sargent and Jordan Finney lining up on the front row. We've also got the Kent class, the 1600 class, which Formula Ford has been for such was for since its inception in the 60s all the way up to 2005. And we've also got the historic class as well. Historic cars this weekend won't be scoring Victorian points, but they are here and they have added to the 28-strong field lining up for this morning's 7-lap race.
Fletcher Harris on the second row to Winston Smith, Connor Summers, then Mitch and Gatbury, Tim Edwards, Xavier Kokai, Harrison Blanchard, Paul Ziddy, great to see the number 6 out there, and the Jill's Pretty Special entry. Kay Cavden, Peter Fitzgerald, Damon Woods, Joe Fawcett, Carly Fleming, rounding out the Duratec field. Ace to see Richard Davison in the RF 86 there on the front of the Kent field. That's an older car. Brendan Jones right alongside. And we've got a big thanks to Yokohama, Varley, Red Top Battery, and of course Speco VHT for supporting the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. James Meaden there, Dean Koutsamides. Great to have Mark Zellner back at the wheel of a racing car, a guy that's been around the scene for a long time. Had a demon of a black Beetle he used to do sprint meetings with in the early 90s. I think he's still got it tucked away somewhere, 2-litre Beetle, and now finding his way into Formula Ford. The revs rise. We're not too far away from a start. The front row, Sergeant Sinney. Who's going to be the star into turn 1? Who's going to have the whole shot? It's the 47 versus the 40. The 47, the Tegra Australia car gets away beautiful. The clutch take-up was absolutely awesome. Tim Edwards in the number 32 and Connor Summers up the inside doing a ripping job as well.
And Xavier Kokai with an absolutely shocking start in the number 91 Spectrum. So able to get that car going once again, but he's dropped to dead last. Unfortunate for him.
Had issues coming out of the marshalling area too.
Dummy grid issues for him as well. So he was sent to the back of the field alongside Carly Fleming before the race even got away. And then a shocking start there, absolutely cementing a terrible start to this race for him. But he'll be one to keep an eye on as he charges back through the 1600 Kent field.
Harrison Blanchard getting a nice start there in the number 3 as well. Just got a good shot into turn 4. They had a look up the inside of the car in front of him. Harrison, which was the Xavier Kokai car. I'll get that one right before the end of the weekend. It's easy to looks easy on paper. As they do what they do, they wibble and dance, wobble and wibble all the way down through the S's into Dandenong Road. The number 3 Oranger car, that's the one we were talking about. Harrison Blanchard. Very, very committed family to motorsport. They've probably just made their biggest jump ever this year to a full family-run team in the Australian Supercars Championship.
Yeah, big commitment to motorsport for the Blanchards, and yeah, for Harrison to step up to the Durotex this year in the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. He, of course, has plenty of experience racing a Kent car, but he stepped up this year for a full season. The 24-year-old younger brother of Tim, and both sons of John Blanchard, who is absolute Formula Ford royalty in Australia. And yeah, Tom Sargent at the head of the field. We knew he was going to be the experienced benchmark for all of the other drivers to compare themselves to this weekend. A 1 minute 23.2 standing lap time. And he's already 1.5 seconds further down the road ahead of the rest of the field. We've got yellow flags turn 1. And on the live stream,
there's the number 4. Steering wheel well and truly thrown clear. There's two cars there. There's another car off in the off the side there. So, there's bodywork and debris all over turn 1. That looked like a bit of solid metallic stuff there as well. So, looks as though we might have that camera that was taken out earlier on there. So, yes, safety car, which unfortunately all too often is a feature in Formula Ford racing. Look at that. The number 4. In fact, it's not the number 4. It is Number 14, Phil Oakes, I think, down there. It looks like one of the Kent Engine Van Diemen's. And can't quite see the other car in that mix, but there is a wheel off. And there is some shiny stuff there that looks like oil or liquid of some sort that you don't get an upright and a wheel parked over in the gravel like that without there being some sort of coming together. Both drivers have got out. They're safe and sound there. So please, for friends and family in pit lane, both drivers have got out of their cars and walked away. I'm just trying to work out.
It might be the car of Jack Clifford who's caught up there, the number 73 car.
So Jack Clifford came off the rear
number
of the
99,
field.
sorry.
So what was a tough day just got even tougher as the medical crew are talking to the drivers. And always difficult to talk to a driver after they've had an accident. The adrenaline is absolutely flowing and pumping. But that...
I think it might be John Connolly, actually, the other car caught up in that.
John Connolly, okay, the number 99.
In the side station. So that's unfortunate for him. He's an experienced hand in Formula Ford racing in Victoria. That number 99 car, beautifully presented, beautifully turned out, and he is a familiar face up and down the paddock. So safety car throwing the blanket over the field at the moment, settling into a nice groove. This is a shorter lap that we saw, a shorter race that we saw yesterday, I should say, with 5 laps remaining. So hopefully the officials can get the mess cleaned up in turn 1 nice and quickly.
A big thanks to Burin Motors for helping us with course cars here this weekend, and of course helping Blendline TV out. So if you're looking for a car, check out Burin Motors, Dandenong and Cheltenham. So we've got you covered there, and certainly got us covered here at round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Advertisement for used cars just off the side of the track there. Holden, you've got this? Well, maybe not.
Yeah, it's a little bit antiquated at this stage now, Darren, isn't it?
It is. Unfortunately, sad demise of the Australian automotive manufacturing industry. I guess represented now entirely in this field by Spectrum.
Exactly right.
There it is, the Australian automotive manufacturing industry. The Spectrum Formula Ford made not too far from here by Ballin Race Developments. Mike Ballin at the helm of that company, and right on cue, straight past us now comes the Jules Pretty Special, or the JPS Paul Ziddy car. Looks fantastic. In fact, I reckon along with Brendan Jones in the VHT car, 2 terrific liveries.
There's some pretty smart looking cars across the field, but Paul Ziddy, he's one part of a 4-car strong lineup from Ballin Racing Developments this weekend, but he had an interesting stat for me before the race, which is the combined age of his 3 teammates in the form of Xavier Kokai, Joe Fawcett and Kai Cavadon. The combined age of them, he's 3 years older than that combined age.
Oh, there you go. But I tell you what, absolute in awe of Paul Ziddy's fitness. He has,
one of the fittest.
He's used the COVID year to be, I'm going to call him nearly full triathlon spec. He is super fit.
He's a fit man for his age. And I look at him and think, why can't I be that fit?
Yeah,
and
me
he
too,
does terrific.
And he's younger than me, so yeah, there you go. So, go on the. I did notice on social media he's gone the full Cliff Young, the endurance man. So really good, and an absolute gentleman too as well. He is always happy to talk to anyone and talk to them about the advantages and the reasons why you go Formula Ford racing. He's been involved for many years in the background, and these days he is the chairman of the State Race Series. So he heads up what is the committee in the background that has had the last 12 months of their life. They had every round last year they tried to get up, whether it be at Phillip Island here or at Winton. Every club, every committee got right behind it. Unfortunately, we only got this round out, the first round for the year last year. But I can tell you that the amount of time and effort that the volunteer army have put in to try and get racing up in 2020 would absolutely astonish any bystanders. Just the amount of time, right up to the day of race meetings, they were trying to get them happen. And it's not just the Victorian people that have done it. It's happened right around the world at every level of motorsport, where the interruption that has hit the world has been felt very heavily through our sport. And I say that our sport because I don't follow too many other sports quite like I follow motorsport, and it really does give us our outlet, our competitive outlet, and all of our friends around the track, whether it be our volunteer army, as we see them hard at work now with the safety car signs and double wave yellows. Ever tried to do that? Wave 2 flags at the one time. It's a unique skill that the flag marshals around the world, in particular the Victorian flag marshalling team here today. I was speaking to Roger Churnside, their senior, their leader here this weekend, and he said there's up to 30 flag marshals around the track. So that takes care of that team. There's the recovery team. We've got the Ace towing there. The Mac towing outfit there. Mick at the wheel, and of course ably assisted by the Pyark recovery team, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, who have been in existence since the Women on Wheels program in the early 70s and have continued to grow in strength and strength. All volunteers, all of last year, all tried to get motorsport happening, and almost with a tear in my eye, we're here today doing it, and it's been 12 months since the Victorian scene has been able to do it, and it is fantastic. The track looks great. Sandown is steeped in tradition in Australian motorsport, to the point where yesterday we, with the greatest of respect, celebrated the demise of Lex Davison here at this track, who was a world-class racing car driver, and I guess the patriarch at the top of the table of the Davison clan right around the world, and the success being seen in Indy cars and supercars, and the list goes on with the Davison family. So yesterday, yes, we had time to reflect on Lex's career and his legacy, which is still with us today here at Sandown International. So really cool to have everyone back and racing, all those volunteer groups, and of course put the spotlight right on the MG Car Club here for this weekend, because they have been so consistent in their effort to make sure this event happened. Who would have known that under a fortnight away we'd have a curveball thrown at motorsport by Premier Dan, and they stayed true and held strong. Could have been quite easy to tick the box and say, nah, we're not going to do it, but they hung in there, and it is not easy putting on a COVID-safe event these days, and there's lots of protocols in the background to make sure we can go racing. And Callum, everyone's obliging doing it, aren't they?
Absolutely, and it's great to see everyone's adhering to all the protocols around the circuit to ensure this meeting goes ahead. But the safety car is pulled into the pit lane, and Tom Sargent will control the field. He gets underway. A great restart there from the number 47 car. That's experience for you. So
have a look at this. The field has decided to go with Jordan Sinney down the inside. Now they pop out. But what a great start there by Tom Sargent, and streaming through Fletcher Harris. That was a good move there. Followed Jordan Sinney initially. He brought the field with him up to the inside of the track. Popped out, beautiful timing. Put Jordan Sinney back one spot in the Dirty Diggers outfit. He won't like that, and he will certainly. He's a driver with not a vast amount of experience, but every time I've seen him race, a really intelligent racer with the helmet on and behind the wheel. Does a great job. Have a look at the snake trying to wiggle now. Shake that stream. They've got one move that they can do it. Line up on the right-hand side of the track and tip her in now and hang on. The Yokohama's really under duress there, and we see the cars start to wibble around again.
Yeah, Fletcher set off after Sargent, and he impressed us yesterday with his performance, especially coming over the top through turn 6, I think it was, absolutely sideways, and that was a bit of a social media special, but he's closed in on the back of Sargent here, so this is a very impressive performance from the young man in the number 55 car from Northern Victoria up near the border. Superb work there across the line, and confirmation there that he's the fastest man on the circuit at the moment with a 1 minute 19.1. Fletcher Harris looking absolutely superb at this stage of the race as they come into turn 1. Sinney up the inside though, so the Spectrum, the number 40 up into P2, and a comprehensive move there from the Dirty Diggers Spectrum. Great effort there. Connor Summers is one of 6 new drivers to the Victorian State Series this weekend, or Formula Ford in general. He's currently the first place of those debutants in position 4 ahead of Winston Smith. Mitch Gatby in 6th position. He is a New South Wales state champion in the Kent category from last year, so it's great to see him here this weekend. And side by side as they come over the top of the hill, one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and around the outside, Fletcher Harris back into P2. Not looking anywhere near as animated as he was yesterday going over the curbs. Deep under brakes there as well. And it looks like Winston Smith has his hands, as his mirrors full of Connor Summers there as well. So great battle for the minor positions here as well, Darren.
Isn't it tremendous there? Summers, Smith, number 10 there also of Mitchell Gattenby doing a terrific job. Timothy Edwards just watching on, so gee, I wouldn't mind weighing in on this this mix. Paul Ziddy up to 7 in the Jill's Pretty Special car, and the checkered flag has gone too. Checkered flag has dropped, and that's full race distance. Tremendous result there. Tom Sargent gets the win. Great drive there. Fletcher Harris out of P3 into P2. Jordan Sinney in the Dirty Diggers outfit. Tremendous job. Here comes the Varley red top car as well to the line. Let's have a look at it. Sargent, Harris, Sinney, Smith, Summers, Gattenby, Ziddy.
Up into P7. He'll be happy with that.
He's feeding home a Blanchard.
Absolutely. Great stuff there from Paul Ziddy. He's saying that he's getting a lot faster, but he's now at the point now where he's right in the battle pack, so he's starting to have to learn how to actually drive amongst other vehicles at the moment.
Dirty air and all that sort of thing, yep. And using it like we've seen, the Harris, Sinney and Smith using it in that race, slipstreams and using it to your advantage, when to not hit the gearbox of the car in front of you, just to be millimetre perfect to swing out and stream on by. We saw it on the restart of that race, and we saw the race, ultimately the race winner in Sargent, go to the right of the track, and the rest of the field joined Jordan Sinney on the left-hand side. Great race, always good fun to see Formula Ford.
Brendan Jones also the winner of the 1600 Kent category as well, so a 5-time Victorian champion in that class, and Richard Davidson also the first of the historic cars home this weekend. A very impressive performance from him in the old Van Diemen, prepared by Ellery Motorsport Enterprises. Beautifully presented car. It's good to see fantastic racing throughout the field, and the Formula Fords will be back later on today for their 10-lap feature race.
They certainly will be. Formula Fords are on at... We've lost it.
10 minutes to 4.
That's it. So later on in the day, great to have them there. Yokohama, Varley Red Top Battery, Speco VHT, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for Formula Fords have got their final race coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. A great race, as it always is, for Formula Ford, and we wait now with what has been spoken behind closed doors, mutterings in the paddock area. The race of a couple of decades coming up for improved production here today. It really is a generation of change. Swap RX-7, put Commodore in the place, change the names around, and it is very reminiscent of around 97, 98, 99 in what was called club cars, the prelude into what is now improved production, a huge category all around the country here in Australia. We'll have the Victorian version up next, live trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway for round 1, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and live around the world on the Blendline TV network.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Without too much further ado, this is what we love about State Series racing. One group of cars off, another group of cars on. This is what I just was mentioning as we went off air, as the improved production cars roll out on track. I've got Steve DeVries, who has been following the improved production for a few years now, and calling all of the action with these guys. And as I said, Steve, remove RX-7 Datsun 1600, RX-3, replace it with Holden Commodore and Ford Falcon and Monaro. And this is just such a tasty sandwich to take a bite into this field today. I'm almost frothing to see how this transpires for the rest of today.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm looking forward to this one as well. Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everybody. And this could very well be a changing of the guard, I guess, moment, so to speak. You mentioned 20 years ago it was the RX-7 Brigade that were flying the flag at the head of the improved production fields. And while there's still a number of RX-7s that are around the country that are very, very quick, they're very, very rare to see these days. It's the big 8-cylinder engines of the Commodores, and not too many Falcons, but there is one out there today that we got a chance to see yesterday. Well, hopefully we'll talk a bit more about it. There it is at the back of the shot there, the XE, beautifully presented blue XE Falcon of Craig Piergros that is flying the flag for the Blue Oval in what is otherwise a field dominated by the General's men. We go racing for improved production race 2 with thanks to 888 Home Loans, New Line Homes, DLL Photography and Design, and Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre.
Cars going up the hill now to the famous part of the Gumtree turn right, plunge down through the Essex into Dandenong Road, and we're going to see a lot of action with the improved production cars down there. I can guarantee you that. A big g'day to the whole improved production community around Australia watching on as I guess what you said, the changing of the guard as some of those cars get left out. And yeah, the RX-7s of Zach Hudson still wave the flag, and when Ben and Bill Schutz roll out the Schutz family racing on the WPS racing car, they're still weapons of choice, particularly at Phillip Island and Queensland Raceway. They go very well. Here at the home of horsepower, it's always going to be about who's got the horsepower on board, and well, they have got it. Let's have a quick look through the grid sheet before they all form up.
Certainly will. So Ash Wright's going to start off pole ahead of Adam Poole. Now, there was a little bit of controversy yesterday. Adam Poole taking the checkered flag first, but was handed a 15-second penalty from a qualifying infringement. So he finished 10 seconds ahead of Ash, but he was far enough ahead of Troy Lloyd in third place to maintain his second place start for this second race. Then you go back to Troy Lloyd and Ian McLennan on row 2. And then Paul Cruz and Damien Milano on row 3. Milano having to start rear of grid. Some dummy grid form-up issues for himself and Jason Fankhauser yesterday. And didn't he have a fantastic drive all the way through from last place?
There's Jason Fankhauser, number 32, a champion from a number of years ago. Logan. Big shout out to James Tolley down there in the Brown Davis shed, number 76 of Ash Wright. Again, helping out with the team. And Adam Poole in that number 22 TRP ductwork outfit. Troy Lloyd, we're looking forward to seeing the JRE horsepower unleashed in the number 6 there from Shep City Bearings. A couple of guys from rural Victoria getting together and putting together an exceptionally strong program. Troy won races here at this event last year, and great to see his engine builder Brad James with him trackside as well. The number 13 is I guess the dark horse in this mix with Paul Cruz there. The number 13, the orange car.
Matty Flinders plate winner from last year.
Strong performance at Phillip Island. And away we go. Paul does exactly what he did yesterday. Cruz down the inside of Lloyd. Lloyd grabbing third gear. He's going to go through. And a slow start from Wright. He has disappeared back 6 spots. Have a look at Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, the champion from a couple of seasons ago in the Senator.
He is fighting his way back through from the back of the pack. He had a fantastic launch. What a sorry launch from the front row for Ash Wright, gone backwards at a vast rate of knots. What a great conversion, though, by Adam Poole, and he is bolting.
Paul Cruz got away very, very nicely there indeed, and just got gazumped. Once Troy Lloyd grabbed third gear, he just drove away with it. Have a look at Cox in there as well. Danny Timewell working his way through there. Where has Luke Gretsch-Gumbo arrived? It just about choked on my words watching the Senator come storming on through. We're watching.
There he is. There's the look. Oh, Bonnet. Who's that? That's one of the EA Falcons. Bonnet's gone flying up. That's Paul Vuleman's EA Falcon off there on the left of the circuit.
Just appeared in shot. There's Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. 888 Home Loans. LGC electrical on the side of the car there, so that car will pull over. No harm, no foul, hopefully. Probably broken the window on that, but didn't get anyone else involved ever. So lucky that AU was mixed up in the middle of the field, or EA, mixed up in the middle of the field. There's Wright now, so where will Wright warm up?
He's going to be outside the 10, I think.
A ripper start. Milano up second out of 6. Troy Lloyd holds station in P3. Dave Cox, Danny Timewell, that's great. And the Falcon, the number 9 of Pigras, comes through. The massive AP racing brakes on that Falcon. Have a look at it. Comes through the corner there. You'd normally expect the Falcon to lurch through there. It just sits flat. This is such a fantastic build. That car there. Wright gets through now on Fankhauser. In fact, Fankhauser has got through on everyone to get up to where he is at this point in time, up to 10th. So started off all down basically down the back of the field. Fankhauser and Gretsch Gumbo. There's Gretsch Gumbo. Comes into shot now. Lights ablaze on the Senator. And charging. There's Fankhauser in the number 32. And Gretsch Gumbo, who's stone motherless last in this race, and he is a champion of this category. And I'm going to say not everyone's just getting out of the way of him coming through. Everyone's giving him the respect he deserves. But you know what? I've got the spot. Get around me, Luke. And he's doing exactly that.
Sure is. He's been fighting some gremlins in that car this weekend, especially with the front brakes locking on and a few other little dramas as well. That's what 12 months out of the saddle will do to you. And he's fought his way through this field really well. Man on a mission, and the next man for him is Robert Braun's BMW. Here come the Commodore Brigade. Paul Cruz got anything to fight with. He's having a look at Jared Tonks, and McLennan's gone backwards from the start a bit as well. So the Nissan Silvia, number 13, unlucky for some. For Paul Cruz, it's been a rather lucky number for him. He's actually had a really good run here last year at this corresponding round and took honours, as we said, at Matthew Flinders Plate at Isle of Magic last year, November. And that culminated a very disruptive year for them. Believe it or not, brothers Cruz, Michael, of course, has been a state series champion in the Escort. Brother Paul now in the Silvia. They were caught cycling to the track yesterday. They did 63 Ks on bikes from Essendon yesterday morning to get to the track.
Nice way to do it if you've got that sort of energy, boys. Well done. Jared Tonks there, the big move as well. He is into position number 3. It's a great drive there for Jared. Came out of 7. Up to 3 now. Have a look at this now. Ash down the inside.
Was there a little bit of a nudge there?
I don't think so. I wouldn't be trying to nudge a Falcon in a Commodore, even the older style there. No, I think Ash had the move. He jagged left, and Pigras covered him off, so he went down the right. Sorry, went jagged right, and then ended up down the left-hand side, and now driving away. Having a Fankhauser. Here's a bit of period type racing, isn't it? Yeah. Falcon and VK Commodore. Don't like to look at that smoke coming out of the Fankhauser car, though.
No.
And not going to win the drag race, not with that Falcon, no way.
No, he's had some dramas with the catch can in that car as well, Jason Fankhauser, and a bit of a brake lock up there for Craig, but some good early model racing. Both these cars before the pre-1986 cut-off, so they classify for the earlier category. Believe it or not, I know you mentioned yesterday that Craig, you like the look of that car with no spoiler on the back. They are looking to put one on there, but it's got to be within the regulation because they're only allowed a little deck lid spoiler, as opposed to the late model cars are allowed to go a little bit taller.
Just out of shot now goes Troy Lloyd, the Shep City Bearings JRE Race Engines car. Certainly one I wouldn't want to line up in a horsepower drag race next to. They've got plenty of horsepower on board. Have a look at Wright now, sizing up Danny Timewell, the experienced sports sedaner and exceptionally experienced improved production VK driver there of Coxie in front. So Ash is impressing in this improved production field and doing a good job. He's going to look to the inside of the 124. No, he doesn't. I'm going to say a rear compression lock-up in that car, trying to find a gear. And he is really driving the wheels off this car. It was on pole. It's a terrible start. I don't think it disappeared into wheel spin. I think it just was not engaging gears properly and got into it. Have a look at Fankhauser now. Gretsch Gumbo lights ablaze. They've got Craig Purgrass in the Falcon to get through. I'm going to say water's found its level there with the VK and the Falcon. They've not really made any gap on each other. It stayed like that for the last lap and a half, but here comes Luke Gretsch Gumbo.
Yep, he's got the lights on. He's going to have a look down the inside of Jason Fankhauser in the next couple of corners, I'd imagine. David Cox, it might be a little bit of a sitting duck here if Ash Wright gets a good run out of turn 4. big difference in the machinery under some of these cars. But would like to see Danny Timewell, see if he can stay with Ash Wright. He has been quite impressive in the early going of his very first round in improved production.
Starting to catch some of our under 2 litre cars. Of course, improved production has been famous for its capacity classes right throughout its history. 0 to 2 litre, 2 to 3 litre, 3 litre and over. Oh, sorry, 3 to 4 litre and 4 litre and over.
Yeah, that's Paul Chabot just getting past there at the back of shot. He's been fighting a few gremlins as well, just trying to bed that car in and see if they can get the issues resolved so they're not circulating at full pace. Only one of 2 under 2 litre cars here this weekend, the other being another Civic of Mark Baldwin.
Paul Cruz trying to make sure that no one's getting the dirty air behind his car and getting a tow. McClellan looks to the inside of the 91, which is Jared Tonks, the rod and gun entry outfit. Tonks saying, you can have a look as much as you like, Ian. I'm going to go around the outside. I'm going to cross over the ripple strip. In fact, I'm going to bring it right down the middle of my Commodore, and you can just juck in behind the rod and gun car in your Pro Cut Monaro.
These 2 guys parked next door to each other in the Ravage Raceworks bay as well, along with the Pierre Gross car and a number of the other cars that Dean Lilly and the crew are looking after this weekend across a couple of categories.
Anthony Johnson there trying to chase down Richard Opie from Bendigo Mazda. There's a big contingent of Bendigo locals racing in improved production these days, and he looks to the inside of Richard's RX-8, and the BMW has got the wood on it under straight. The Villawood outfit gets through on the Bendigo Mazda car. Great to see the crew from Bendigo Mazda. They put together a really neat outfit. And let me tell you, if you're looking for a new Mazda, go and have a chat. It's worth the drive up to Bendigo. Have a chat to Richard. Speak to David in the service department. Great people up there at Bendigo. If you want yourself a new Mazda, go and have a chat to them. Great people. Tell them you saw them at the improved production racing at Sandown, and they will look after you.
Yeah, they certainly will. The number of Bendigo locals, and there seems to be a good contingent of people coming from all parts of country Victoria. They come from far and wide to join the improved production field. People like Rob Braun coming all the way across from Portland District. Guys from Bendigo, the Shep locals, Shep City Bearings crew with Troy Lloyd and co. Travis Robson's not here this weekend, another one from Central Victoria.
I tell you what's really good to see out of Troy Lloyd's team is his brother Steve, who drove this car for the first decade of its life and drove it very, very well. Damien Milano now has gone over right out the back of the BMX berm up at the top of the hill there. Rejoins. Didn't like the look of that. He almost looked like he was in ghost mode there. So looks to be back underway now. And Poole out in front doing it very, very nicely indeed. And he is coming around to grab the checkered flag this time round. Our race leader, Adam Poole, does it again in an emphatic fashion. A very, very strong drive from the Interstater.
And have a look at this, the last couple of spots in the top 10 here. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, hasn't he had a fantastic drive? Can he nab David Cox before the end of this one? Thinks about it to the left, now thinks about it to the right. And that's a little bit tight, but Cox, I think, might just have the edge here. Can he hold him off for the run to the line? It's going to be close. No, Luke's going to get the drive. Oh, this will be a head. This will almost be dead heat. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo just gets position number 8 away from David Cox. What a fantastic
5/100ths of a second on the line there. Dave Cox is a exceptionally strong racer. He did exactly what he could do. Held his line. He didn't do anything silly. He didn't block. He didn't cover it off. He just held his line. And that's the kind of guy you want to race against, because if you start doing silly things, that's when panels get bent and you end up in the wall. But respect between those two V8 drivers out there, and a terrific result.
There's your under 2 litre class winner in Mark Baldwin in the little white Honda Civic, chasing home Andrew Tickner's Commodore. He's actually been doing some PBs, and there is the very sorry looking number 71 of Paul Bullerman, and look, he's got the bond down. Gee, he's actually avoided cracking a windscreen there, but I can't see much damage, so it might be a very, very lucky boy there.
Can't say I've ever had that happen to me, but that would be horrendous. All of a sudden you come out of there and you know the track goes right and you can't actually see where it is, and you've got 15 of your best mates all around you that just want to climb all over you. That's some scary stuff there. So I would say escaped a pretty rapid bullet there in the number 71. So good to see the car back underway and making his way back to the pit and paddock area to race again this afternoon. Of course, improved production there, 10-lapper at 4:10 this afternoon.
I remember him in the supercars saying that the one thing you have to do when the bonnet flies up is try and look out the hole underneath the bonnet, but it's not exactly easy to do.
Probably easier in a supercar because they're lower in the
Yes.
car and you can see through that gap. They almost look at that part of the windscreen. In an improved production car, you still sort of sit roughly about where the production seat would be. Great to have New Line Homes, LD Photography and Design, Yokohama, and of course this weekend, 888 Home Loans with improved production cars. Formula V's forming up. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll leave Steve in here and we'll have a fantastic guy out of the Formula V field, Australian Formula 4 contender for quite some years as well. But Brett McClellan will jump right next to Steve for Formula V. Back in a moment.
Clicks in front of it. Go ahead and click in front. Move your hand, sorry. Okay. That's...
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots.
Oh, there's a little bit of a replay for something that we didn't see in that last session. That is Wayne Twist and Adrian Taranto getting together, coming down to turn 6. So that was at the back end of that. And while that was all unfolding, the Formula Vs were getting ready to roll out onto the grid, and they have done precisely that. They're on the warm-up and formation lap now. Steve DeVries here, continuing on from the improved production race just a few moments ago. Brett McClellan has jumped in alongside me for this one. Give Darren Smith a much-earned break. Morning, Brett.
G'day, Steve. How you going?
Well, thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So, good race yesterday with these. Ready to go and do the job again. It's 4 in a row.
Yeah, it certainly is. He carried on from where he left off last year, won all 3 races, but he was pushed all the way by Jake Rowe yesterday. Even after the safety car restart, it didn't seem to faze him, and they had a very, very entertaining battle right until the checkered flag. So
I spoke to both boys this morning as they arrived at the track, and they both really enjoyed it. And Reed was happy to push it along. Clear the competition as well as it was last time. The Robbie's had an engine rebuild in between and stepped it up a little bit. So and Robbie thinks Reef's vulnerable too. So there's a chance there that he can just push him along. Reef's really ragging that car pretty hard on every corner. So I'll be interested to see because he had a bit of a moment yesterday too. You could have seen Danny on road. So lucky to catch that. So we'll see what happens this race.
yeah, he certainly did. He had a massive moment down there. Not as big as that Formula Ford moment we saw yesterday, but it was certainly a handful that he had to catch.
No, that was a fair catch.
It definitely was. And JRD men on the second row, so Heath Collinson and Ash Clifford, these guys had a really entertaining battle yesterday too. Ash Clifford with his best qualifying position there. They were just a little bit upset that he couldn't stay ahead of Heathy until the checkered flag, but maybe he's got the chance to get one back on him this time out.
Heathy's got about 8 years on him, a wise old head, so wise old head on Heathy, but he will be ruining letting him through, so we'll see what happens here, Steve, as we get ready for a race start. We've got Brett Burden back there in 6th spot and Nick Kerr in 5th. We go 5 seconds, so take it away.
All right, 5 seconds to go. Lights will come on. Yesterday it was a pretty even start between the 61 and the number 1. And this time it's a little bit of a different story. Good jump from Jake Rowe. Away he goes cleanly and Reef tucks in behind. Pretty even start for the 2 cars behind in Ash Clifford and his teammate in Heath Collinson. And it looks like Ash has got the jump on the run to turn 1 this time. Nick Kerr's in there as well. He's had a good run. He's starting to get his head around moving forward in the field. And Ash Clifford right around the outside of Reef McCarthy. So Reef has not had the best start for this one, and that little bit of vulnerability you were just talking about is showing again, because in at turn 2, Collinson sneaks through there as well. And this is going to give a little bit of a break to Jake Rowe, I think, here, that these cars have now got to work together to try and catch the number 1, who's already got a very handy margin. Yeah, well, certainly Reef's going to get a big toe up the back straight here, so it'll be Heath should be able to overtake Clifford, and McCarthy will be looking to make a move as well. But unique here at Sandown, it's being on pole position on the front row is not such an advantage as you run down into turn 1, as the other cars get the slipstream down the inside, as Collinson goes up the inside of Clifford over the top at turn 6 and Brett Burden wide. So let's see if he can join Reece safely, and he's managed to do that in front of Rob Vile. Jeez, he got in there, the nice little gap that he just fed into just beautifully ahead of Rob Vile, having gone backside of the turn 6 and 7 area that's been reprofiled in the last couple of years. McCarthy up into second, Collinson third now, as they move their way up to, what is that, turn 11 there, I believe. Yep, so there's Nick Grigg. He's just in there ahead of Brett Burden as they come around the last couple of corners. Russell Saunders ahead of them. So the front three now with a little bit of a break on Clifford as they come down into turn 1 for the second time. We've got Kerr on the back of Clifford, Burden making up from his mistake, Rob Vile having a good run, and Shane Purvis just behind him. There's that number 23 car, Lucas Coam, just there at the next car in the queue, the little blue nose on it, the one that had the drama down at turn 8 and gave the wall a huge wave. Oh, there's a... Oh, dearie me, that was close. Wow. We've got 4 cars around at turn 1, so that was very interesting as one of them came straight back across the track and lucky not to be collected by 3 or 4 other cars. So who's caught in this? That looks like one of the historic cars. Maxwell Bonney, I think, is in that one. There's that's Kelly Egan in the number 42 for Acura Motorsport. That's like she's the last one to get going. It looked like Claudia as well had gone around in the Beecham car. So we now got back to the front here though. We've got Rowe right on the back of Reef McCarthy as they go down through turn 6 and into the S's, down into Dandenong Road. Nice and smooth, both of them with a good exit. Out up onto the curb as we lose them for a quick second, and Collinson just sitting back there. Rob Vile off at turn 7, it looks like there. Yep, that's the inside of the circuit, I think, on the run down the hill toward Dandenong Road, so he's going to rejoin the back of the field, so he's made a mistake up there. Be interesting here, Steve, whether McCarthy and Rowe actually, as much as they're fighting each other, work together to pull away from Collinson and not let him into this to make it a 3-car battle at the end of the race. Well, this is what they were starting to do yesterday before the safety car came out after a couple of laps. They had worked their way as a team well clear of Collinson and Clifford, and then that all condensed the field up and only had about 3 laps to run, so it gave us a really tight finish. But Heathy's no slouch. He's got to find a way to work all by himself at the minute. He's really got no fast partner to work with. His teammate in Ash Clifford is starting to fall into the clutches of Nick Kerr in 5th place at the moment. So I'll tell you what, McCarthy is wide up over the top. Is it McCarthy or Rowe is wide up over the top on the exit of 4 there, coming up very close to the wall, but it looks like Heath is getting stuck out in no man's land as Kerr's putting a move on Clifford in the background there in the run up to 6. Clifford with the inside. Kerr's had to tuck back in behind him as they crest the hill there and stream it down in through Dandenong Road, and Kerr wide and Clifford both wide. They're starting to really stretch the boundaries of that corner. Yeah, the few of the drivers started to stretch those boundaries a little bit yesterday too, but Kerr's had a fantastic exit out of turn 9. He's going to be in position here. Oh, a little bit of grass too. Doesn't mind. He had 2 wheels on the track, so it was all right. Yes, that probably hampered his run, I would imagine, on Ash Clifford after that one. Clifford wide on the exit onto the front straight. That's going to slow him down, so he looks like he'll be a sitting duck down into 1 for Kerr as the 2 leaders stream away, and it looks like Collinson's just getting strung out, and
it'll be interesting to see the last lap the game's played, whether that brings Collinson back into play.
It doesn't look like Collins has lost too much ground to the leaders ahead, maybe only about a tenth or two on that last lap, but it's really the battle for fourth and fifth that's closed up. The Nick Kerr and Ash Clifford battle that is starting to unfold here. Brett Bird maybe sort of
He looks like he's closing in a little bit on these two as they continue their little fight. And that's a bit of experience from these two newer guys. They've only been at it for a couple of years now. They haven't quite figured it out that with Formula V racing, it's a slipstream race, and it's all about working together to get away from the people behind, and all bets are off last lap. So,
yes.
Collinson's great. He's a big thinker in this, and at Phillip Island he's unchallenged there with his thinking and able to position himself to win a lot. But Sandown's just that little bit different as Collinson slides it up over the top. But our two leaders through Dandenong Road, both very clean again.
Let's have a look at the curb use that some of these drivers are starting to take here. As you see another battle a bit further. It's Shane Purvis being passed by Mick Fisher. Some drivers will use the curves a little bit more compared to their counterparts, and that's just all to do with the cars that they have underneath them. Some of the older model cars don't use the curbs as nicer as compared to what these newer cars like the Sabre 02s, the Jaces. They don't seem to want to use the curbs a hell of a lot, so they're staying away from them. But you can see like Reece McCarthy and Jake Rowe, very, very heavy curb use at a lot of these corners, and that's why they're so much quicker than some of these other guys around.
Yeah, they're just able to manage the car being a little bit unbalanced. But as we have a look at Mick Fisher and Shane Purvis, is an interesting case, as it looks like Reece. Who's that?
That might be the Lucas Kawan car, I think.
Track, but you look at Shane Purvis coming down the inside of, who is that there, Mick Fisher. Shane's an interesting case here. He's really struggling this weekend. He's normally up at the front, on the back of the front guys, but he's really struggling this weekend. I know he did a gearbox change overnight, but it doesn't seem to be helping him much as we've got a car a little bit loose through one there, battling there with Grigg.
Yep, there's Nick Grigg tucked in there behind Brett Burden, who was the one that was just a little bit wide, understeered through turn one. Maintained that position at the moment. Brett Burden and
Burden's up into sixth.
Nick Grigg is 10th, and that was actually Brian Pudding. Sorry, apologies. Right.
Just looking at the lap times there, Burden's put in his best ever lap time at a 1:28.8. As the battle continues here with Purvis and Fisher having a real good dice. Purvis, tough racer, hard to pass. Qualifying, practice, doesn't matter. Shane's hard to pass, but he's really trying to drive the wheels off that thing. It's really not doing what he wants it to do.
He's got a young son coming through the karting ranks as well. Probably won't be too long before we see him in a V. And who was that wiped out a couple of the cones
Number 9
there?
That's who was it 9? Yes.
Yeah, that's Johnny Casamati car.
Casamati's taken 2 witches hats out, which is sitting on the track, I think, over the top there. So that'll be interesting whether that's a localised yellow or something. Whether it cleared the track or not.
He's locked in
but
combat
yeah, he's
here.
Really given those a fair clout. I'd be surprised if that hasn't been a steering arm or something.
Yeah, he's locked in battle here with Russell Saunders, who took over the Formula V that Winston Smith piloted last year before he's moved up to Formula 4. We saw him a couple of races ago, and this is the car that was in very capable hands with a very capable youngster making his way through the ranks for only 2 rounds last year, and now in the hands of Russell Saunders. That's car number 8. At the moment in trails car number 9. Johnny starting to really get a feel for this number 9 machine in his first full outing. But back to the race leaders, and it is on. This is going to be the last lap around when they get to the checkered flag. This time around it'll be 1 to go. And this is the way that it was at the end of the race yesterday, with Jake Rowe leading and then Reece McCarthy getting the job done on the last lap. And as you said, all bets are about to be taken off the table.
Looks like McCarthy's setting himself up here. He's not going to want to pass Rowe down the front straight. He'll just sit in behind. I think Collinson's too far out of it now with a 2.3 second gap. I can't see these boys slowing down that much, but McCarthy will be looking to make the move at the top of the back straight and then cover himself off down into Dandenong Road. So this is where the games are played, Steve. It's what it's been all about for 6 laps now. All about this.
And it's all the same thing would happen at not only this circuit, but Phillip Island as well. Another one of those circuits that you play the game, you set yourself up for the last lap. It's always about the last lap. Also saw him back a shot. Nick Kerr has managed to make his way through on Ash Clifford, and they're still pretty close together. So maybe Ash is setting himself up for a run at 4th place. There's a great shot of that Lucas Kawam car that's off to the left-hand side there. That car was worked on till 3 a.m. in the morning with the Chief Mechanic Tom Francis doing a hell of a lot of work to replace the beam and the steering column in that car.
McCarthy now made his move past Rowe, and I think we're going to get some lap traffic down into turn 11 somehow, Steve, because one of the back markers coming into play. Rowe's having a good look down into Dandenong Road. He's a little bit untidy on the entry. McCarthy was clean as they stream down into 11. And we may not get that lap car. It looked like it was going into play, but...
Kelly Egan, she's well clear of them at the moment.
Yep.
She's going to start the last lap, so she'll finish on the last lap, but it's going to be another win to Reece McCarthy. So continue on that form. 5 on the trot now here at Sandown for Reece McCarthy.
Yep, he is doing the job down there in the Sabre 02. Really impressive, and impressive by Rowe as well. Has pushed him all the way. That in lap times, there's not much in it. Collinson down back in 3rd. Clifford did pick up 4th and got her in the last lap there, which is terrific. Burden, Fisher's still yet to cross the line by the look of it, but that race with him and Purvis, as they cross the line, and Purvis gets the job done on that last lap. So Purvis up into 7th, Fisher in 8th.
And here's the battle for the last couple of spots inside the top 10. So it was Nick Grigg who was having a battle there with Brett Burden, and also right down the field. Here we go. There's Claudia Lennox ahead of Rob Vile. So Claudia, one of the early casualties down at turn 1.
They're just making their way past Max Bonney in a 1200. I think it's the only 1200 in the class this weekend. All the others 1600cc. Rob Vile looking to get a better run than Claudia off the corner, and it looks like he will do it as he sneaks up the inside, and he will. Claudia was slow off that corner, so Rob Vile picks up a spot on the last corner. Well done to him. And that would conclude our race 2, Steve.
It certainly will. That's race 2 of the Formula V's done and dusted for this opening round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 2021. We get to see them a little bit later on this afternoon. There's a bit of a time off, I think, now for the men and women down there at Blendline. There's going to be a little bit of a short break, and the next viewing that you will see will be the BMW E30s for their second race at 20 minutes past 12. So about another 30 minutes or so from now, and we'll take a short break and give our vote for the rest.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Saloon Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Open season is on with the value-packed Saloon Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
In the booth with us for the E30s to shine a light on, I guess, focus on the drivers and the cars that take part in the garagistic BMW E30 racing.
Really good to be here today. I've got to turn that switch on, I think. It's great to be back. We had some fun yesterday and fixed up a couple of little issues. Paul Shipp said he's going to stop using Morse code to communicate with the car behind him. So hopefully that works out well.
So obviously an adjustment there to the wiring or to the brake light switch or something along the way there, which we were looking at yesterday. Great to see on top of it. So the field coming around to the grid, a quick warm-up lap and into it. Alex Jory, winner of yesterday's race, will take a pole position in the orange number 22. Simon Leach in the number 51 will be next on the grid. Jeff Bowles, then it's a Rory Plant in the number 7. The only four-door out there in the pair pod outfit. Great to see that car. Love that colour. It's a really good colour for a BMW. The rest of the field being two doors, but Rory running the four-door. Michael Bailey on Brian Burke, who we saw on the front row of the grid yesterday, went off and managed to claw back to 6th place. Paul Schiff, then Harrison Walker, Jessica Bell, and Stuart Clark, Roderick Martin, and Darryl O'Neill, rounding out our 12-car field for the garagistic BMW E30 racing category.
I spoke to Mike Bailey yesterday after the race, and apparently about lap 2 or 3, he ripped the gear knob off.
That's not what you want to do. Brian Burke jumps away beautifully there. It looks slot straight up the middle. Simon Leach also getting away nicely as well. Rory just hanging on to it. Didn't get away quite as nicely as what he did yesterday. But have a look at Rory Plant right up into the back there of the number 51.
Yeah,
just gets hung out to dry a little bit there.
Yeah, Rory's got one of the strongest engines in the category, and he's going to need it because that Porter is a little bit heavier than the rest of them.
The 2.5 litre 6-cylinder M20B25 is a designation on the inline 6-cylinder that are used in these cars. Plenty of power to get yourself into trouble too if you're not careful with these things and drive them properly.
Certainly there is enough. They're a very well balanced car. They're very nice to drive. Yeah.
E30s, I guess they're kind of like the 944s that were on track beforehand. They're legendary for their balance and their drivability, and it's around about that time that BMW came up with the ultimate driving machine as their slogan, wasn't it? The E30, they really hit the nail on the head, and I think it continued on as well with the E36, which was a lovely car as well.
That's exactly right, yeah. The E30, very well balanced platform, great car for motorsport.
In its M3 trim, one of the best sounding race cars you could ever have. Of course, that was the 4-cylinder, the M3, and they just screamed. The music to your ears.
Indeed, would have been fantastic back then over in the German DTM series, or even over here racing with Jimmy Richards, and even Paul Morris was running an E30 M3 at one stage.
Yep, in the what was the end of the Group A era, and in the Group C era as well. They ran some highly strung M3s. Out in front now, Alex Jory just leading Simon Leach. Bowles also in the mix there. Started out at 3, stays in 3. Rory Plant out of 4, stays in 4. Brian Burke has made one spot up, and Bailey has gone back one. That was off the start line.
Like Rory maybe overshot one there and up onto the grass, but it's back on again.
Jess Bell in the number 30 car, the green car we just saw disappear off screen there. Returning to E30 racing for this season.
I spoke to Brian yesterday after his little off-track excursion on the last lap, or the second to last lap. He said to me he was overreacting to Alex' deep lunge into that end of the road, knocked a little break, and Brian jumped to the side and jumped off the track.
Now just going out over the back of the ripple strip there, up on the BMX berm at the top of the hill. Put in there for safety a couple of seasons ago after Todd Hazelwood parked the supercar up there after a nasty one, after years of many cars parking up there in a nasty one. And we've already seen it used a lot since it was put in there. A bit of a hard stand, cars can gather themselves up and not end up in the wall, catch the action and point back down the hill and rejoin the racing without too much further ado, and certainly not hitting hard things and damaging cars and walls and things like that. Jory now, fastest lap of this race, a 1:29.85 there. For all of those watching on the Blendline TV live streaming, great to have the live streaming as part of round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Even better to be part of it. First time that's been done. Bit of history being made here. In fact, the first lot of live streaming in Australian motorsport was done here with the Shannon's Nationals, with Formula 3 being the first cars to do it. And believe it or not, the first live stream we had was with Formula 3, and it was when Graham, got his surname's car flew up the back straight. Literally got air under it and went straight up in the air. It was like, wow, this live streaming is good stuff. Creates action in itself.
Mark Webber moment.
Yeah, similar to the Mercedes, yeah, exactly. It was coming together with another car, but drove over the top of it, flew through the air.
Like Brian is starting to give Jeff Bowles a bit of a hurry on now.
Just Bell there in the Min-Am photography, I think it is.
Yep, that would be correct.
I'm sure that's what it said. Good to see making a return. The Balagoon car. This is a mash of all of his favourite liveries, isn't it?
He does a little bit of rallying on the side and other motorsport in general. Mike Bailey does a little bit of travel overseas. Certainly enjoys getting into all sorts of different types of motor vehicles.
It's good to see a little bit of artistic expression there. Here comes Rory now returning in the number 7. All over the back of Walker in the 19.
That's a good little pack developing there. With oh, Mike's gone deep into one.
So the gap for Rory now closes up ever so dramatically with the 19. Harrison Walker now right in striking range there.
I think I've got to put the blocker on him then. I was just about to say Mike might be about to give Brian Burke a bit of a hurry up as well. So that didn't work well.
Disappeared off the back there. Big brave lunge down into turn one, try to make up some time. Went pear-shaped. Now we've got an in-3 race, which is for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. And Jess Bell is just off the back there, that bright green car.
Well, looks like Harrison's going to try and get up the inside of Mike Bailey.
Going to do it.
Yep, got him.
Oh, they stay brave, both of them. And reward is...
Well done.
Well, at least for this lap, lead the posse into Dandenong Road.
Oh, Mike's going to go...
Overcooked
he's
it.
Caught that. That's the rally experience coming in handy there, I think.
Overcooked it. Overcommitted to Dandenong Road, and that's what happens.
I think he prefers it out there. He's going to stay on the grass.
Feels like at home. It's a good run. Rory's really having to work for it with the number 18 there. The 19, sorry, Harrison Walker.
Yep, and Jess Bell now's got a bit of a run on Rory Plant, so she might have a look up the inside into one maybe.
This is certainly where the battle is. As I said, it's from 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. Alex Drury leading the way with 2.5 laps left to go in this race. Here it is. Rory Plant is going to look to the inside. No, Rory's actually going to have to keep an eye out for the bright green car.
Not sure if he should look at through the windscreen or through the mirror then.
Pick the mirror up and throw it in the back seat. The race happens in front of you. As long as he holds his line and doesn't do anything silly in front of Jess, he'll be okay.
That would be my preference. I don't really want to have a chat with any competitors after the race. There
you go. So up the hill we go. There's our race leader just disappearing through. It's Alex Drury to Simon Leach. It is Jeff Bowles. The 24 of, sorry, it is the 24, the 27 of Barry Burke, who was on the front row and led yesterday. Now fighting back through the field, but I tell you what, it's a difficult fight back. There's so much good driving going on out there at the moment that it's just not going to be a lay down misère, is it? It's going to be, you have to challenge for every corner.
Yep, and if Simon Leach doesn't get a bit of a hurry on, I think that Jeff Bowles and Brian Burke might be having some fun on the last lap. So I also had a chat with Harrison Walker yesterday after the race. He's definitely in the category. And this is actually the first formal racing that he's done in a car, so he's doing extremely well. He tried so hard yesterday that he threw the Dorian timer off the car somewhere on the circuit, so I had to hand it back to him this morning.
Oh, they found it.
They did find it, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you everyone trackside for finding that.
His father got a phone call this morning from timing saying, you might need this.
You might notice that at some point during the race yesterday we stopped scoring you.
He was a lap behind at one stage, apparently.
There you go. Now Rory's got through and now has got the battle of Jess Bell starting to apply the pressure onto Harrison Walker.
And Alex Drury's just set another fastest lap of the race, 27.8. That is a quick lap time.
Yeah, it's not mucking around certainly here today. Here's the group that we're talking about now. The 51 of Simon Leach, second in the race. 24 of Bowles and then Barry Burke fourth. And we're going for 5th, 6th and 7th on screen as our E30s start to come around to start their last lap and get right into it.
Little lock up there from Rory Plant to Dandenong Road. I don't think he meant to do that, obviously. Oh, and it looks like Harrison's bumper is going to fall off. I wonder whether he's going to get the meatball flag before the end of the race on that.
Yeah, that's not what we wanted to see, is it?
No, that's not going to last.
Last lap, there's no chance that a meatball flag will be hung out, no. So hopefully we can bring it round. Get it across the line. Alex Drury has had it all his own way. He's got a commanding lead in a 7-lap race of 6.79 seconds. That's and
well done.
Choosing to just turn off there, so good to see that car. Looked like it had Jesse Bryan's name on the side of it as well. That one.
He's using Jesse Bryan's car today.
Okay.
that's very good. That was a very good decision there by, as I said before, a debutant racer. So got some good sense of that.
Certainly, yeah, a good idea. Here's this battle. It's just for the second and third spot on the podium. We've got half a lap to go in this BMW E30 race, the Garageristic Series. And we're seeing a bit of use of ripple strip, starting to throw everything we possibly can at it. And Brian Burke will certainly be the recipient if someone throws it away at this point in time. He'll keep it on the black stuff. Here comes our race leader. 2 from 2 from Alex Jory. Just like we've seen Jamie Westaway in the 944s. A bit of domination in some one-mate categories, and this is an emphatic victory. Again, yep. So last time around 6.79 seconds. And the race to the line was fantastic. It blows out to 8 seconds. That's testament to this battle.
And that second to last lap, he set another fastest lap for the race as well. 2 in a row.
So Simon Leach into Bowles. Barry Burke home in 4th. Rory Plant in 5. Jess Bell in 6th. That's a good result. She's moved up the field. As has Schiff into 7, up 1. And Harrison Walker just disappearing off the time sheets.
I best head off now. I'm going to go down and make sure that everybody is above the minimum weight and I don't have to penalise anyone.
Thank you very much, Donovan. Very much appreciate your input here. Ladies and gentlemen, that's BMW E30 racing for their first race for the Sunday, of course. 2 races already now completed, and Alex Jory is proving his domination of the category. We've got a full sports car field ready to go as part of event number 35 here at the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for 2021. We will welcome the sports cars for their 40-minute race. They combine their 2 races for one 40-minute race, ready to get underway in just a few moments. Here trackside at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, being streamed around the world on the Blendline TV, my105.com network. We'll be back trackside very soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. The sports cars are out on track. Our, well, I guess, mini enduro for the day. 40-minute is the journey, and we love seeing these cars. This is the multi-million-dollar field, and you've got something for everyone. We've got McLarens, 2 of them. We've got Porsches, lots of them. We've got one Mustang S179 out there, which is a fantastic piece of kit. We've got the Sin, which is filling our screen, even though Cameron Hill has got his Cup car weaving around in front of it with the Pace sticker across the front of his car, getting great practice in for what will be the supercar round here in a few weeks' time. Ben Schutz in P2 there in the Sin, the Bulgarian supercar of all things, and a couple of Porsches that making up the spots just in behind there. We are joined by Dave Stillwell, who probably should be on the radio to Michael Stillwell at the moment, but he'd rather get out there and put his voice out on the radio to the world. Welcome, Dave. Of course, fantastic you could take the time out and give us some insight into this Victorian sports car racing scene.
Well, thanks for having me. Always great to be here. Of course, a huge thank you to all the MG Car Club and associated Victorian motorsport officials, and of course Motorsport Australia working hand in hand to bring us this race meeting just 2 days after the end of lockdown, that snap lockdown we had here in Victoria. Great stories up and down the field in the production sports cars. These cars you'll see racing in other categories, everything from 2F and 2B marked sports cars, production sports cars, things like our Mustang, Mazda MX-5s, Lotuses, Corvettes, right through to the exotic GT machinery we see populating GT fields and Carrera Cup fields around the world, GT4, GT3 Cup and GT3. Great story having Cameron Hill on pole. And great to have the support of Porsche Cars Australia during the COVID-19 pandemic, where normally those cars are allowed to be exclusively used in Carrera Cup because, of course, Carrera Cup got called off and they couldn't put on more race meetings. They said, you know what, while this is going on, you can race wherever you want, and we've got a great field of Cup cars from all of the Cup car supporters lining up and down the grid.
Yeah, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, and a clear, thoughtful process there by Porsche Cars Australia. I've got to be commended for that. Great to see the old Clark Quinn VIP car out there as well, right alongside the Stillwell family Mustang as it starts to pull up its position. Cameron Hill to Ben Schutz, Mark Sini to Manny Metazelma, Richard Campbell, or Rick Campbell in the McLaren 570. Lovely setup there, working with Rod Wilson, Mike Kokonos, and then Paul Plink, Travis Knight, Simon Baxter, Stephen Slugger in that Quinn car. Then we go back to Simon Baxter, John Williamson, keep an eye on that yellow Lamborghini, and Michael Stillwell and Andrew Hall. Rounding out our field, the revs rise as Ben Schutz in the number 65 Sin car get away nicely against the Cup car of Hill. Same level of experience with this, but Ben, pretty much Victorian man, has done some fantastic stuff in the 12-hour at Mount Panorama, driving the Daytona and, of course, cars for Richard Bendel as they stream down. And as we probably expected, the Porsche Cup car goes through and leads down into turn 1. Some moves in the middle of the pack there. Richard Campbell weighing in on it as well there. Great to see the McLarens in the field here today. Of course, Zagami Motorsport have sold 7 or 8 of these into the market now, so it would be really good to see them not just doing midweek track days, but out and joining in the Victorian sports car scene. There it is right there, the black car of Richard Campbell. Great to see it on track as the field streams away, and as we would probably expect, it's going to be the chase down for the next 40 minutes to see whether Ben Schutz can match it with the Cameron Hill Porsche.
Again, nothing launches off the line of a standing start like a Porsche Cup car. Massive, 315, 325 wide Michelin slicks, rear engine, all the weight sitting on the back axle where you need it. Makes it a bit interesting under brakes going into the corners sometimes, as we see Plank on screen exiting down in on road. The Porsche Cup cars really become a very effective platform in production sports car racing, cost effective to run, a factory built car, able to come out and just cut laps consistently.
It's interesting you draw that on. One of the most exciting things you see in Australian motorsport is a Pace Porsche Carrera Cup field or a Michelin Porsche Sprint Challenge field, all there. Transfer the weight to the rear and just drive away from the line. Really exciting start. 3 Porsches, 3 wide. The returning Hills, they've done a diff in that car yesterday. They changed it out this morning.
Rear drive shaft, actually. It snapped on the warm-up lap. That's one of
goes around.
As we mentioned, rotating under brakes.
Not good. Andrew Hills there. He's a vastly experienced engineer, has had Formula One experience. He's got Jason Dunstan, who needs no introduction, preparing a Porsche, and he goes round.
So Andrew Hall there.
Looks like he's still got drive, so it looked like it might have been a compression lockup of some sort. You don't want that. That's how you do drive shafts.
They are sometimes difficult because they run the paddle shift pneumatically operated transmission. Sometimes it's difficult to get it back down to first gear if it's spun and stalled, as I discovered in our 997 Cup car when I'd spun off occasionally.
So let's have a bit of a dig talking about the Stillwell family racing scene. Where is Dad? Out there in 14th in the number 6 Mustang.
He's not last.
No, that's it. Spoken like a son.
So
super proud of you, Dad.
Absolutely. So our car basically reflects sort of the earlier period of GT4 where the cars were kind of less developed, perhaps not as heavily aeroed. We've got a nice big wing on the back as it pops up on screen. I've been meaning to get it coloured or wrapped in blue as a Ford should be, but Michael's quite happy to leave it red at the moment. So out there just behind him is Williamson in the Lambo LP600 as well.
Yeah, new to circuit racing, got an off-roading background and has had at Island Magic and here this weekend a couple of interesting lines that we've seen him taking, but certainly starting to find his feet here in sports car racing. It's great to have a Raging Bull out there on track. I don't think it's a true sports car race unless you've got a Lambo out there at least waving the flag. So it's good to see it out there, and the McLarens as well. Of course, they're more GT4 spec, the McLarens. This is a GT3, this Gallardo.
It's interesting to see how far the technical regulations and the level of performance has moved on in GT3 and GT4. Consider when, as we see, up the inside goes Hall, recovering from that earlier spin. So the performance benchmark for an FIA GT3 car when it debuted was a 997 Cup car, and we've now progressed so far beyond that in aerodynamic grip, engine performance, tyre sizes, brakes, and they're very comfortable to drive. But there's nothing quite like a Cup car, no ABS, no traction control. You've really got to grab them by the scruff of the neck to grab them. And as we see, sometimes they bite, as it did Andrew Hall.
Rick and Michael running the 2 McLaren line of stern here, both out of Zagami Autosport. Of course, the number 3 not being prepared by Zagamis, but the car of Rick Campbell is. He's our second place car. This is Ben Schutz in the Sin. He hasn't lost sight of Cameron Hill just yet, which I guess when you've got the might and power of the Porsche Motorsport International developing cars for you, and you've got, I guess, you could say the garage of Sin, Bulgaria.
As Enzo Ferrari would have said.
Yeah, out of Bulgaria, that car, not renowned for their supercars.
It's a really interesting technical package, though. It's modelled on a low-cost, self-built car, kind of like what you'd see in the old vein of the Cobras and GT40 replicas, but built in a number of different versions. As we say, Richard Bendel of Daytona Sports Cars is the distributor in Australia. Ben sheds the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 10.9, matching that of Cameron Hill at 10.95. It's sold in a couple of different versions with a couple of different Chevrolet LS series engines. They do make a FIA or an SRO GT4 homologated version. And that's what Richard bases his car on, but being a low-volume sports car, it is eligible for production sports car racing. So he starts off with the GT4 base package and then builds from that. So it's running a Albans transaxle from up the road in Ballarat. It's running supercar-sized brakes, and as we see, while it's perhaps not quite the quickest thing off the mark compared to a Cup car, once it's underway, it's able to match.
Well, I guess like any car, if you're in the in the scope of it being good, and you throw an exceptional driver behind the wheel, that's what happens. Ben Shute jumps behind the wheel and massages this car. Sometimes he has to get the elbows and knees up like a rugby player and muscle it into a situation, but Ben needs very little introduction as far as being a fantastic man to have at the wheel. He's done development work with Harrop. He certainly did a lot of work with the Daytona Coupe, and pretty much single-handedly with the Sin has worked with Richard Bendel and his thoughts on that car. So he's got his dad and his brother that do a lot of the spanner work on the car as well. So like they did when they went improved production racing, the WPS racing in the background, just making sure all is well.
I think in the same way that it's not a Victorian sports car race without a Lambo, is it not a Darren Smith commentary session without managing to sneak in improved production into every mention of every session we do on track?
Got to spot that throughout the day. You've just told everyone around the world on the live stream. They'll listen for it now and they'll make comment if I don't.
You are a bit of a rotary man, and again, one of the cars we are missing.
That's in my past. It's 20 years ago. I'm not a rotary man anymore.
As we see,
it's like having a police rap, isn't it? Oh, you're a rotary man.
Well, it'll die. Obviously, when
it'll die with me.
It'll die with you. It'll be your epitaph on your on your tombstone. As we see someone getting very wide out again. Huge thank you to the Sandown Motor Raceway and the team here for doing that development work on the Turn 6 escape road area. We've seen a number of nasty accidents up there, and particularly these cars, if you get it just ever so slightly wrong in your braking marking, you'd like to have a little bit of breathing room for covering up your mistake over the top.
I'm calling it the BMX boom. So if you go up there, you can sort of bank high and wide, sort of, he's going to go wide, he's going high, NASCAR style, and then rejoin down in the S's.
Well, I was just thinking they've got that section of track just off the hairpin at the Newcastle circuit where the supercars drivers like pulling burnouts at the end of the race. It's probably a great expression pad if only John Davison was here to bring the Eastern Nats back.
Big g'day to John. Of course, yesterday respectfully we paid tribute to Lex Davison 65 years ago. We lost a great Aussie motorsport identity here. I guess the legacy is the famous Davison family now racing all around the world, in particular in Indy cars. John's son, so great to recognise that. And McLaren just runs wide there. Manny Menezelma will take advantage of it. That's both McLarens that have now run wide. But Campbell has dropped a couple of spots back down. Michael will do the same now in the number 3.
As we see on the back of that McLaren there, the P plate, so the drivers working through that provisional circuit licence program. While these guys and girls might have done a lot of track days, they'll be very in tune with machinery. When you make that step up the wheel competition, it's a very different mindset. There's a lot of different pressures, there's a lot of different variables going on, and this for some may be the longest that they've spent on track in a single session. So thanks to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship Organising Committee for working with Production Sports Cars for giving us this longer race on the Sunday.
Manny Menezelma now got handful there with Michael Kukanis there in the launch McLaren. And I guess off the back of those comments, Dave, what we see Rick Campbell doing with the coaching work that Zagami through their Autosport brand offer with experienced campaigner Rod Wilson is the way to go. If you're going to come into the sport at a base level in, let's call it, a high firepower piece of sports car, you're really best off to get some coaching, get someone in your ear to tell you how things work, because when you're new at it, it does take many years to get used to, well, yeah, that's the yellow flag, now what do I do? When you get to the next green flag, you resume racing, that sort of thing. I'm cutting it down to real basic stuff there, but that sort of thing on a safety car restart. Remember, your tyres aren't as they were before the safety car. Just those little bits and pieces that those that have been around the sport for a long time just automatically click into that sort of mode. But the Zagami Autosport people do very well. They're in the business of selling cars. They've got a racing division and holding people's hands, if you like, or coaching them through the early stages is really good. It's cool. It gives a lot of people an entry into motorsport in really cool pieces of race car.
I think the thing we have to keep in mind is that, different people come to motorsport at different levels in different stages of their life. And a lot of the target customers, Zagami Autosport, Porsche Centre Melbourne, a lot of the cars and the customers that are in this range, they don't have the spare time that a lot of people who are working on a car in the garage at home have. So they're paying a bit more money, but they're getting a professional level of service. And in that entails, in-car coaching, data review, pit-to-car radio systems, properly managed cars, being able to just turn up with your helmet, know the thing's going to run, really stress-free. And again, something like the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship caters to people at all levels of the sport, whether you're starting out with a Hyundai Excel that you've built in the garage, or an improved production car that you've been working on for 20 years, right up to a Porsche Cup car that just rolled out of the factory at Weissach, ran a couple of years in Carrera Cup, and then you just decide to run it with a local garage.
Interesting content there, Dave, is that some of these guys have been doing drive days midweek here at Sandown or Phillip Island for years. And they go, you know, you're wearing out your 911 Carrera S. You know, they've got a cup car that does this, and it actually costs less because you're not destroying a road car. It's been built to do the particular job, like this one here that we have seen, the 997 cup car that Clark Quinn drove, that's had a full rebuild by Andrew Hall and the crew at Cup Car Engineering in the lead up to the 2021 season, returned to its original livery in Hold. But yeah, that sort of thing where they can initially get an excitement into, I'll just use Porsche as an example because they've got the motorsport program in place. The 911 goes and does some track days and then wear it out. You know, here's the next thing. Come and join us with a cup car and let's go and do some more serious things. So a prelude, if you like, of learning and development in that sort of thing. McLaren do it, they all do it. The Super Trofeo sort of aspect with Lamborghini do it, and it's intelligent, it's clever. It's why, unfortunately, we don't have Holden in the marketplace anymore, but they had such a heavy involvement in motorsport, and the HSV brand spawned off the back of that type of thinking as well.
And again, what I'm really impressed by is that enthusiasm for restoring period cars to a period livery of a significant point in time. We've seen a lot of it in Group 8 touring cars, Super Tourers, obviously the really 5-litre touring cars. To see that passion now trickle down to Porsche Carrera Cup, where we've seen the Peter Fitzgerald 996 Cup car restored to a beautiful, immaculate condition. To see a Tony Quinn VIP pet booth. Doesn't that bring back memories of seeing VIP pet booth in front of the Cup car grid?
It certainly does. They were there for some time as well. Big programs there.
Michael Locasano on screen. So very different lines between the Cup car and the McLaren GT4. And that's due in part to the systems that are in every car. You know, the Cup car has no ABS, no traction control, a fair amount of aero. The GT4, smaller tyres, but a lot of those safety systems are tuned much more around a gentleman driver.
Certainly, when you start to drill down on those aspects, then there's multiple settings within each setting that you can drill down on, and that's when the coaching really starts to come in on it. You know, you don't know whether you're going to turn 10 clicks one way or 10 clicks the other. That's where the guy on the radio can say, righto, let's go 3 in that direction, and you'll feel the car change. And if you do, go another 3 at that point. There's the Stillwell Mustang just getting overtaken there. The GT4 McLaren. Michael at the wheel now, charging through on Manny Menezelma. They've had a few changes between them, these two. Swings and roundabouts.
They've been staying fairly constant on their gap between them. You know,
Menezelma goes round right in front of Michael Stillwell. He has to take evasive action. Lucky, no lock up there. Many years of experience at the wheel there. He saw something happening, managed to pull it up and jag to the left and just stay out of the way. Manny Menezelma doing tons of racing this weekend. Got his 944 as well, got the Cup car.
It would appear he's flooded it because he's got flames coming out the exhaust now. Needs to get it refired in a hurry.
He's flooded it, so should we get out the point gap and check the carby float levels as well?
Yeah, just give it a couple of pumps, mate. Check the choke.
Hold it wide open and give it a crank. Let's go. It'll clear the throat.
So Manny's car's an earlier 997 generation that originally ran a stick shift sequential with Hollinger internals in it. I believe it upgraded it to a paddle shift unit from the Australian GT Championship. But as I said, you're turning into that corner in third gear. If you spin it and you lock it and spin backwards, it doesn't really want to refire. You want to get it back into first gear. Sometimes they just don't want to play ball until the engine's fired up again.
I'm going to take a quick break out of the booth. We're going to chuck Callum Brannigan in here, who does all the reporting in the Vic State Racer. I'm sure you'll read that in weeks to come. And Callum will slot right in next to Dave Stillwell. We have got just under 25 minutes remaining in this 40-minute race for sports cars, and these two guys will bring us home to the end in this one.
So looking down the current leaderboards, we've got car 14, Michael Locasano, best lap time of 1:13.7. He's holding down 7th spot fairly nicely, 1.7 of the car in front and 3.4 seconds car behind. Welcome to the microphone, Callum Brown.
Thank you, David, and I will get your name correct this time.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'd call you by your father's name if I'd want to insult you any time I want to. Looking at the back straight, really lovely part of the circuit here. The rise up to the actor named Rock the Ride. Of course, we can say that because we don't sell rock cigarettes anymore. And then the dive down to Dandenong Road, where that extended World Sports Car Circuit used to join on, which has now been bulldozed over by the horse racing circuit. Ben Chute still with the fastest lap of the race, 1:10.8. He's backed his times off down to a 1:12.5, so now a 3.6 second gap to Cameron Hill in the lead. As I said, this is either the longest races we'll see at the Victorian state level, being the 40-minute races where we combine what would normally be 2 sprint races on a Sunday together to give these cars a chance to stretch their legs. Again, pretty much every car on slick tyres, wanting to make sure they actually get a chance to work for the longest stint in the car.
As you say, David, various tyre providers and constructors on these sports cars, but a bit of a harder compound than we used to see in other categories, so they can really stretch their legs in this long 40-minute race, as you say. So full credit to the MG Car Club of Victoria for putting this on for the sports cars, because sports cars really are suited to this style of endurance races. Of course, there's no pit stops in this race like you would see in other state level competition, but it's great to see them running for this length nonetheless. You were alluding to Ben Chute's pace before, so he's down in the 1:11s, but he was giving Cameron Hill a bit of a hard time for a little bit there, but the gap has grown out to 3.8 seconds. Hill is a very experienced man in Carrera Cup racing, and he was the only race winner.
I was about to say, the most recent Australian Grand Prix race winner.
Correct. There was one race run on the Thursday about 11 months ago that weekend.
No, just to interrupt you, Cal, we've got Card 99, one of the McLaren GT4s. That's off, I think, at turn 12, just outside. And we've got Manny Metzasama backing up at turn 4 as well. So a couple of cars, as we start to see, because these races are longer, the concentration level you've got to look after. For some of these drivers, you've got to pick a tyre pressure where the tyre is going to be good over the whole 40-minute stint. We might be seeing some people that have just overpressured the tyre ever so slightly, so they were good at the start, now they've gone a little bit far. Again, it's about managing the pace, the expectation. A lot of these drivers will have cool certs and drink bottles on board to make sure they keep their core temperatures down. Good thing we've got an official there, one of the photographers, I think, trying to have a chat to the driver of the 99, Mr. Campbell. It is GT4.
A little bit of damage to the front right-hand corner of the McLaren. So I dare say he might pull into pit lane.
He's knocked a mirror off as well, and he's going to keep going. There's a little bit of debris hanging off the front splitter. I did miss the fact that in the sports car race yesterday that no one took the opportunity to point out, the debris, that's where it is.
The debris.
At turn 1. If anyone does spot any debris, can you please let us know so we know where it is?
I'm sure the excellent work by the Blendline TV crew down in the OB van just outside of the commentary tower will bring us all these wonderful pictures. It's such a wonderful addition to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships to have them along, supported by my105.com, and this is lap 16 of this 40-minute mini endurance race for the sports cars. Just under 20 minutes, I should say.
Just over 20 minutes remaining, so we're getting, if we can speak the OB van, if we can make sure that we've got, while we're halfway there, queued up on the audio track. Not sure about the licensing for that.
Yeah, I think that's the whole budget right there.
And it looks like Campbell is slowing down now. He's figured out he's got a mirror hanging off, like a wheel arch liner, maybe part of the under tray on the front splitter. I think that'll car will make its way back into the garage. These cars are built to run longer races, 2, 3, 4 hours. Again, we see GT4 cars running in the Nürburgring, running in the what was the VLN, now the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, running 6, 8, 10, 12 hours. Just come off the Daytona 24-hour where these cars ran a 3 or 4 hour race leading up to the event. And the team at McLaren Customer Racing did right onto that. You'd think it's quite expensive and relatively to the lower end of a Victorian State Series, yes it is, but a GT4 car running cost very respectable compared to if you had that accident, say a GT3 Ferrari, you'd be mortgaging one of your kidneys.
Absolutely.
Gap now out to 4.9 seconds, Hill to Chutes. So Cameron Hill's also back on his time, so probably had a chat with the team in the pit lane. Got to make those Michelin's last. As you mentioned, a range of tyre suppliers used in production sports cars. So we'll see some cars on Pirellis, as you'll see used in the GT World Challenge Australia, presented by AWS. We've got Michelin's, of course, for Cup, the Sprint Challenge. A couple of cars out there might be on Dunlop, Yokohama's, depending on what's available. The Sin actually running Yokohama this weekend as supplied by Traction Tyres, and one of the long-time stalwart technical providers of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship.
And it's enabling Ben Sheets to be very consistent. He's consistently in the 1 minute 11s, that last lap a 1 minute 11.2. So lapping like clockwork at the moment in that Sin. I think that car made its debut in the State Series back in 2018. A couple of little issues with that car down at Phillip Island. I distinctly remember a flapping front splitter as it was nudging the high 250, 260 k's an hour towards the end of that long Gardner Straight at the island. But they've probably sorted that out well and truly within by the time they come around for this round here at the long straights of Sandown. So obviously it is a longer race, as we've alluded to many times so far. But from your camp, from your point of view, yesterday was an 8-lap race. What preparations do you make on the Mustang for this longer 40-minute race? Obviously a lot more fuel.
Full of fuel.
Yep.
Check the glove box for lollies. Make sure there's ice in the... Definitely make sure there's ice and water in the suit. Ice and water in the drink bottle. And again, it's about making sure the driver's comfortable. So it's making sure that the car's not going to do anything outrageous. It's pressuring the tyres so that they're the whole way through the stint. As we were mentioning, so we've got someone like Michael Locasano. He's now on his 17th lap, set his fastest lap of the race of 1:13.7. So we're seeing drivers, in Sluga, his fastest lap on lap 14. So even though you'd think you'd knock a fast lap out within a couple of laps once everything's up to temperature, before the tyre fell away, we're seeing that these tyres give. For a lot of these drivers, they don't get a chance to spend this long in the car, so they've got a chance to improve just incrementally, like you would session to session with data logging. This way they can actually do it while they're working the field.
So I wouldn't be doing a service to the Big State Racer magazine, which is of course available after each round of the State Series. We have 5 rounds this year. If you navigate to bigstateraceseries.com, it will be available usually around Thursday or Friday, depending on when I can get the words written and sent off to Chris Lambden, the publisher. Chris himself recently taken on category management duties for the S5000 class, which has enjoyed a very successful debut this year at Symonds Plains back in January. Great round.
Well, that makes sense because, of course, Velocity Management Group would definitely want to be associated with cars moving at a very high velocity.
Absolutely. So keep your eyes peeled on the website, bigstateseries.com. Of course, we've got Winton coming up. Round 2 on the 27th to the 28th of March. Round 3 down at Phillip Island, 15th and 16th of May. We're more used to seeing the State Series run in the winter months, so much cooler conditions down there. Round 4 on the 23rd to the 25th of July back here at Sandown. I believe it's known as the Hot Dog Round.
Hot Dog Round. Thank you to the Australian Sports Sedan Association.
Hot Dog
really,
round.
really great Hot Dog Round. If it's not Hot Dog Round, it might be the Super Cup Round.
Absolutely. Very popular round amongst the officials. And the 25th, 26th of September, the final round of the Victorian State Race Series at Phillip Island. The Winton round was obviously a recent addition in recent years, and it's great that it's grown out to a 5-round series. Of course, we've also got Dan McCarthy behind us from Auto Action, covering all the action. They have their 50th anniversary edition of the magazine coming out this Thursday on the 25th of February. So he is a very busy man at the moment. He was in the office yesterday. He's here at the track today. But the Auto Action guys are working very hard. It's an extra special edition, I believe. It's much bigger than the regular Auto Action magazine, and that comes out on Thursday to celebrate 50 years of Auto Action.
And I'm sure Bruce will appreciate every one of you going out to your local news agent and buying it, because that'll boost the production figures and it'll make it look really good to all the potential investors in Auto Action. Again, a huge thank you to Bruce and the team behind Auto Action. Again, it's a title that was in jeopardy for a little bit, but it's been great to see. And as you see, up on your screens now, for more information, visit the Big State Race Series. You'll be able to see the calendars. Again, discussion will go on Blendline TV about whether we can keep bringing you this amazing coverage. Huge thank you to Dan and the team at Blendline TV. Great to see this kind of coverage. We've seen it from other sort of state level events and kind of sporadically at sort of club level, but particularly in this COVID-19 situation where it's often difficult to bring everyone you know and love to see and experience. At least now we can share it not just with your loved ones and people you know, we can share it with the entire world. So for those of you watching from other places around the world, that calendar looks a little bit short. You know, there's a kind of a gap in the August area, and it finishes off fairly early in September. What you've got to remember, folks, is that it does get very cold in Victoria in the middle of winter, but also there's a number of events for cars such as this. We've got a number of historic racing events through the course of the year. We've got Phillip Island Historics, put on by the VHRR in a couple of weeks. Mad Marches it's becoming. We've got Supercars at Bathurst next weekend, followed by the VHRR Classic Phillip Island, followed by what was the All Wheels Race Fest and now the Shannon's Motorsport Australia Championships rescheduled for Phillip Island. The weekend following, we have the Supercars rescheduled Australian Grand Prix event at Sandown, and then the following week we've got our Victorian State Series round at Winton. So 5 or 6 very big weekends for club and professional motorsport in the southern parts of this country. As we see the leaderboard, that gap now 7.9. Cameron Hill just set his fastest lap of the race on lap 92. If that doesn't say anything about the consistency of the Michelin Cup N2 tyre, I don't know what will. We have seen Carrera Cup cars in both the Carrera Cup and the Michelin Sprint Challenge run longer races occasionally as well, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a recent addition for the Porsches to be running longer races, and they're much better suited to those conditions, or those style of races, rather than the short sprint style races that the Big State Series puts on for the rest of the categories. But Cameron Hill's absolutely showing his class in the G&K Porsche, and it's a beautiful livery. It's a beautifully presented car, the 111. Has his Medi looked after by Lachlan Mansell? We should give a shout out to Lachlan. I'm sure he's watching online at the moment, but his Medi representation, he's got many clients here this weekend as well.
He does.
Second.
I am deeply hurt that my good friend Lachlan, the ladies' man Mansell, did not call me to take up residence on the couch at Chateau Stillwell to look after all the many value clients that we see. So Cameron's coming up to lap Michael Moccasano, as you mentioned, setting his fastest lap time. This is the difference between the Pro and the AM races, and again, we've got a little bit of traffic. As we see in the background, blue flags waving, the Victorian flag marshalling team officials right onto it. And a huge thank you to all of our volunteer officials who've come out here, respecting the COVID-19 safety measures, making sure we can keep having a race. I know that was probably one of the objections to the 40-lap races, how many times cars were going to be lapped in 40 minutes. They were worried that if it switched from their right arm to their left arm to their second right arm, they were investigating whether they could wave a flag with their leg, or have put an automatic blue flag waving system up. As we see a little bit of traffic as some cars moving back to the field. Andrew Hall recovering from that spin earlier. He's moved his way up to P8.
Yeah, that's a good recovery drive, and it looks like Cameron Hill has lapped up to position 5 now, so he's just put Lovett a lap down, and his next target is Cockness in the number 3, McLaren. Having a bit of a coming together yesterday with Moccasano, I dare say, and there's a little bit of damage between those two. Some debris on the track as well, which was a bit of concern for the drivers as they were exiting turn 1.
But thanks to our excellent camera people from Landline TV, we knew where the debris was. So Andrew Hall on screen, doing quite well. Manny Mezzasama, stalwart of production sports car racing, now got a 944 for his son to do some driving as well. It's always been brilliantly presented, and Manny does a lot of financial work for some people up and down the paddock. We see Ben Shoots coming up to lap my dad. I think that's for the 3rd time. It's about that. So Michael and John Williamson at the back of the field actually have been lapping fairly close to one another, but I think John might be starting to find that lapping a GT3 on slick tyres with a lot of aero, as we're now just coming up on 30 minutes into the race, might be starting to feel a little bit worse for wear as the lap times start to fade away. And we did see this, the only event of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship we got in last year was this event, and that was the first time we'd run the 40-minute races. And I can tell you, by the time we hit sort of 28, 30, 32 minutes, we started to see a lot of mistakes creep in. It was a bit warmer, and some people, in fact, Lindley Baxter, who's his son Simon on screen at the moment, at the 996 Cup car, called the quits and said, I don't want to fence the thing, pull it in and park it. Of course, about 40 minutes has often been the limit of run time for some of the smaller, more original production sports cars in terms of how far they can run on a tank fuel.
that car of Baxter on screen now, making his way through turns 15 and 16. It's great to see the older model 996 out there and running. The old H-Pattern 6, is it a H-Pattern still in that car?
H-Pattern 6-speed, so probably a good time to talk our viewers and the people in the stands through some of the different generations of Cup car that are out there. So we've got the, in fact, great comparison, 996 Cup car with the fried egg headlights, as we see. Smaller rear wing, 3.6 litre engine, 6-speed original Porsche manual gearbox. In those cars, they made sure that the clutches would explode because it was, you always want to make sure you replace a $5,000 clutch rather than $25,000 gearbox. Now on screen, car 68, the Sluga, the beautifully presented Quinn. That's a 997 Generation 1 Cup car. So they moved from the 996 to the 997, kept most of the basic proportion of the car, wheelbase much the same. The wheels carried over, the brakes carried over. It's kept with a 3.6 litre engine. But in a fascinating bit of local content, Holdens came on board to redo the gearbox internals, come up with a sequential shift system. So that's where they've got that large sequential shift lever at the centre of the cabin. 2 generations of 997. Series 1 with a 3.6 litre and that slightly shorter rear wing. You'll see some more 997 Cup cars out there. We happen to spot the Paul Blank Cup car, or the Jamie Lovett Cup car, or the Travis Knight Cup car. Some of those out there, including Manny Metasama, 997 Series 2, updated aero, bigger front wheels, bigger rear wheels. As we see, here we go.
Screen.
So we've got Locasano in behind Lovett. He's coming up to, no, they are dicing within half a second of each other. So Lovett, of course, in a 997 Series 2 Cup car, 3.8 litre engine, 12-inch wide up to 11-inch wide rear wheels, 9.5 through 9s on the front, bigger tyres, same brakes, same BBS 3-piece wheel setup, but much bigger rear aero, and a couple of little refinements.
And of course, the 996 model had ABS, I believe.
It kept ABS, whereas when we went to the 997 generation, subsequent generations, the ABS got deleted, but they also put in a twin master cylinder setup like you see in most commercial race cars. So you went from having a vacuum-assisted pedal to having a very firm pedal, but much more of a race car. The 997 Series 2, massive weapon, had a chance to drive that a couple of times in 2016. It's an experience that will stay with me for a very long time. And then, of course, we moved on to the 991 Series 1 car, which is what Michael Locasano's there, the hallmark car. He's been a stalwart of Porsche competition. The 991 Series 1 carried over the 3.8 litre engine, but switched to the new 991 platform. So it's a hybrid steel aluminium chassis construction. Again, one-piece wheels rather than three-piece wheels, as we've got Manny Metasama in the pits at the moment. He's making his way back out. I didn't quite catch what happened there. The 991 switched to a gearbox supplier, different data supplier, but it also used the Porsche factory one-piece centre lock nut rather than the bespoke motorsport in of the 996 and 997. And then we got the 991 Generation 2, which is the latest generation that we've had running in Australia. Debuted in Carrera Cup in 2018, if memory serves, and it's been exclusively with that because the COVID-19 pandemic kicked in. And that car, what a weapon, 4-litre engine, even more developed aerodynamics. And of course, late last year, Porsche debuted the 992 Generation Cup car, which is another step up again. It's like a half-price FIA GT3 car, 12-inch wide front wheels, 13-inch wide rears. Availability of ABS and traction control to be turned on as an option in the endurance package. Swan neck mount rear wing, ducted front bonnet to take air from the front air dam through the radiator and out over the bonnet. Massive upgrade. So Porsche...
Very close there between the Lamborghini.
Between Williamson and Baxter, but looked like they managed to get through. I think that's just Williamson, as we see. His last lap was a 21.9, so perhaps that minute 27 he was doing was a slow lap. But I think just getting to use, as we mentioned, done a lot of off-road racing.
There on the 996 of Baxter as well. And Cameron Hill, the race leader, coming up on the back of those two battling cars. Baxter... And that looks like he's pulled over to driver's right, so there might be an issue with that car. Slight contact between the Porsche and the Lamborghini, but Cameron Hill successfully navigating his way through that close call. Yeah, confirmation. Baxter's moving very slowly up the back straight there, so I dare say he'll be pulling into the pits. There's only 4.5 minutes remaining in this 40-minute mini enduro. And Ben Schutt's also safely making his way.
As we see, yeah, it looks like it's had a right front tyre go down for the right.
Out to one of our fantastic providers in the back of the paddock there. Race Fuels, they provide all the good juice, all the bang for buck we talk about, all the fuels down there. They've got their new R card, so you can have an account at Race Fuels Central and trackside at Phillip Island permanent facility. They've got the fuel compound here and also at Sydney Motorsport Park these days. So go and have a chat to the team down there that support all of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Mark Tierney and Matt Smith down there this weekend pumping the juice. So say good day to them and make sure when you're at the track you buy nothing but the good Race Fuel stuff. It's the best juice for your race car. We've got Saloon cars on track. I've got Dan from Auto Action right alongside me. The sensation in commentary from this round last year, 2020. His debut on the mic and he did such a good job. He's back for the frenetic racing of Saloon cars. Welcome, Dan.
Well, thank you very much for having me up here. Great to be back at Sandown Motor Raceway. Not quite as sunny as yesterday, but nevertheless a nice day in Melbourne.
Certainly a lot more pleasant than yesterday. It was a bit of a tough ask for the 5th day in a row to be plus 30 degrees here in Melbourne. We're not used to that sort of thing. Let's have a look across the grid. Adam Lowndes has had a ripping weekend here, and I dare say Mark Sutherland in the red Commodore right alongside wants to halt his run of victories, as does Travis Lindorff and Daniel Johnson on the second row with Simon Taberner out of 5th again in the Pettis suspension car, just coming across the bottom of screen now into the grid position. David Wright in the number 46, then Luke O'Callaghan, and it's Harris entered car for Kikori on board there. Robert Knight, Glenn Campbell, Jeff Thomas in the 22, Ashley Lee and Callum Boyce. We won't be too far away from a race start here. Jeff Thomas just trying to find his spot on the grid. He left it to the last minute to get over to that side of the track and just holding up the back of the field there. So Mark Sutherland would like to get away nicely here. He has always got away nicely in this weekend. And the number 9 car getting set to go. The launch is critical, but it's the car next to him. Jeff Thomas, word is slipping clutch, so Jeff is obviously having issues down there in the Falcon. Get away and let's just rev match it for the rest of the 10 laps in front of us. The trophy race for today.
Green flag at the back.
Harrietville automotive car of Sutherland fills our vision for the 19 right next to him of Adam Lowndes on pole. And away they go. Sutherland gets another great start. Lowndes grabs second gear in the Pro Plum car. Lindorff looks to the inside, but up to the outside there. The first of the Falcons, Daniel Johnson in there. Jeff Thomas does get away, albeit with a fair gap back to the cars in front of him. So slipping clutch will be really hard to get that big Falcon off the line. But Daniel Johnson looks big in the corner. He's going to get through, but Lindorff's gone in there as well. The number 9, there's a coming together between the Falcon and the Commodore there. Daniel Johnson serving it up to Lindorff. The number 1 car, Casey Accident Repair Centre. And the number 9 of Mark Sutherland. So he has gone backwards again, getting a really good jump. But the other cars around him, it's like they grab second gear and just start to drive on by.
Yeah, the front 4 all switching around. It looks like there's 2 wide going down the back straight there. Johnson forced to the inside. It's allowing the Commodore around the outside as they head up around the top of the hill and down into Dandenong Road. So yes, Johnson holds on to second position, just ahead of car number 1, Lindorff. In 4th position, just behind we have Sutherland. It's quite tight early on in this Saloon Cars race, the final race for them of the weekend, a 10-lap encounter. But as they head around the final corner to complete the first lap, it is Lowndes who leads. We've said that quite a few times at Sandown.
We certainly have, and he's got himself a handy lead of already over 1 second in this race. So there's 9 laps to go, 1 lap down. Lowndes over Johnson, a ripping start for Johnson. Lindorff is certainly saying, hey, we want to go head-to-head in the Cave Hill Engines Johnson racing outfit. then we're going to go for it. And the pressure now also coming from the number 9, and the ultimate pressure in Saloon cars is Simon Taberner. This is his old car that he ran in this series going back, best part of half a dozen years ago now, in the Selby trim at the time. And he powers it on up the back straight. The number 14, Simon Taberner, knows how to go about it. Have to be probably with Travis Lindorf. Taberner have to be the most experienced in this field. Looks like Jeffrey Thomas has come to the lane now, so the clutch issue obviously not being able to continue on. Have a look at that massive lockup by Lowndes, which has been a feature on that unloaded left front on that Commodore right throughout this weekend. It hardly does anything around here. The right front gets absolutely punished with all the left-handers. And as soon as you tip into that left-hander at Dandenong Road, it unweights that inside wheel and locks up, and you end up like having a 50% piece on your left front corner. Your right front's wearing out and your left front's all out around.
He had his lead slashed because of that mistake. He was able to keep it on the road, but his lead has been cut severely. The top 6, half a dozen cars, line astern, separated by just 2.5 seconds at the end of lap number 2.
Simon Taberner for Pettis suspension leads the number 46 through there of David Wright. David Wright not being able to be shaken by the experienced Taberner.
Here we are, Johnson looks to the inside. There is a gap. He fires it through and he takes the lead. A superb movement. Through comes Lindorf as well. And maybe Sutherland as they head down the back straight.
The Cavehill Engines Falcon, the only Ford in this front group, leads the field. Cavehill Engines, Daniel Johnson, Johnson Racing up the hill. Travis Lindorf, P2, the number 9 of Mark Sutherland fighting back. Adam Lowndes, who's had a couple of wins already this weekend. One little mistake and you shuffle back to P4. And now Simon Taberner looks to apply the pressure. He has a left front lockup, mimicking what Lowndes had done 2 laps ago. And right in behind Taberner is Wright, then Callahan, Boyce, Kakuri, Campbell, Knight and Lee. Jeff Thomas retired to the pit lane. I don't think I've ever seen Jeff Thomas retire from a race. He may have in the past, but I'm going to hazard a guess, not in recent years of racing.
Lindorf.
Certainly not throughout the 2020 season.
No. Lindorf, great run onto the main straight. He's looking to the outside. Can he make it stick? He's keeping it round there. He's keeping his nose there. He'll have the inside now for turn number 2.
There's the payoff. At some point, you've got to turn right here. It's not often, but just sticks it in there. The Team Johnson Racing car, Cavehill Engines entry. Bridgestone shod field here in the Saloon cars. A very durable tyre, the Bridgestone they run in this category. It'd have to be. Have a look at the Chris Milton Racing Engines car of right now. Sticks it up the inside of Simon Taberner. Is Taberner going to make him pay and push him wide across the top of the hill? We'll have a look as they come across. Watching as to the gap there. They are side by side. Taberner will hold on. The wily veteran, he'll know how to do it. Commodore 4 wheels across the ripple strips and makes it stick. The 14 goes back 1 spot. A rare occurrence in the Petters suspension outfit. A very rare occurrence there. Well done to Daniel Wright. And the number 46 does a tremendous job. Now he has got the winner of 2 races this weekend right in front of him, Adam Lowndes. In front of him, Mark Sutherland. With the Cavehill Entries outfit. With Daniel Johnson. And leading the field now is Travis Lindorf. A guy who knows how to lead from the front. Done it numerous times before in the Casey accident repair Bridgestone shot Commodore. And into turn 1, there's Taberner. Has he got an answer? The development was halted on that car about 5 or 6 seasons ago. As I said, he parked it up. He went and did a bit of Trans Am racing, some Kumo tyres, V8 touring car racing, tried other forms of the game, other forms of motorsport, and managed to get some support on board to do the couple of big state rounds and hoping to string together a championship.
Sutherland has already closed the gap on this lap. As you can see, the gap was half a second between the pair as they cross the line. But here he is down the back straight, ready to swing it around the outside. In fact, he's got it done before the corner. Superb still. take second position.
That's exactly how you want to do it. Swing it across, take the ultimate line, the fast line into the S's down at the run to Dandenong Road. But that Falcon, Daniel Johnson at the wheel, the Cave Hill Engines entry, doing a tremendous job. He's not letting him die. He's waving the FOMOCO flag frantically out the window, saying, come on, General boys. There's 4 of you. There's 1 of me. There's 5 of you.
Somebody off in the gravel trap down at Dandenong Road. It's Harris.
That's the Kukuri car at the moment. Harris Racing. Kukuri at the wheel. That is, well, today, so far, that has drawn a safety car because it's not a good spot. If one can go in, it's inevitable that another one will. We've still got only halfway distance too, so we'll see if he can get it fired up and if they can get that extracted. He does. That's great. We keep the racing going. Kukuri lives on. Fills the screens with the number 19 of Lowndes now, who's currently sitting in P4 off the front row of the grid. Brained them at the start. It's Travis Lindorff with the KC Accident Repair Centre leading the field away. Mark Sutherland in P2, and it's a good old gap. It's going to be out over a second as they come to the top of the hill. Lindorff tips it in. It's Sutherland, that red Commodore. It's right. If it's red, it goes 10% faster.
Yeah, set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. Still less than 1/10 faster than Lindorff up front though. All of the top 6 set their fastest laps on the previous lap as they come around to complete yet another lap. So at the end of this one, that'll be 6 down, 4 to go. Still as tight as it always has been up the front. These top 5 cars separated by nothing. Here we are, Lindorff, Sutherland, Johnson, Lowndes and Wright, all line astern.
We look back into the field here, Campbell and Knight. If Campbell runs wide there, Knight makes hay while the sun shines. The number 57's got problems. Went wide at the top of the hill for Aussie Pools and is now slowing. That's a shame, but back at the front of the field. This is Travis Lindorff leading from Mark Sutherland. Daniel Johnson down the inside this time. Lowndes holds it up. He is really crowding the corner. He doesn't want to lose another spot. David Wright wants to arrest him of it. The Chris Milton Race Engines outfit, up the back straight they go. Through that kink left-hander. And lights ablaze on the black Commodore.
Lowndes has never really recovered from that mistake down at Dandenong Road early on in the race. Fell back to 4th position and has remained there since. Not able to get back on the pace and catch up with Johnson, who's now in 3rd position.
Lap 7, big lock up in the background there for Taberner. Did he keep it on the black stuff or has he gone into the sand pit? He's kept it on the black stuff, but he's lost a whole lot of ground. Big left-hand front lock up all the way down into Dandenong Road there. So another left front tyre that's going to be absolutely torched here at Sandown International. The Pro Plum car of Lowndes now under fire. Let's watch these Saloon cars as they come down the straight. Lindorff's got the front and doing it nicely. 1.5 seconds across the line that time around. The gap now back to Johnson from Sutherland is just under 1 second. The gap back to these two, 1.7 seconds. Right now, up on the ripple strip, over the back of it there, getting it very loose with it. The Bridgestones start to squirm under the weight of these Aussie-built race cars. Number 19 over the 46, the Pro Plum car of Lowndes. Chris Milton Race Engines. Commodore right in the rear bumper there. This has been going on for 4 laps now. And it's Simon Taberner just off in the distance from those guys. It's probably 7 or 8 car lengths after he speared off down at Dandenong Road that last lap around. The end of this lap, 2 laps to go.
How well are these two cars presented? They look really, really nice, these two Commodores. Really good livery, really good presentation. And yeah, battling for 4th position in this race.
You could sort of squint a bit and you could sort of go, wow, this looks like a Super 3 sort of race, couldn't you? Sort of like, yeah, minus the big wings and stuff on them. They're very well presented.
Yeah, Super 3 finished their season, it feels like just yesterday, but that was back in late 2019. The Super 3 finished their inaugural season here at Sandown Raceway. Brock Feeney being crowned the champion, and he's gone on to bigger and better things since then, of course, making his Bathurst 1000 debut at the age of just 18 years old. celebrated his Bathurst debut with his birthday, in fact. Not many people can say that.
Right, yeah. Travis Lindorf continues to lead the field. Next time round we'll be showing the last lap board. Get a feeling everyone's quite happy with where they've gone. Not quite happy, but almost resigned themselves to the fact that unless someone else makes a mistake here, these even gaps between these cars, albeit that they're all sort of under, except for our leader, under 1 second between them, as Travis Lindorf crests the hill at the Gumtree. Big breath, pull on the belts, tip it in on the left-hander and drive it on the front wheels all the way down into Dandenong Road. Adam Lowndes hopefully doesn't lock up that left front this time now, so he's got 2 corners and a lap to get through on the Falcon of Daniel Johnson.
Lowndes set his fastest lap on the previous lap of 1:24.6. That's a full 9/10 faster than the man that is caught in the Falcon, Johnson. The battle for third is on with 1 lap to go. Johnson, Lowndes, right. They head down the main straight. In the final sector, it's right now that's closed up on Lowndes.
Big g'day to everyone down at Red Hill. Get your eyes right down into Dandenong Road. Any one of these guys is going to give it a massive lunge, and it's going to be at Dandenong Road, or could it be here at turn 2, down the hill, into the left-hander. Right can't impress on Lowndes. Equally, Lowndes can't impress on Johnson, but they're closer than they've been for 4 laps now. Perfectly timed race drivers for the run down to Dandenong Road. A big g'day to everyone on Red Hill. Cast your eyes to the top of the hill and watch these 3. They're going to go 3 wide up the back straight. At the moment, it is Lowndes and Johnson. Lowndes taking the high lane. Right, and gets through. Gets through. No need to duke it out at the top of the hill. Drives on by Lowndes, the Pro Plum Commodore. What does Johnson do? Is there any lockups into... Oh, there's a front lockup on Lowndes' car. I told you it had happened there. Lowndes had done the pass in a straight line up the back straight, but messed it all up. Down into there. He's been locking that left front all weekend. The car just rotated on that locked wheel, and now we've got traffic in the mix as we cast our eyes to the finish line for our race winner, Travis Lindorf, the Casey Accident Repair. Signs off on the final race for the weekend. Wins the 10 lap up. I hope everyone at Red Hill had their eyes down there. I warned them. I said, look down the corner. You'll be getting some action coming your way.
Lowndes will be kicking himself with that one. Did all the hard work, got back to third, and then locked up both the fronts and then the rears, but kept it on the road. But yeah, 4th position in the end. Yeah, he'll kick himself. In the end then, Lindorf, Sutherland, Johnson, Lowndes, Wright and Tabernaur, the top 6.
So great racing there with Saloon cars as always, and it is fantastic to see all the fans up on Red Hill. We really appreciate you turning out to an event that had, well, just over a week ago, a massive grey cloud hanging over it. The MG Car Club and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, Motorsport Australia combined to hold their nerve, and we've been repaid with such a fantastic week of racing. That's the final race for the Saloon cars. Up next, the big bangers, the Gods of Thunder. We love these things. There are out on track next, V8s, turboed 4s, 6-cylinder BMWs, and everything for your automotive delight. On track next, Sports Sedans.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Big shout out to the Australian motorsport community. If you're not here trackside at Sandown, jump online, Blendline TV. We're about to bring you the Gods of Thunder, the big bangers, the sports sedans for QP Lubes. Throwing their support behind this category for another season. QP Lubes, if you're after any sort of lubricant, look them up and make sure you give them their business. They support this awesome category. They thump the ground, they rattle the flags, and don't they just get the sound right through your chest and give you a backbone of smashing these things do. Such tremendous looking pieces of automotive expression, if you like. Darren Smith here. I'm waxing lyrical about sports sedans with the guy that drove them in under 2 litre trim and did very, very well. Won a championship. Lee Partridge right alongside me. Lee, I'm not lying, am I? They're pretty
mate,
cool.
You do love a superlative, but you've probably outdone yourself there. I can't really top that. They are good cars. The variety lends itself to lots of different race lap speeds and battles throughout the whole field, but also the different sound that you were saying. I don't think we got that many rotaries, if any, actually this weekend. But usually you used to get things like Chris Muskett's Silver Bullet or.
Graham Gilliland.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Those things, for the rotary lovers, those things are amazing. But then obviously your small block Chevs and your Dean Camp and Robos and stuff like that are amazing cars. Turbo 4 cylinders and the rest in between. That's a good thing.
As the cars start to come up the hill, the Burin Motors safety car or course car leading them through there. Dean Cam will be right next to Daniel Tomasi. Dan, of course, on pole for this one in the PrecisionIntel.com outfit. Keep your ears peeled for the Precision Intel outfit. They are down there in Notting Hill, right opposite where William Adams have been for a very, very long time, a massive automotive supplier. And we can't wait to see their increased involvement in Australian motorsport, particularly within the sports sedan fraternity in the weeks to come. We're looking forward to what's happening there. Third on the grid is the now black menacing number 32 of Michael Robinson. Yes, it's the same Monaro that was yellow and it's the same Monaro that was gunmetal grey, but I tell you what, black suits it. The only problem is that every second car in this field at the moment is black, but gee, a Monaro pumped rear guards, fat as rear guards, and the aggressive front on the Monaro that Holden did such a great job in designing, and he is sitting there in position number 3. Right next to him, we talk about turbocharged 4 cylinders, is Brett Dickey. He's USA bound, and we can't wait to see what happens at the mountain at Pikes Peak, because Brett is going to be representing there, and we look forward to seeing the results that Brett brings home after his visit to the USA. He's super excited to get over there. Dean Cam into the lane. Dean Cam, defending champion from 2019, goes to pit lane. So Brett Dickey has clear track in front of him for the start of this feature race this afternoon. So Tony Groves in position 5 in the Mark cars, the Mazda 3. Ray Hislop, a great welcome to full-time sports sedaning in his Blue Falcon. Watch that car number 2. All blue, got the multicoloured, looks almost like a Smurden Motorsport type of front bumper on it. Alan Nash to Brian Finn. Terry Hamilton, Victorian champion, back down there in 9th. Francois Habib brings the Dodo Commodore after big repairs. Graham Meir in the 21 VH Commodore. Watch that one. It is a rapid piece of kitsch, as is the Falcon right next to him, the number 65 of Rick Newman. John Ipoloppo, Paul Panisi, Chas Talbot. Haven't seen if Chas has made his way back out there. Andrew Parker, Rand McGlurkin in the Nissan. Craig Eddy, Arthur Van Orso, Cameron McKee, Gary Vella, Greg Lynch, a lot of Vic V8 guys in here. Michael Budge, Tristan Bergman, Ian Elpin, David Page, and Daniel Tomasi has got the precision interval for all your automotive needs. He has got the front row to himself. Oh, have a look at that. The Mark car tries to get away early. He checks it up. That should be okay. He did try and get away, but Tony Groves has just surrendered about 4 spots off the run down into turn 1, 5, 6, as Rick Newman always also gets through.
Yeah, I think that's Rand McClurkin has not had a good start. He's actually rolling to a stop on the start line here as the field heads into turn 1.
Yeah, that's not where Race Control are going to want to see a broken down car. Let's see if the Pike Recovery are going to be able to hook onto that, and well, it's probably going to be a tow all the way down the length of the straight. It'll be over in about 1 minute and 8 seconds with Daniel Tomasi at the front of the field. There's Tony Groves. Initially jumped, well, almost like he slipped his foot off the clutch, and he checked it, caught it, stopped, and then we had the race start, but he's now got Andrew Parker behind him. I bet he didn't think he was going to see Andrew Parker behind him. He started out at 16th. But that's how far he's gone back. Robbo is now out after Daniel Tomasi. I wonder what happened to Dean Cam. The car just drove off. There's Rick Newman. Get a little bit squirrely. Might have been grabbing a bit of brake there, a bit of bias issue there. Am I seeing things? Tony Groves passes the safety car. So Rand McGlurkin, who is being rescued off the straight, has caused a safety car. Flag marshals were very animated then, weren't they, down into Dandenong Road to get the message out.
Yeah, I think with those cars making some overtaking moves right as the safety car comes out, it always plays havoc. The drivers are trying to concentrate, trying to make big lunges on the opening lap. It's the easiest spot to pick up positions, but when you're trying to make a move over the top of turn 6 there, turn 7, and you see safety car boards come out, it's pretty distracting.
So Brett Dickey will lob into P3, and that is as a result of Dean Cam not taking the grid. Graham Meir now going into the pit lane as well. I think that was Graham. I'll keep an eye on that. So he was just outside the top 10, Graham Meir, and started out of 11th. I think he was 11th, but I'm pretty sure it was him in the, yeah, that's him in the Commodore coming into pit lane now. Stops. Let's hope it's just to have a quick drink. No, the bonnet's gone up. So that's not what you want to see, particularly in a 10-lapper here at Sandown. If the bonnet goes up, albeit that we have got a safety car and he can still get out now and join on the tail of the field and still be in the mix for it.
Yeah, bonnet's gone down, so hopefully they can get him back out there before the field comes down. They've still got a fair while to go there. They're still on the back straight. I think they should restart this time around though, because Rand's car's already off the track. It does look like the safety car lights are out, so they will go green this time around.
So for QP Lubes, this is how, well, I guess the first 3/4 of a lap panned out. Daniel Tomasi to Michael Robinson, Brett Dickey, Ray Hislop up to P4. Ray started out of 6, so he's got 2 spots on that first run down there. Alan Nash, then it is Brian Finn. So there's been a bit of a mix-up between those guys down there at turn 1. Francois Habib, he started in 10th up to 7th, so that's a good run there. Rick Newman has impressed well. He's come out of 12th and made his way into 8th in the New Line Homes car. Terry Hamilton improving 1 spot there as well. Tony Groves is the one that went backwards. He did, I'm not going to say jump the start, but he sort of
he went out of the box.
Foot slipped out of the off the clutch there. Sort of interesting to see if there's any ramifications for that for Tony. But he's down in 10th place. Then 11th is John Ipolotti. He started out of 13th, so a couple of spots there for John. Andrew Parker started out of 16th. He's up to 12th, so a championship contender is well and truly in there. Paul Panesi, he's Paul's actually made up one spot. So we go racing again. The Domain Prestige Homes car, the Precision Intel outfit, leads the field away. Michael Robinson goes with him. Brett Dickey allows the turbocharged Prelude to just run free and sticks with them on the race start. He's got one of the hardest nosed races you'll ever find him. Ray Hislop behind him. Here comes up the inside. There was Francois Bibb in the old Dodo Racing Tasman Motorsport car. There's the number 2. This is an old Mark Larkham supercar that I believe Mark Winterbottom drove. His first drive there.
Interesting to see the straight line speed between the Hislop car and Brett Dickey's car, two completely different power plants, as we know, the 4-cylinder turbo versus the big V8. To be honest,
the turbo's driving away, isn't it?
The turbo's driving away there, so that they've obviously got the boost wound up in the VDR.
I tell you what, if you remember years ago, there was the Beninka family, Peter Beninka and the guys. They had that turbocharged Alpha, and it would haul right up onto the back of Bob Jolly's Commodore, not a problem at all. Just couldn't get around Bob, but going up the back straight, that green Alpha used to just, the gap was sort of 5 or 6 car lengths, and he was right beside them at the top of the hill. So you get a turbo car working nicely, they can be a great weapon of choice here at Sandown. And you do hand over some cubic inches, but you've certainly got that puff behind you. Rick Newman goes side by side now with Francois Habib. How's that going to play out? There's lots of side-by-side action. There's Terry Hamilton in the mix there as well. Paul Panesi. They're going to go side by side and wobble it down into turn 1 and get through. Nice job. Rick Newman gets through on Paul Panesi, on Francois Habib as well. So plenty of moves. Certainly there was some of the faster cars that were mid to back of the field due to issues throughout this weekend, but they're all starting to impress now. Andrew Parker, Sentinel security car, powers down, heads up. This is where the V8 finds a happy home unless you're racing against Brett Dickey and the Turbo Prelude here today. Certainly that uphill climb, the torque that the V8 offers, they just romp up the hill.
Yeah, Tomazi's cracking pace going already. That first line lap up and see car 11.4, which is actually pretty quick. But Robbo's pulled right back up onto the tail of him here. Interesting to see the lap times this time around. And yeah, Robbo goes quicker on a 10.7 versus
wow, I actually
11.6.
reckon that ticks over Robbo's personal best too.
Yeah, that's quick.
That is quick. That's really starting to push into it. Just grappling. The lap record is, of course, Tony Ricciardello and a 107.9. So we're a good 3 seconds off that, but that's Tony Ricciardello, 11 times Australian Sports Sedan champion.
Yeah, we'll let Robbo off with that 10.7.
That's it.
But he's actually menacing the back of Daniel at the moment, so he was showing him the nose a couple of spots there, so it'll be interesting to see if he just sticks with it, makes a move or not.
Let's see the drag race up the hill. That Calibra has always been known as a straight line weapon at Sydney Motorsport Park. Yesterday, Darren Hossack, you could hear the guttural groan as he went, yeah, that thing goes well in a straight line. They've got some ponies under the bonnet of the Precision Intel car. Keep your eyes peeled on the Sports Sedan news feeds over the next couple of weeks. There's some big things starting to happen with the National Series, and of course here in the QP Lubes Victorian State Circuit Racing Sports Sedan Championship as well. Looking forward to a huge year, and everyone's really keen to go racing, whatever form of the sport you like to do it in. They rip past the back marker there, coming down into turn 1. Robbo not quite as quick into the corner that time. Certainly looks as though, I've always enjoyed watching Michael Robinson race, a very smooth and deliberate racer. He doesn't do any unnecessary actions. Here's Brett Dickey filling the screens now. Power down with that supercar. When you look at the development of these two chassis, here's a family team building the Honda, and there's the might and power of the V8 supercar team building the chassis in that car, and also all of the development that a professional team can put it by. So not surprised to see that that car is doing so well, and with a steerer like Ray Hislop and Brett, draw a line between them. Some of the best racing out of Sydney going back a couple of years ago was Brett racing one of the RX-7s up there, and it was quite the online sensation. I reckon Brett's got an issue with the car. Yeah,
possibly got an issue there by the looks of it. The pace is just not there anymore. Possibly just a temperature thing. That might have turned the boost up a bit too high, maybe. But we'll see.
Possibly.
He's definitely buttoned off, and that's a bit of a shame for Brett. He was doing really well, but yeah, he's definitely lost pace in that car.
Let's see if he comes pit bound, or it might be just a matter of putting maybe a bit of black back on the spark plugs where the grey is sitting currently, or the very light grey. Tend to get a bit lean, but that is the story of a turbo car. Brett's absolute ripping guy out of the car, and an even better steerer. He's a Brett Newman up against Tony Groves.
Yeah,
A couple of blokes that have done improved production car racing now find their way into sports sedans.
True, and Rick's car's been smoking still, so it's been smoking all weekend, so they're obviously not too worried about it. I suppose keep pressing on. But yeah, after that poor start, Grove is certainly showing a bit more than he's got in that Mark car, which is a highly developed car in its own right. It's that chassis platform that's built up in Queensland, and has done all sorts of things nationally, internationally, as a platform chassis, which is now an invited car to the sports sedans. So pretty cool piece of kit, Australian-built race car, just like V8 supercars. It's a bit of a different rule set, but quick in its own right.
The Mark Cars program's acquitted itself well in the Bathurst 12-hour over the years as well, hasn't it?
Correct.
Done an exceptional job. Tomasi Robinson plus 2.3 seconds last time round, or 2 laps ago. Tomasi set the fastest lap at 10.56, last time round at 10.66, and Robbo's dropped back out to the 11.7s. But the potential of the Monaro, and a lot of race cars have had 2 birthdays since they last went racing, so COVID year off, and you know, with birthdays and race cars, they get thrown a whole lot of parts at them and go fast into hits. So
not wrong. And Robbo's got a new car coming too. He's got a Mustang from Riverside Racing that are building him a new car. That's going to be a pretty impressive piece of kit.
It on the flat pad looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? It'll be interesting to see how Liam and Gary Craft from Riverside Racing get behind Robbo to push on with that after many years of running Commodores and this Monaro. Michael Robinson switches over to a pony car, and I dare say there'll be a testing phase initially, but certainly that will go well, and that number 32 has served him so very, very well. I remember when it was new, and that's was this century, but start to look back, and this century started 20 years ago, so it's had some good racing, that's for sure. And Robbo's made sure he fronts up and keeps fronting up. Does national and state rounds where he can.
Daniel's sort of checked out now. He's really gapped Robbo, but they've both actually dropped the lap times off a bit. Maybe conserving, maybe pushing tyres a little bit too hard.
Well, I do know that both cars were running some old Kumos, so they were sort of, they go, we've got enough wear on it, particularly this thing had enough on it. It's got some tyres that did Island Magic last year with son Stephen at the wheel. The Precision Intel Outfit.com, precisionintel.com. Like I said numerous times, keep your eyes peeled for news around this car and the national sports sedans as well. Oh, here's a spinner. Number 58 has gone around Tristan Bergman. It's a difficult spot, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to rip front splitters off with that right across the middle of the track.
Yep.
There goes Greg Lynch, the dentist from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Obviously like the HRT livery back in the day, and gets that Datsun out of the way. The Rebellion.
BMW, I think.
BMW, is it?
Yep.
Okay, yep.
Sorry.
Oh, that's got some toe out on the left front, isn't it?
Yep. It's not looking too good for him. If he limps that back around and gets to the pits, he'll be lucky, as Daniel Tomasi goes flying past.
On his final lap too. This will feel good. This is a bit of a test session, but also a bit of a serious race to try and see where the car goes. And a 1:10.14 last lap around. Here is our lead car.
Not conserving tyres too much then by the looks of the lap times.
Or throwing whatever tyres left to the wind and hoping it makes it to the line. Good to see though, the Kumo tyre has been used in the New South Wales series for some time, and from time to time here in Victoria, but seems to be some uniting of the tyre brand across the state championships. And he points it up. No hurry to get to the finish line though. Look at him just cruising along.
Back that right off.
Ticks off the box. Gets a race win for Daniel Tomasi. Celebrates that. Michael Robinson also buttoning off to the line there as well. Ray Hislop into P2 in his debut in his blue Falcon. Seems strange about saying that about him because he's brained everyone in Blue Falcons in improved production for 10 years or more now. But now
Mega
jumping
battle
into a
going
sports
into the
sedan.
last chicane here. There's cars everywhere, too wide at the start of it. Tony Groves has got another car, just. He did, yeah, got Nash.
Groves eventually to the line. Nash, Rick Newman. Good drive there by Rick. Brings it home nicely. And getting Greg Lynch and a couple of the tail enders there. Francois Habib, Paul Panesi, unfortunately, get through in 7th before Habib. And we wait for Terry Hamilton, Nicolotti, Andrew Parker. There goes Hamilton, Nicolotti, Parker. He just cruises to the line in the number 14. And the rest of the field streaming on through. Brian Finn getting to the line there. Big contingent from Vic V8s here this weekend. And those cars are always prepared well. Confirmation is Daniel Tomasi for the win over Michael Robinson and Alan Nash into P3. Tony Groves, Ray Hislop. We're actually looking at meeting points here. So Dean Cam gets through in the top 5 for points there. There's that BMW. I apologise calling it a Datsun. BMW type of Datsun.
Probably upset a few people out there.
They probably have. Actually, the flares on it look similar to the Barry McGaw car that you drove, so that's probably what I was thinking of. Sorry about that. BMW Finery. Probably actually into a 5 Series too, so I was well off the mark there. So, Sports Sedans done for the weekend. We thank QP Lubes for their support of this category. We really enjoy going Sports Sedan racing and can't wait to the next round when we see the Victorian QP Lube Sports Sedans go racing again. Lee Partridge, thank you very much for all of your time and expertise over this weekend. I understand you've got family commitments away from the track, so I bid you adieu.
Thank you very much, mate. Good to be here. Cheers.
Andrew Parker stopped on the run to the line there as well and will get a tow back into the paddock. Your trackside here at round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Hope you're enjoying the weekend, and if you're not trackside, you're somewhere around the world watching Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower. We'll be back for plenty more horsepower next. Interestingly enough, XLs, and I'm mentioning bulk horsepower. Be back soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Hyundai Excels roll out, and we start to look down the last couple of hours to round out this round, the first round of 2021 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. It's XLs that will lead into MG and invited British sports cars. HQ's Formula Ford, the improved production race number 3, Formula V, and the BMW E30. I tell you what, that improved production race is going to be one of the ages this afternoon. It is such a tasty field of IP cars here this weekend that it will be massive. Darren Smith here right alongside Dan McCarthy. Make sure you get your next copy of Auto Action. We've got to keep Dan and Heath and Gary and the boys in a job. Make sure we keep that great publication going. Of course, make sure you check out Vic State Racer as well, our magazine that covers off this series in a real focused spotlight manner. Of course, Callum Brannigan working behind the scenes here this weekend, also on air, so doing double duties as a lot of these guys do, and we thank them very much for their expertise on the commentary. So Dan, here is the field of XLs. I'm going to try and get through the whole grid here, so let's just hold your breath for a moment. Get ready to call the start. Tap me on the shoulder when they're about to go. So Nathan Blight to Adam Bywater, Marcus Francis in 3, Peter Van Ward in 4, David Musgrave in 5, Harry Tompkins in 6, Matt Hillier in 7, Neil Hasler in 8, Jared Farrell in 9, Hugo Simpson in 10, Ben Grice in the 1, down in 11th there, so watch Ben Grice in the all-white number 1, Kobe Williams in 12, Anton Meloso in 13, John Thorne, then it's Liam Greggriggs, Glenn McKenzie, Techstar McCoy, Ryan Phillips, then Travis Jones, Kyle King, Larry Merrifield, Stuart Bruckner, Josh Nielsen, Liam Irving, Emma Clark, George Elias, Carl Nielsen, Mason Kelly, son of Todd out there. The number 29 on the grid, Toby Waghorn, Chris Bohall, Michael Jeffs, Edward Cutes. Then we've got Scott Appledore in the HBR entry, and we are about to go racing. Blight and Bywater, it's the battle of the food wholesalers across the front row of the grid. The Colin Bond Caltex livery along the side of Van Wart and Marcus Fraser, and away they go. It's going to be the Superior Food Services over the PFD Food Services, so let's see what happens out there in the free market. But in the racing, it's going to be the dark green Superior Foods car that gets the wood on. And on the outside there's another big challenge by Marcus Fraser. They've all managed to keep themselves pretty much neat and tidy in turn 1 for the first 2 races this weekend. So far, all good. There's a spinner. Is that a 44 or is it 45? No, it's a 2. Nothing like a 44 or a 45. Car 2 is Stuart Bruckner. And that, you would have thought might have created mayhem, but no, it hasn't. They've all managed to get their way around.
Yeah, half the field taken to the outside, half the field taken to the inside. Fortunately, we're able to remain green and no safeguard fight. Look at this round
747 being served up there big time. Didn't quite catch the number of the car, got into the back of it and into the side with the 747.
Just like that, 15 positions gone.
Gareth Hodgkiss started out of 35, and that by no means was the back of the grid. It's a 40-car field, so wasn't too sure whoever it was, but it was the car behind him beside that got pretty rough and ready with him. They all stream down into Dandenong Road. Everyone just grabbing a little lock-up, a little slide into the corner. As long as they all do it, they'll stay off each other. There's no dust rising yet, just a little bit of lock-up smoke from the rubber. All cars running on the same series of rubber.
That's a car off down at Dandenong Road, not quite in the gravel trap, hopefully.
The Free M race gear car, great race suits.
Hopefully reverse can be plucked and we can remain green, but look at them all. All these cars, 44 of them, down pit straight. Blight leads lap number 1.
Brendan Stewart is the one off down at Dandenong Road there, so let's hope we can get that going. We don't have to see a safety car. I guess my question is, yes, and I'm answering it here. P6 is car number 1, Ben Grice. Started out of 11th. There must have been some sort of post-race penalty for the race this morning. Because, whoa, the 7 into the back of the 13 there. That is Larry Merrifield and the 77 now. The Montrose Smash Repairs. That is a good idea. Back up out of the way. You'll probably get in trouble for engaging reverse gear, but manages to stay out of the way. So the 7, Larry Merrifield, got into the back of Techstar McCoy. I didn't see that, Dan. You saw that?
No, we just cut to the camera and we saw a bit of contact with the wall there. No, we just saw the car facing backwards with severe right rear damage, so that won't be able to make it back, I don't feel, judging by the way that, I think that could be the other end of it. Car number 75.
William Greggricks, open wheel driver out of Formula V. And Auger race engines on the rear flank there in Bayswater. Raceline Motorsport Raceway. And the 3M car also parked up. So we do have a safety car. 8 laps remaining. It is one of those things when you see a safety car in a race like this, the success of XLs has been the numbers that it's generated to come to the track. But what that does, each time you add a car, it adds an extra percentage of something going wrong for someone, and ultimately a safety car board comes out. So a lot of these races are punctuated with safety car periods, and what we've seen so far is some front suspension damage on the 77. We saw the number 7 Larry Merrifield car get into the back of the 13 of Tex McCoy. And we've also got the 3M race suits car parked up on the side of the road as well.
The car just gone across the line with speed up front. No, it's damaged. What a chaotic first couple of laps. More like a demolition derby out there, especially in turn number 4. Only lost a couple of cars, fortunately. Fortunately, no more than that. So yes, as we are under safety car, we'll just refresh, tell you the order. So it's Blight that is leading from Fraser, Ward, Tompkins. Bryce now up in 5th position after the second lap. Got through on Bywater. Musgrave in 7th position. Hillier P8, Simpson 9, and Thorne rounds out the top 10.
Car number 15, Mason Kelly, started out at 28th, up to 17th, so that's a good drive for the newcomer. Car number 15 doing a ripping job, making up the best part of 11 places in the early part of this race. It's good to see.
Some of the field still hasn't even caught up to the train. That's how many cars are out there in the opening round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship here at Sandown Raceway. The opening round, next round at Winton in a month's time. Looking forward to that one. Always a good round up there. Throws up a bit of different results being such a tight and technical circuit.
The good thing I like about Winton is that it's like this place. It's a place with ramifications. You get it wrong, you go off, you hit something, or you go off and the field just streams by you. It's that tight. Very important message being put across the bottom of our screen right now. Big thanks to all of our volunteers and officials around the track, from the top of the building we're in, race control, led by David Vernell from the MG Car Club. He's got Laurie Nelson up there helping him with driver standards this weekend, a very, very strong competitor for over numerous decades. And it's great to see Laurie contributing back into the sport that he has had such a great competitive life in. And we get down through our level, downstairs to the stewards and the race secretary's office. They're all important to make sure we go racing, the lead in, all of the homework behind the scenes. And then of course our service groups around the track. The Victorian flag marshalling team got 30 flag marshals here this weekend, making sure that the drivers are safe, giving them all the signals that they need to know about danger, faster cars passing, deteriorating surface, those different bits and pieces. One of the funny things I remember from when I was racing was a flaggy holding the deteriorating surface, or oil flag as it's colloquially known, but had the oil flag or the deteriorating surface flag out and pointing upwards. I didn't get it until I got to the corner and there was rain.
Yes.
And I went, well, that's a very, very good way. It made absolute sense, but just had to experience what was being told to me. So deteriorating surface flag and pointing to the sky means it's potentially wet in the next corner or raining. So they have a very inventive way of getting the message across the flag marshals. Often they'll be waving a flag and they'll be pointing to the left or right of the track just to give the drivers all or as much knowledge as they can of the danger or what may be blocking the track ahead. So it's great task the flag marshals do. Our fireys from the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad right on cue. Enter stage left, exit stage right as they make their way around to a scene as well. Team Medical, which have got some new protocols in place due to COVID these days. If a driver has an incident, the medical car will respond. But if the driver gets out and the trackside marshals fear that that person may be affected by COVID, so sniff the nose, well, we all know the symptoms, the ambulance will be sent. So that is a state-endorsed protocol for cleaning that vehicle, so that makes sense that that is something very new to us. We normally, we see an ambulance, we tend to get a little bit nervous. And it could just be a bit of COVID insurance going on. So hopefully we don't see it at all. We don't want to do that because I would suspect that would probably shut the event down pretty much instantly at that point in time. We've got a time penalty board being shown again for car number 1 for Ben Grice. So I'm pretty sure he would have had one at the start of this race. Started at 11, currently sitting in 5th, and he will see that now as he goes under it and has been dealt another time penalty. Not sure what has happened there, but Gricey running foul of the officialdom here this weekend a couple of times. Can often be just a simple mistake like, let the clutch out a millisecond before everyone else does and you're away.
You mentioned COVID there. We're very lucky to be able to hold the race meeting this weekend. Victoria coming out of the 5-day lockdown during the week. So, yes, back here racing this weekend, which is great news.
I've got to say, Michael Hurley and David Vernal, who are the two guys behind the MG Car Club running this event, and I guess the guys have put in a lot of the footwork to make sure it was, and I reckon they were doing some pretty fancy footwork around that announcement on Wednesday with Premier Dan, and they held strong, really. Their nerves of steel just to hold on and hold on and hold on, and we get to go racing here this weekend. Safety car still out on track, and the field looks to be picking up the pace as we see the Fire and Rescue Squad car going through again. And of course, all of the MG Car Club volunteers, and a bulk of their work has been up at the COVID check at the gate throughout this weekend. The pit and paddock area, they do a tremendous job, as each one of the promoting clubs. And there we have it on the screen now for the live stream around the world. Join us trackside at Winton on the 27th and 28th of March. It's such a simple drive from Melbourne to Benalla these days. Jump on the Hume, 2.5 hours later you're there, refreshed, ready to go for a day's motorsport, or jump on the Hume in Albury and an hour later you're down at in Benalla, or wherever you may come from. Join us at Winton. It is a fantastic place to go racing, and you can literally see the whole track in front of you. It's the beauty of Winton is that you can stand on the old pit straight, watch out over all the action right the way around the track. Phillip Island, get down to Phillip Island on the 15th and 16th of March. I implore you to get down there. It is a great time of the year at Phillip Island. Beautiful scenery, and we have a safety car coming off. So make sure you get down to Phillip Island on the 15th and 16th of May. We'll bring the calendar up again towards the end of this race, and we'll complete the calendar for you as well. So safety car off. Nathan Blight leads Marcus Fraser to the line here, and we've got 6 laps remaining on the timing chart. I dare say we may get that shortened, being that we had 3 laps under safety car, and we are back underway. Motorsport Australia rulebook says after safety car, no passing till you hit the scoring line or the start-finish line in this instance, so everyone has to wait for that.
Fraser in on the straight, big toe, pull pass straight into the lead, so a lead change there up front. Fraser from Blight, 3rd and 4th side by side as they go around turns 2 and 3, turn 4 and onto the back straight. Can't quite see that on the screen, but as they head down the back straight, it is now Fraser that leads.
John Thorne wears a lot of battle scars from this weekend's racing on the number 69 there. The Allied car, massive marks down the side of the car. That was there this morning, so must have occurred yesterday, but a very willing racer. Let's have a look. They start to go side by side. The battery stop, project the car against the Bendigo accident repair centre car. Number 1 of Ben Grice, who's got that time penalty hanging over his head. Stays brave, as only Gricey can do. The 128 down, looks down the inside. Is there a coming together? No, but Tompkins gets pushed wide. and the 128 of Matthew Hillier will, well, no, they're going to go side by side. They'll bring it up to the S's, and here's mayhem. It's Phillips in the number 8.
Phillips looks like he's got out, but the number 13 car has not, so we may see another safety car. This battle is still going.
So that's Star McCoy, who was served up earlier on in the race, has now found himself buried in the pit. Have a look at this. They've gone fanning out 3 wide initially. Anyone for 4, anyone for 4. 3 wide, 3 wide, 3 wide. 4 down the straight here at Sandown.
It's certainly possible in a field this big, that's for sure. But as they head to turn 1, they've got back into lines of 2. Noah and his arc. Noah's arc.
They're still 3 wide. They're lining up behind these 3 to try and get through at the moment. It's the 83 who's got the power at the moment. But boy, I tell you what, the weight of ascensions with the 128 and the 33 as well.
Hillier and Thompson have been side by side for almost a lap, but as it is at this moment, it's Hillier in 5th and Tompkins in 6th as they head down the back straight. Safety car deployed.
I almost headed into horse race call then too, didn't I? Going down the straight. Could have done it here. There it is, the number 13, Star McCoy. Concept cars of Geelong buried up to its knees, and we'll see the Pyack recovery crew. 2 outfits being sent out from the Dandenong Road access point, and see if we can get these 2 cars extracted. 4 laps to go. I am going to hazard a guess we're not going to see too much more competitive Excel racing here today.
I hope we would, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure we will. So if that is the case, Fraser will take the victory in the 3rd and final encounter. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. There's a few slow cars coming down the back straight there. That orange and white car. Can't quite see the number, but travelling very slowly.
Is that the number 9 of Chris Stillo? Or is it 6?
I think it's 6. I can't quite see.
Don't have a 6. Not on the list anyway. Big thanks to Trick Trailers as well for jumping on board with the Hyundai XLs here this weekend. Everyone emblazoned, looks like number 8, Ryan Phillips. Ryan was in some strife earlier on.
Is that a front left? Somebody doesn't look right to me. Left.
I'd say there's a tyre off the rim the way that's pointing out there.
I do agree with you on that one. Quite a bit of action up and down the field, not just causing safety cars, but other incidents that we haven't quite seen, which you've got to expect in a field with over 40 cars. There's just action everywhere.
Marcus Fraser leading the way in the East Gippsland Garage Doors car. He's done a good job holding off Nathan Blight. Adam Bywater has returned to 5th place. Ben Grice is in 3rd, but has a time penalty. I'm going to suggest of 5 seconds. And at the moment, if you add 5 seconds to his time, will put him down to about 10th or 11th, which is where he actually started this race. So that's a shame for Benny. Not too sure what's gone on there. He's had, he won the race earlier today, won yesterday, and he started out of 11th. So it'll be interesting to see what's gone on in the back rooms before this race, and certainly he's been given a time penalty in this one. So would be 5 seconds ordinarily, and that will see him just outside the top 10. So we're getting rid of this car as well, parked up down there whilst we've got this safety car out. So race control taking advantage of, if you're going to have the safety car out, clean up everything, make the car max safety, and return all the wrecks to the paddock. And safety car has the field well and truly under control. Here comes the number 8 now, and it has made its way all the way around. 3-point rolling is the sponsor on the bonnet of that car, and Trick Trailers emblazoned across the front window of all of these cars. Great to see Trick Trailers remaining involved in motorsport for such a long time here in Victoria. Numerous HQ sponsorship deals over many, many years. Lots of different bits and pieces. Okay, here is the replay. There's Brycey going down into Dandenong Road. No harm, no foul there. Everyone gets through, but here is the coming together. That's the one to take out the car that's just gone into the paddock, and there is the 13, which did not get out. So Ryan Phillips came together there with the car. We've got Stricken down at Dandenong Road with Pickett as they are just off the back of this group. There they are. The inside look. And yeah, well, it wasn't Ryan Phillips. He ended up having to go around the back, but it was Textar McCoy that had to jag to the inside, then trying to get around the corner, came together with the number 8. And Ryan Phillips has got a broken car, as does Textar McCoy.
Just some awkward contact there, wasn't it?
It wasn't low speed, but it's obviously damaged both cars, and one ends up to its knees in the sandpit.
Absolutely. Ben Grice, you mentioned before, in third position with the penalty. Of course, if things get back to green, you know, he'll be able to field spreads out. He won't fall back as far as he will if we finish under safety car.
I reckon he's praying to get back to green so that exact case scenario plays out, Dan.
Exactly right. It looks like the recovery vehicles have moved from turn 4. I can see the car going, the recovery vehicle going around turn 6 at the top of the hill. And it also looks like they've moved down and landed on the road. So there is a slim possibility we might get back to green here.
Plenty of racing still to go here on Sunday race day here at round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. XL's, of course, on track now. Historic touring, some awesome bits of machinery on track. Next, then the HQ Holdens. Formula Ford on their Yokohama's improved production. On their Yokohamas, the Fords on the 048s and the improved production cars, the 050s. Formula V and also the BMW E30s for the final race of the day. We are well and truly looking forward to completing a full day's racing, and boy, we're looking forward to completing round number 2, 3, 4 and 5 this year.
I'm also looking forward to this because the safety car is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a one-lap sprint to the finish to decide this Hyundai XL third and final race. So one lap to decide it.
Have a look at this. They are lined astern with each other. Do not touch. Do not flinch. No one should be trying to pull out and pass before they hit the control line. Fraser gets away nicely. That's exactly what Ben Grice wants. He doesn't want the field to be compacted up. So right up the line astern with each other. Have a look at this. Who blinks first? It's the number 12. Grice goes with Nathan Blight. No, he jags to the inside. Grice is going to lead into turn 1. He's got the inside running, Blight round the outside. They've gazumped Fraser, so Fraser will go from 1 back to 3. Blight in the superior food surface. We've got someone doing a bit of rallycross action out over on the left of, right on driver's left at turn 1 there. Rejoins in the 994.
Windscreen wipers going and everything.
Kobe Williams it is. Big adventure. There's Merrifield, the number 7.
480 out wide, and that was a scrape of the wall, but lucky to get away with that.
Jones in the 80. Travis Jones there. Went up against the wall. Green flags waving, so all clear. Here we go. Ben Grice in the number 1 at the moment will still fall right outside the top 10, but he's doing all of his championship points hopes. The best of good across the top of the hill. Liam Gretgrix. Have a look at that. The number 12 there, Nathan Blight. Seeking camera footage there. Lockups in the 128. The 33 goes off, so that's Harry Tompkins.
A spin, contact.
Massive contacts.
Roll nearly.
Car up on 2 wheels. Disappears and goes into the into the officials area, the 994 of Williams, who went off at turn 1 in a spectacular way on the restart. This is exactly what Ben Grice wanted, a gap of at least 5 seconds before the next car. So the first 4 go to the line, being led by Ben Grice, Nathan Blight, Marcus Fraser, and Peter Van Wyk. Let's watch that gap tick away. It's 7 seconds, so Ben Grice will probably go down to 5th.
Well, there you go. Yeah, as you say, so no 4th position it'll be. So it'll be Blight that takes the win from Fraser or Grice in position 4, and thanks to all that mayhem down at Dandenong Road, yes, Grice P4. Incredible finish to that race.
John Thorne 5th. He came out of 14th. That's a big move there.
The replay on the screen. So side by side going into Dandenong Road. 33 out wide. There, contact 128 back to 33.
And Williams gets a shove up the back and then gets one in the side. 2 wheels it, like the Bridgestone precision driving team there for a minute. And then a handbrake challenge into where the officials are parked. So the recovery, it's right in front of you guys. There it is. So that puts an end to it. We're going to get another look at this. Here's Ben Grice, the Bendigo Accident Repair Centre. So Gary O'Brien's business.
So there was contact between 128 and the car ahead 83. 83 spins, watch this. So there's contact there, 83.
That's the 33, Harry Tompkins.
Very thorough, yep. And then here comes Williams. Oh, so lucky not to roll that. Then contact from number 7. Spins the 994 car around.
Don't want to try and make sense of that. Here we have the meeting points. It's Blight, DeFraser, Wart, Grice, Simpson, Bywater, Farrell, Thorne, Tompkins, Musgrave. Rounds out the top 10 on points for this round for the XLs. And it does a ripping job there. Craig Featherston down there in 46th in the number 31. Hillier, Hasler, Mason Kelly home in 13th place and points for this weekend. And have a look at that. A lot of damage. And that's not what we wanted to see at any point in time. But it is a part of this sort of racing. This one make big fields is always going to happen. Dan, thank you very much for that. Excellent to have you on board here in the commentary team, doing a tremendous job. It's historic touring cars coming up next trackside. You're at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we're live on the Blendline TV, my105.com, Motorsport Networks right around the world. Back in a moment.
A lot of movement you want in a decliner in the happy.
Open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
surprised they aren't recording it on that one too. They usually do and pull up the replay. Yeah.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And welcome back to Sandown International Motor Raceway. This is round one of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The Hugh Gidney Memorial, presented by the MG Car Club of
the MG
Victoria.
event is now on,
It is the
and there's
first
never been a better
of
time
5
to buy.
rounds
With great
for the
drive-away
Vic
prices
State.
across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And Australia's best value compact SUV with MG 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Saloon Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Season is on with the value-packed Saloon Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Saloon Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
There's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Welcome back trackside here, the MG and invited British sports cars for the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series. And in fact, in 2020, this was the only round we ticked off. It was a ripping round and we were ready for a really big season last year. Absolutely ignorant to what we knew the bumpy road ahead was going to be for the entire world. But here we are, and testament to the whole sport here in Victoria, and of course Motorsport Australia, for just saying, hold your breath, we'll get there. Come Wednesday lunchtime, we'll know more. And everyone did, and here we are, we're going racing, and it's fantastic. We've got a whole series ahead of us this year, so just talking offline, it's affected many people's psyche, including myself, and it's so good to be back doing what we love. And a couple of second-generation operators on the air right now. Myself, and right next to me, Sean Herlihy as well, who his name is even on the entry list here this weekend, but he's been kind enough to jump out of the helmet and come up here and put the headset on. Sean, fantastic weekend. We're all really jumping out of our skin to go racing in the State Series this year, aren't we?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, look, the entries prove the point, and I think it's probably worth saying a quick mention about all the officials and all the work that's been done on behind the scenes leading into this. As you said, the unknowns from not even 3 days ago, really, and the way it's all come together, and yeah, all the work that's been done upstairs and behind the scenes to make it happen. It's just next level.
It is interesting you mentioned there's a couple of people that I know, and that's Michael Herlihy and Dave Vernell, who were the ones that were taking the biggest deep breaths, weren't they, over the last fortnight or so. And testament to the effort that's been put in. And look, it's all the car clubs around trying to get sprint meetings, hill climbs, all these things going. And, you know, even just the Club Motorcana became impossible in 2020. So we're doing it this year. We've got a great field of MG and Invitus British sports cars. On pole position will be Philip Chester. Right next to him, Ben Miller wants to halt the charge. Keith Ondiaki in the number 40. The car, I can't help but barrack for. It looks so cool, and as does the stag behind it in the number 44 there with Lana Ondiaki. In front there is Anthony Albrook, Peter Owen. Then we go to Richard Milligan, Dave Mottram, Richard Volbrecht, Darren Suter, Bruce Asprey, Greg White, Roger Chapman, Gordon Bunyan, James Dodd, David Anderson, Andrew Watson, Bulmer, Pritchett, Rose and James Robinson rounds out the field, and we should be just about set to go. All the marshals are clear of the course. 5-second board. Watch but don't stare for the red lights that go on. As Muller just moving a little bit in the box there. Checks it in the number 25. Got away well this morning, but it's that second gear grab that Chester's got it, and Chester's actually got the power down beautifully there. Look at the 84 coming through there as well. That's Peter Owen getting a ripping start. Just watching the little midget from the back of the field there getting on through as well. This one coming up the extreme right-hand side of track, making very short work about the 6 or 7 last cars.
Yeah, very well sorted cars. Jim Robinson's little midget. Very good handler of that little thing.
Certainly got the power down and all the way down the straight there as well, so he's got his advantage to come. Oh, look at this. This is Muller.
Well, bit of an issue from Ben. Don't know what's going on there.
I reckon that was an issue with the clutch on the line, because he crept and he checked and he crept and he checked.
Yeah, didn't quite get off the line at all, did it?
No, it didn't look nice. But he has got going.
I'd say he'll let that home. That'll be the end of his weekend, unfortunately. It does get a bit to this point of the weekend where he ends up basically, or generally MGs end up a bit tired this point of the weekend.
We put away a couple of months of rest and recreation, maintenance go on for the next round. Of course, it's not that long. We go to Winton for the state round in about a month's time, so we're looking forward to that. Lap 1 on the Blendline TV, my105.com. Lap score at the top of your screens if you're watching on the live streaming, and a very big welcome to everyone watching for the first time. If you're somewhere around the world and you haven't seen the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, one of the finer categories on track right now. Always turn it on if you've got any sort of, I guess, harking to tradition or to yesteryear. There's some cars in this that will serve you up that. There's also some modern iterations of the MG racing format here as well, so something for everyone.
We've actually got a father and daughter team here in second and third. Keith bringing up second with Ben Mueller's failure, and Alana following closely behind, which will be quite interesting for Alana. I think she'd be a bit nervous in that little position, but absolutely loving it. Having a bit of a chat with them earlier. They are having a ball out there. Closely followed by Peter Owen at the moment. Just behind Alana there. Very quick four-cylinder V, that one. He's actually won the Peter Lee Memorial Trophy this weekend, which is the first four-cylinder MGB home in race 2. Good testament to Peter Owen's preparation and driving of that vehicle.
I think it'd be nice if Keith and his daughter would show some respect, it is MG and invited British sports cars.
Look, we've had those words
we have
previously.
We've got an MG in front, all right, and the inviter's British, the second and third.
That's it. Look, it's really good to see those cars up there. And Alana's really pedaling this thing. I was having words with them earlier, and Alana's just, a little bit nervous, being that the car is so quick and that she's developed, but it is a testament to the development of those cars.
48 being driven by Anthony Volbrecht there, certainly one of the more modern iterations, not that traditional MGB shape. Actually, I noticed parked down on the infield at Dandenong Road next to one of the tow vehicles. I think it's a TC.
Okay.
Green TC parked there. Obviously, a car
Very
club
nice.
member down there, but we might even actually get see a shot of it as we come to Dandenong Road. It might even be a TC, it might be a TF. But not great with all of them. They all just look ace to me. It's like, oh man, you keep that going and that looks awesome.
Yeah, look, it is really cool to see all the car club members out here as officials coming forward to probably have a look than official, but look, they do put in a lot of time, and a lot of them bring out their old cars and take them for a bit of a cruise to bring them out. Good on them.
And it is good to see everyone up on the hill. Thank you so much for joining us trackside for round one of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And I think we've rewarded your commitment to the sport too. There's been some great racing today.
Yeah.
Across all the categories, everyone's done well.
Definitely putting on a bit of a spectacle, that's for sure. We've just seen Jim Robertson get in front of Tony Vollebrand there. Just overtake the old little hatch, and he'll follow Jim up the back straight and see how things evolve.
So the 44 being driven very, very well at the moment, and to, I guess, wind down the laps before some of these cars, particularly that midget, which we saw get away beautifully off the line.
Definitely not a short race for this these sort of cars. 7 to 10 laps is more than doable, but at that 10 lap point with these sort of fairly stretched four-cylinder MGBs, it is a little bit of a long race, isn't it?
It's like the conundrum of life. By the time that you've finally got enough money to own a Lamborghini or Ferrari, it's all too late. You're in your 80s and you're not going to use it to its full. You're stuck in an old Datsun when you're 18, and your life needs to switch around the other way, doesn't it?
You're that lucky to own a Datsun, that's all right.
I did have in the 80s, but it's strange, and along the way you cross over with Triumphs and MGs. At some point, there's an apex somewhere, isn't there?
There is indeed, yeah. Again, Jim just getting up in front of Peter Rowan there, and Tony Vollebrand following his way through.
So Jim, obviously, we're talking about that midget.
Excuse me, yeah.
Robinson, yep.
Yeah, number 2, excuse me, Jim Robinson. Yeah, again, speaking of Datsuns, that's actually got a little Datsun engine in it, that thing. Raced with that engine in the 70s, I believe. So he's put that car back to historic spec, and he runs with us in the invited class. If it had an MG engine, that would be eligible as an MG.
It was quite popular with the midgets to sling Datsun motors.
All sorts of stuff. Datsuns, Lotus twin cams, all sorts of things ended up in little midgets back in the day. I actually own a little midget that originally back in the 70s had a Lotus twin cam in it. For some reason in the MGBs, back when they actually usually ran MGB engines, they just worked. I think there was something that was quick out of the box without too much modification.
Certainly were out of the factory. They were a piece of kit, and they still are. We've seen them racing here today.
Yeah, that's Greg White, number 9, the beautiful yellow MGB. Now, I'll take this time to mention Greg White. He's a hugely forgiving member of our car club. Puts in a huge amount of time, actually, on the official side of things as well. Just can't mention him enough for all the time that he puts in, and not him himself, but there are other members in our racing that just do things behind the scenes that is far beyond what's expected of them, and I think that's really, really good.
It is interesting. It's all about club life, isn't it? And I don't care whether you're talking about the tennis club, the bowls club, or the car club. Each and every one of us are a member of one of these smaller families in a bigger community, if you like, and then the community at large is a move there for place as well.
Beautiful move by Tony Vollebrand under Alana there to take 3rd place, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, nice little move. Oh, and Peter Owen makes a little lock up on the way through as well.
The 84 pushing on.
It drops Alana back down to 4th position at that point. Still very good for her. She's a very good driver of that old Stag, considering how much of a handful I can imagine they would be. I mean, I've driven a few trucks in my time. I reckon it'd be somewhat similar.
I've driven a couple of Stags back in the day as well. I think I wanted one for my second road car ever, and I drove one and I went, yeah, no. But that's why I guess I sort of look at these cars and really enjoy what they're doing. It's like anyone who's a passion for an MG. You got a passion for a triumph. And let's face it, the TR7s and TR6s of this world were in the same era or just before the era of the B, and were hugely popular around the world. They're still around all over the place.
Yeah, they were. Up the Dolomites and all sorts of stuff. Very, very popular back then. Nice little battle down there with Greg White and Richard Vollerbrin. Richard really trying to give Greg a run for 6th place, is it there? No. 10th and 11th they are there, yeah. Really getting into it.
Here's this change of position as well now. This is Robertson on Vollerbrin. Gets through, so off the back of the grid on lap 5, so half distance, has made his way to P2.
Not bad.
Watch out now as he starts to impress, although it's 49 seconds away for the race. Up the inside, Vollerbrin.
Very nice clean move there. Beautiful racing, I think. Nice racing move.
I reckon we can go three wide up the top of the hill here.
I wouldn't pass him.
Maybe not.
And Alana's just jumped through under Peter Owen there in the.
He's having troubles.
The number 4 MGB. Yeah, very highly strung, these 2-litre Bs. Who knows what's gone wrong there?
That's a shame. Look at this midget though. Bouncing around across the bumps at the top of the hill here, keeping off the ripple strips. It's just going to upset the light little car, isn't it?
Oh, it is really a bit of a...
Whilst the hatch behind him's going, using all the real estate. 49. 48, sorry. Right up the side for 2. But it is nowhere to be seen. Phil Chester and unfortunately Ben Muller didn't make the first lap of this race. So Ondiaki, Keith, Holbrook and Muller all in pit lane now.
I really enjoy this sort of racing. I think, again, you've got an historic built, period maintained vehicle and an early 2000s or late 1990s, modern hatchback, and they are, you could almost put a roll of paper between the two of them. Like they're just chalk and cheese, aren't they?
So who's it testament to? You got the guy keeping the old thing going, or the guy getting the new thing working better?
Look, again, I think it's a little bit of both. It's
a bit of column A, bit of column B.
Look, these ZRs, once you get your head around the whole front-wheel drive orientation of a car, and you get a little bit of lift-off oversteer and that sort of thing, you get them through the corners pretty quickly. And that car as well has got a fair bit of power to it, obviously. But again, the midget, light, nimble, handles really well. Datsun 2-litre, good powerful motor. Different but very similar on track. Really cool racing.
Peter Owen out in the MGB Roadster we just saw, so taking no further part in this race. This is lap 8 of 10, and credit to everyone as we see Phil Chester getting all Le Mans on us with the big LED flashes.
Yeah, just letting everyone in the field know that he's coming back through. Nice little battle here between David Mottram in the number 11 MGB and Richard Milligan in the number 10 MGB in position 5. They've been battling out all weekend, just trying to give each other a go.
The onus is here on the 48 to get by the number 2. He can put his car in the position on track wherever he wants. 48 has to find the way around. It's not like he has to open the door and say, there you go, there's the track wide open for you.
No, it'd be very difficult racing against a little midget like that. I'd imagine out of quite a large hatchback in comparison. Wouldn't be easy to see the midget out in a little blind spot.
Even if you were side by side, all you'd see is the top bit of the black roll cage.
That's right, and I reckon that'll blend into the road pretty quick.
Yep.
Again, Alana not falling back at all there. Really keeping up with those boys.
I said it about these guys earlier, and at the end of the race in the paddock area there, even Peter Owen, I dare say, once he gets back there, once he's recovered, will have a smile on his face and will be rubbing his hands thinking, what are we going to do to make this thing better at the next one?
That's it, man. It's all about progression to get back on track at the end of the day.
Story has remained the same for 3 or 4 laps now. Here comes Phil Chester, letting them all know, arms out. They know he's coming. There's plenty of polite pointing in the direction. Yes, at the point, it's not a signal or an order for a beer or anything like that.
No, it's definitely the index finger.
It's pointing that way. Maybe it is, just one beer. Thanks, Phil, on the way through. We'll come and celebrate with you tonight in the Yarra Valley Towing Monty Power entry.
I'm sure we will. He's done well. Phil brought that thing home. That funny fact, that car's actually, again, been built in New South Wales. Run production sports cars up there for many years before it came down here to Phil. 295 kilometres an hour down Conrod Straight for an MGB. That ain't bad, I don't reckon.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of the genuine MGB GT under the that beautiful livery that he's got there. Certainly letting everyone know as much as he possibly can with advance warning. He's now coming up to take a lap on the entire field. So that's very Morton Fitzgerald-esque. Just on that, where is that car now?
Yeah, look, in fact, gentlemen on the screen right now, the number 10 red MGB, Richard Milligan actually owns that vehicle now, and he ran that for a few years. He's jumped back into the Group S car to have a bit of fun, I'd say, in the 4-cylinder, but he does still own that open V8 Roadster, and I believe there is plans to bring it out in the future. I will mention also that, funnily enough, my employer actually owns a very similar vehicle to that. It's actually been made to look like an RV8 these days, slightly different external panels, very similar design, MGB chassis, really good roll cage, 5-litre V8, sequential gearbox, and so all going to plan. That should be back out on track towards the middle of the year, end of the year as well.
Good stuff.
Should have a really good V8 contingency.
Excellent, excellent. And of course, Sean Heller, he debuting in the V8, of course, mid-year by the sound of things.
Yeah, look, we'll see how we
Sequential
go.
box to get used to.
Look, all going to plan, but look, I think I'll let the boss drive it for now.
Let him run it in.
Yeah, I'll get my car going and have a bit of fun midfield again. Look, that's a really good thing about this racing, as I said the other day. There's really a really good eclectic group of people and cars, and we're really good. We really like to have a good clean race. And as Phil comes around for the last lap,
last corner for the number 72, Phil Chester's had a ripping weekend. One to remember, a commitment to getting race wins. There it is, the checkered flag, the number 72, just dribbling across the line there, no problem at all. Just acknowledging the rest of the field that are trying to finish their race as well, getting out of their way, but also celebrating his victory in the number 72, and the rest of the field will find their way home. But the battle between Robertson and Vollebrecht will continue. There's the 48 Vollebrecht. Where is the 2?
Just going to say, looks like Jim's dropped off a little bit from there and allowed. Oh no, he's in front. Excuse me.
2's just got I'm going to say the biggest gap he's had over the 48 for the entire race.
Look, he really knows that car well, Jim. He's been running that car for a few years now, and really knows it like the back of his hand.
This is a good run. They've had a good battle, and as I said, once the helmets come off, there'll be grins from ear to ear, and then it'll be head down, pack up, and work out the maintenance program on each one of these between now and the next one.
Sorry, maintenance. That's when you do work on the car?
That's right.
Oh, okay. I'll get into that.
Here. This is a good drive.
Yeah, Lana
Keith has gone back to the paddock.
Oh, he has. He's pulled out.
Yep, he's got out about lap 4 of the race.
Which brings Milana back up into 4th and Richard into 5th.
So actually, that'll be interesting to see how the points start to flow out from P2 backwards. We'll get that up on the screen hopefully before too long. That'll see the field pretty much of all cars still running taken. There they are, and we should have an update on the points. So it was the number 72 of Chester who did a ripping job over Robertson, Vollebrecht and Ondiaki through there. Milligan and Mottram through into 11th. There's the points for the championship. It's Phil Chester leading the way over Jim Robinson on 84, Alana Vollebrecht on 76, Ondiaki 63, Milligan 62, and Ben Moore on 56. Unfortunately, not getting to the line, not scoring any points in the trophy race for the day.
That is probably something else to mention about our category. We have a set of points and rules that basically enables anyone to win. At the end of the day, you've got a big bang of V8, you do have a slightly higher chance, obviously. You do have to finish all the races, though. So if you rock up with a 4-cylinder B, run consistently, and do fairly well in your class, you've actually got a really good chance of winning a championship, which is, again, what we're all about.
Keeps people coming back, doesn't it?
That's it. At the end of the day, it's all about
hardest
getting cars
thing to do
on
is
track.
win a championship. Second hardest thing,
finish the race.
No, sorry. First hardest thing is win a championship. Then the first hardest thing is go back to back.
That's right.
Sean, thank you so much for all of your insight. You're a great ambassador for the MG Car Club, and it's been so good to have you here. And like I said, like myself, second generation in motorsport, and often can be hard to follow in our father's footsteps. But I dare say, for your first time commentating, I'm a little bit concerned about my future here. Thank you very much, Sean. And we thank the MG Car Club for all of their commitment to getting motor racing going again back into Victoria. It's been a hard road We'll probably stop mentioning it now because everyone's just starting to get a big smile on the face, and we keep reminding them of how hard it's been. So we'll focus on the future from here on in. HQ's on track in just a few moments. Can't wait for the big banger Aussie cars to get out on track. We'll be back. It's trackside and with the live stream for the Blendline TV live stream around the world. We'll be back very soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Holdens out on track for their 10-lapper, their last race for the weekend, but we have still got a massive card to get through. Formula Ford improved production, Formula V 944 Challenge and the BMW E30 still to come here at Sandown International Motor Raceway, and we look forward to everybody who has made their way trackside, and it's great to see all those cars up on Red Hill enjoying a day at the races. Thank you so much for coming along and enjoying what we've been enjoying and known about for many years at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Hey, if you've enjoyed your day, tell 10 people. If it hasn't been such a great day, keep it to yourself.
Well, that's very true, Darren.
And come back another day. You might have a better time. Right alongside me, David Amor, who has done so much with HQs and Auscars and all forms of racing, but the passion certainly keeps bringing him back to HQs. Dave, welcome to the 10-lapper, and this is the Dallas Crane Memorial.
It certainly is. The Dallas Crane Memorial is a gentleman that raced HQs and heavily involved with HQ right at the start for Victoria and also Thunderdome, Tasmanian guy at heart, and a top mate to all of us who raced with him, remembers him, had a beer and a drink with him, and it's just one way that HQ are able to keep the man up there, Dallas Crane this weekend. Righto, so whoever wins this race wins the Dallas Crane, of course, on pole. Rod Raj, Andrew McLeod second, Perry Becker's third, Rod Eastman fourth. Andrew Mitchell had issues with the gearbox on takeoff, so he went all the way back to the 14th, up to 5th. Keep an eye on him. Andrew Mitchell is on fire. Beside him, loved by himself, Andrew Williams, the 68 car. Kenny Wright, CR International. Ryan Woods, 27 car. Steve Banks, Ben Richards, his first top 10 ever, ladies and gentlemen. Finished top 10. He told me that was just like having a win. I know what it feels like, mate. Ben Richards in 10. Brian Francis in 11. Eric Hill 12. Nick Jeremos in 13. Tony Maloney, the person Mount Ararat, is sponsoring this weekend, and our major sponsor is Tyre Power. Andrew Morton, the 35 car. Martin Kenner, Butcher, and Ray Jardine from rear. He's had massive problems, Ray. Hopefully he's got it fixed, ladies and gentlemen. So it'll be interesting to see Rod Rogers and Andrew McLeod on the front.
Let's watch 3 rows back. That are 68 and the 14. Magilton and Williams, both race winners in their own right. I reckon they're going to be away pretty rapidly. Earsman on return would love to remain in a podium type of position. And away we go. Rogers gets the clutch gripped up nicely, but it's the Andrew McLeod Steel Fabrications car. And have a look at this. It looks like Andrew Williams and Magilton are going to be gazumped by the guys on the line behind them. So I picked the wrong row. It's Ryan Woods and Kenneth Wright that are going to get up the inside. And it looks like they've just been halted in their progress for the moment as we go down there. But it is going to be Williams and Magilton. They're going to go side by side. It'll put Williams on the inside for the run to 2. Magilton's going to have to do something special to hold on. Gets the nose thereabouts. We'll see if he can hang on to it through 3 and 4. Just mixing it up with the guys a bit further down there. That's the 38 of Germanos. And there's Ray Jardine in the all-black car. Made up a couple of spots off the start through turns 1 and 2.
Certainly has, as they start to shoot themselves up the back chute. Sandown horsepower track here. Beautiful old track, still going strong. And have a look who's out the front, and of course, it'll have to be Rod Rogers. We've got Beckers in second position. Beckers is not far from Cloud. Cloud's gone from second to third. You can understand that, I can. Rod Hughes in fourth. Andrew Williams is still in front of Andrew Magilton. Williams in front of Magilton. Oh, that's a bit interesting. We've got 10 laps of this. Come underneath the Penline Bridge, not through the S's, and coming onto the front straight, as you can see there, through this beautiful television coverage on there.
Certainly is. The Blendline TV, a big welcome addition to this first round of the state championship. Let's see if everyone can throw it all together and keep it going right throughout the 2021 season. Lap 2 of 10, Rocket Rod Rogers. He's a bit of a Sandown specialist, Rogers, isn't he? Gets a good result here.
Yeah, he certainly does, but it's normally Andrew McLeod over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, that's true.
Rod Rogers is a 144.02. On the last race, it was 145.3, so a much better, faster lap that first one.
Back in 2019, Ray Jardine had 2 wins as well. Back there in the races 2 and 3. Last year it was Andrew Magilton, Rogers and Magilton.
Well, Darren, I always wondered what was in that folder. I thought it was only an ego, but it's actually got race results. So very nicely done. I suppose your wife puts that together for you.
No, this is part of the homework, mate. This is where you get paid the big bucks, getting all this prep done.
Excellent.
It's not just downloaded out of the silver-haired warrior sitting next to me.
No, that's for sure. Have a look at this. Perry Beckers doing extremely well. Beckers has gone wide Darren Danny.
And so is McLeod with him too. They both went out wide there. Maybe that's the fast line out the back of that one.
Eastman fourth. Oh, that's 38 car there. That's 38 car there and Nick. But ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Magilton has up into 4th position. He's got past the legend Andrew Williams in the 68 car. Oh, have a look at this. Beckers down the inside. Who says yellow is not fast? We've got 2 red cars and a yellow car. Beckers down the inside, the number 90 car. Geez, I tell you what, Andrew Magilton, 1:35.50. Tip 1:35s this weekend, Darren.
Tell you what, Rod Rogers hangs on tight. The Powers with the twin headlight front gets through the Knox Panel Services car. I think they may end up making a call before the end of this because Perry Beckers is always in the action, and McLeod behind him as well in the Andrew McLeod steel fabrication outfit.
Yeah, but look at these.
Here comes Magilton.
Back, sorry. And Magilton's gone up again. Yep, got on, mate. That didn't count a lot. But Magilton now has got in front of Eastman, and he is absolutely flying, ladies and gentlemen. Now we've got a car off to the inside there. Just trying to work out who that is. Is it Tony Maloney? Ray Jardine, once again. Ray Jardine failed. He's still got issues with that
I
car.
reckon it's Tony Maloney.
Yep.
Orange car.
Yep, looks like it, mate.
That's a shame. He's in a safe spot though. That's good. He's managed to tuck away behind the barriers there. Here we come now. Have a look at Magilton. He has got Andy McLeod in his sights. Perry Becker doesn't really care too much for anyone else behind him. In fact, I reckon he's done the old rear vision mirror in the backseat, kids. Hang on to that. We're going to have a good ride for the next 8 laps.
I was trying to work out what you're doing with your hand above your head, mate, but that was rear vision mirror in the back.
Oh no, that was me saying good day to the fans. You might not understand that.
No, and we have got a fair few people that have paid for tickets this weekend up there on Red Hill. Absolutely fantastic. Vic State Race are doing everything possible to show how good our cars are, racing is, and the show we put on, value for money.
I tell you what, you go and pay your $25 at the movies and you only get about 2/3 of a movie and you're out the door in 62 minutes. You come here and you've got from 9 to at 6 o'clock tonight entertainment.
Yep.
And it's never more than about 5 or 6 minutes between races.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Every car has done an absolute ride this weekend, guys. Well done. I'm sure that you get a lot of phone calls and that happening. But have a look at this. We're really starting to get it now. They're starting to go up the back chute there. You can have a look. Magilton. Now that's McLeod. McLeod normally pulls past and go by everyone. Look at that. He does. Right at the last minute there. Camshaft all of a sudden kicks in. Yep, I'd say he's cam timing is around about 34, I reckon. So that last little bit, he actually got away from Magilton.
And that cam timing is available to everyone.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yep, Clive cams. We only run the one cam shaft. Everything gets sealed and measured. The reason why I say that, the last part of the top of the hill, he pulled away from Magilton, where Magilton is a lot quicker in the first 2/3 of it, you can say. But that's what the idea is, mate. Dial the camshaft in to where you want it for you to happen. The exhaust system is free. Kendon tyres, pedal suspension, single carby, 355 diff. So when they're going up the back chute, ladies and gentlemen, they're pulling around about 5,800 revs in a 3-speed Holden, built in roughly 1971.
Look at this, the 27 now getting pretty willing with it. That's Ryan Woods. Did it a couple of times today. Pretty brave in Australian motorsport to run the 27. Casey Stoner and Alan Jones winning their world championship sporting that number.
Yeah, Kim Jane never had a problem with it. He had it on NASCAR.
Lived up to the rep.
Yes, he certainly did. That is for sure. So Kim's still very heavily involved in motorsport. So I'm still floating around a fair bit there. So look at Rocket Rock, twin headlight. But Perry Beckers, McLeod, Magilton, trying to, McLeod just closing the door a little bit as they come down into Dandy Corner.
They're all getting that good old HQ lap 4 to about lap 7, sussing each other out, aren't they?
Well,
where can I lean on him? Where's my performance going to gain before I send one?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And hopefully it's only a love tap that he's sending. Oh, Magilton gave McLeod a bit of a love tap then. You saw it. Magilton's still in 4th position. If he's starting to sort of worry a little bit now, the Minnie's car there, Minnie's number 14, he knows he's got to get past McLeod this lap.
I saw Andrew McLeod reaching over to the glove box. He's got his Morse code book out trying to decode what he's saying on the back bumper. It's giving him a bit of beep, 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 beep.
Yep, I think I can work it out for you. One simple advert. Righto.
Or I'm going to move you.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, they're getting real tight now. Have a look at that. There's a car length between first and second, and then there's only a small blanket between second and third.
Half race distance, this is how it looks. Rogers over Perry Beckers in the 90, Andy McLeod in the 82, Magilton in the 14, Roddy Earsman in the 3, and Andrew Williams in the AW Automotive, or Automatics, number 68. And that's all on screen, as we can see, looking down the long hill. It's a climb up here at Sandown International. And you get to the famous Gumtree. Yank on the belts, take a deep breath, tip her in, the run down to Dandenong Road, a bit of left-hand ripple strip, a bit of right-hand ripple strip, hard on the brakes. The car wants to go right, but you want it to go left, and it's an argument between man and machine. And they muscle it through, out over the back of the ripple strip, both the 82 and the 14 pilots there going, yep, off the back of the ripple strip, we've got great drive.
We certainly have. Keep an eye on Magilton, that's in 4th position. If he can hang on to where he is right behind Adrian McLeod, I'm sure he'll pull out and pass on the left or the right. Will Andrew let him, the 82 car. Now look at that, he just gets that bit of a gap again. So Rod Easman can do nothing. He's in 5th, followed by Andrew Williams is in 6th. Kenny Wright, CR International. Banksy and Woods. Geez, Woods was going so well. 53 car there. Ben Ritchie, he's at the inside range. His first top 10 in race 2. He's still 10th at the moment. Behind him, Eric Hill, Port, Barton, Kenner, Francis. I'd say bottom 3 are out. 85, 38.
Yeah, I reckon James Kenner's the last of the actual runners there at the moment, completing 6 laps just as we speak, going across the line. Our race leaders up the back straight. So the field sort of spread out over, I guess, half the circuit, you would say.
Yep.
But Rocket Rod, he'll be getting sick of those bright blue headlights behind him. What he'll be enjoying is seeing the tyre power stickers on the cars behind him, won't he? That'll be the highlight of his day, apart from winning races.
Yeah, it certainly is. Have a bit of a look there. Oh, Rogers locks the left rear brake. I'm just about to say, Rogers has got about 5-6 car lengths. All of a sudden locks the left rear brake. Has Rogers now got brake issues?
Well, maybe he's reached over to the glove box. He's got the Thunderdome playbook out. On lap 6, you have a lock up and the field closes up behind you.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, it's certainly. Have a look at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, ladies and gentlemen. 0.7 between 2nd and 3rd as they're coming onto the front straight. You can see it. Here we go. Yep. 0.85. Kenny Wright's doing okay there in 13 car. What are you pointing at, Darren?
Rylock windows and doors on board with the HQs too. Tyre Power, the series sponsor.
Yeah, Mount
Durant Freighters.
Yep. Now, Rylock is the Division 2.
Okay.
People that have come on, we've got Division 1 and Division 2. So it's fantastic. Rodney Eastman at 35.5. He's fast. Kenny Wright's done at 35.7. And then all of a sudden, the top 7 are into the 35s.
So we've got 3 laps remaining for our race leader. Well, best part of 2.5 is around the back straight there. And this is a familiar shot in this race. The head-on shot, the Blendline TV, my105.com, live streaming. Big thanks to Burn Motors also for throwing their weight behind this one. And there's a change there. Have a look at that as he got through Magilton. He's gone through on Andy McLeod.
Oh, yeah, he struggled though. He went over the rip strip there, but he's now up there. Righto. Can Magilton got anything to do? Ladies and gentlemen, 2 laps to go. 2 and a bit, actually. Just going underneath the Penrite Bridge here at Sandown, Victoria, Australia, ladies and gentlemen. Dandenong, which is around about 40 minutes from the CBD of Melbourne. So, fantastic racetrack, nice and close. It's real good for all the races. Nice family can go home, but plenty of accommodation. Have a look at Magilton. Here goes Magilton. He's on the boot lid. He goes down the inside. He's on the left-hand side. Can he do anything? Perry Beckers, mate, that yellow Peril is certainly a quick car this weekend. Rod Rogers, yeah, Magilton's done it. Magilton up into 2nd. Oh, breaking hard. He's got to make sure he gets through here. And he has, Darren.
He is. He's hung on to it as they plunge down into turn 2. There's the head-on shot. Magilton, is he looking for a win this afternoon? Of course he is. Rocket Rod it out earlier today. The Knox panel service car, then the Middy's electrical outfit. The yellow Peril, as you just touched on there, Dave, going up the back straight and calling on Rodney Earsman and Andy Williams to start working with this. In fact, Ken Wright is starting to work onto the back of Andy Williams at the moment. So forget about what's going on in front, Andy. Have a look at Kenny Wright. He's having to work away over the back of you.
Yes, now you can see there, Eastman has caught the back of McLeod. Has McLeod got an issue, problem or drama? Is the car pinging a little bit? I can't hear it, ladies and gentlemen. You might be able to on Blendline TV. But have a look at this. Oh, fair bit of sand coming off over there.
I reckon McLeod's using way too much of the back of the ripple strip there. Every lap he's been out there, he sort of led the charge and said, follow me, boys, it's fast out here. Now he can't haul it up. He's having to cover more real estate than the car behind.
Last lap forward is up. Last lap forward is up. Andrew Magilton, he sees it. He sees it. He's a car length. 3/4 a car length. Half a car length.
Rogers goes and covers off the inside run. Tyre power stickers emblazoned across the front window of the Knox panel services car and the Middy's car and everyone else here today and for this whole season. Nice run there. Rogers holds the line, doesn't end up over the back of the ripple strip. At the moment, Magilton's using every part of every ripple strip, and Perry Beckers is like, it got me a lap ago. Don't think I've given up on getting that back as well.
Yeah, that is for sure. First, second, third. You can see it there on the screen as they come around. We've got a bit of a right-hander kick and then up the back chute. This is going to be interesting. Who has got the absolute momentum? You can see it out there, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it on the TV. We're live, and we, through our eyes, through the window here, and also on the TV, the final lap. Rogers, all he has to do, ladies and gentlemen, is stay where he is.
There's a move around the outside at the top of the hill for fourth. So Earsman goes through on McLeod. That was a beautiful run, timed perfectly.
Oh, mate, that's putting them out there. That's dangling them over the edge.
That's a lot of commitment, and I'm going to say racemanship between those two, because you've got to trust your fellow competitor. You're not going to be fed off up there when you do that sort of thing.
Especially when it's all bitumen now. Have a look at this. They're coming onto the front straight. Rocket Rod, look at that. Magilton down the inside. Magilton's down the inside. Rocket Rod, I reckon, just got enough. And he has. Rod Rogers in the 33 car. The Flying Dutchman is in first position.
9/100ths of a second there for Rod Rogers and Magilton. Doing a tremendous job there. What a great HQ race that was.
Absolutely fantastic. Once again, thank you, Tyre Power, for being our major sponsor. Our two other sponsors is Mount Rat for the Division 1 guys, and also Lilock, Division 2 guys. And from the HQ Association, the MG Car Club, thank you all very, very much. Thank you, Darren, for putting up with me this weekend, mate. Two egos do fit fairly comfortably.
Mate, I wouldn't go to air or on stage without you.
All right,
you know, Tony Barber had Victoria Nichols, don't you?
Yeah, well, looks like
that's going back, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like I've got Tony Barber. But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very, very much. And from the HQs, in 40 minutes' time, yes, ladies and gentlemen, in 40 minutes' time, we will be doing our presentations straight out of the back of race control, halfway through the grid. So thank you very much, Darren. See you then.
Thank you, David. Thank you, HQs and Tyre Power, for jumping on board with the Kiwis for this year. It's always good to get a big naming rights sponsor on board there. There's the points for the round. Rocket Rod Rogers, 60 points. Perry Beckers, 52. Andrew Magilton, 50. Andrew McLeod, 50. Rodney Earsman on return to the game in fifth place there on the points. Coming up next is the Formula Ford Race 3. Looking forward to seeing the Yokohama Varley Red Top Battery Speco VHT Formula Fords on track. We'll take a very short break and prepare ourselves. Take a deep breath and launch into 10 laps of Formula Ford racing.
Kia open season is on. with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Formula Ford on track now. Big thanks to Yokohama, Varley, Red Top Battery, Speco, VHT for all of their support, ongoing support with the Formula Ford and Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Of course, Yokohama jump on board because all these cars running the Yokohama A048A tyre and have done for best part of 5 or 6 seasons now. They ran the Avon and Dunlop tyre previously. This tyre has acquitted itself very, very well. In all respect, all the competitors have been able to tune the old Avon tyres off to the Yokohamas on, and they're going very, very well indeed. Let's have a quick look at this grid. It'll be Thomas Sargent off pole position, as he has been all weekend. Fletcher Harris for the first time on the front row. Jordan Sinney, unfortunately, back one spot in the number 40 Dirty Diggers outfit. Winston Smith to Connor Summers, Mitchell Gattenby, and that 5 there really had a massive ding-dong battle towards the end of the first race here today, second race for the weekend. Paul Ziddy up to position number 7 in car 6. Great to see Paul there. Harrison Blanchard in the number 3 right alongside Tim Edwards, Damon Woods, Joe Fawcett, Kai Cavden in the spectrum there, Peter Fitzgerald, Xavier Kukai and Carly Fleming. Leading the Ken Engine and Historic class is Richard Davison, Brendan Jones right alongside. They've swapped around, being that Richard won the race 2 earlier today. James Mead, Dean Koutsamides, Mark Zellner in the number 63, Andrew Lamrock, Grant Walker, Jack Clifford, Craig Arnold, Ewan Giles, Frank Harris, Phil Marinon. Big shout out to car number 70, Phil Marinon, Phil Oakes and John Connolly right in time for the start of this race. Callum Brannigan for the start of this race.
Thank you, Darren. We have the lights and the revs rising on the Formula Fords
Great start there by Tom Sargent. So he would lead going into turn one. Absolutely springing away from the line there. Jordan Sinney with a great start as well. He will pull up alongside Harris going into turn one. They're almost 4 wide, and it looks like we have Gatby up the inside as well. Number 55, they make contact. Also catching up Winston Smith there as well. So the number 55 of Harris, Winston Smith, all getting caught up in a bit of a stoush there.
Connor Summers was moving from left to right there, and that car there has got broken suspension. It landed very hard. I think, is that the number 30 or is it number 3? Is that Harrison Blanchard? Not too sure, but that will be pretty much consigned to being a canoe, I would suggest. It looked like the suspension went way too high in its articulation, and to suggest it's probably broken. But, gee, that was aggressive run up there. there's Harrison Blanchard in it, so it wasn't Harrison. It must have been Andrew Lamrock in the number 30 car that I saw. So that's one of the Kent engine cars. And that's a real shame that occurred. But, wow, there were some moves there off the line. Fletcher Harris didn't get away like Thomas Sargent. He moved over to the right to cut off the Jordan Sinney run. Jordan went over to the right-hand side of the track and got a great run. He's now in second place in 40, the Dirty Diggers car. There's the 71, which was Connor Summers. Connor had quite a move across the track to get a run into turn one. There's the double wave yellows, so let's hope we don't have to go safety car. Double wave yellows means track is substantially blocked and or personnel on the track. There we go, the car being tucked away. Fire recovery crew doing a great job. Thank goodness we didn't have to go safety car due to a first turn melee with the Holdens course. Wouldn't be the first time it's happened, thank God we awarded today. Kai Cabden, who debuted here, I think, last year, only 12 months ago, in his Spectrum.
Yes, that is right, running out of the ball and racing development field, and he's having a good run up the back straight there, so he will take away position number 3. So he's got a little bit of a gap to the Dirty Diggers Spectrum of Jordan Sinney. So third position's looking a little bit out of touch. Bit of a move up there, the number 6 car, the Jill's pretty special Spectrum driven by Paul Liddy, having a pretty strong weekend, finding himself right up in the thick of the battle. Meanwhile, Thomas Sargent, all that experience, 2020 New South Wales State Champion, out this weekend getting as much experience as he can. 1 minute 17.2 is the flying lap. He can go a little bit quicker in the Gale, but he's doing a superb job. He's well and truly on track for a clean sweep of events so far, but spectacular work by the officials to clean up the mess at turn 1 to ensure that this racing keeps on going. We've got Kokai in position 9 as well. He's on the recovery drive. He had some battery gremlins on the dummy grid in the last race, which forced him to start from the back of the field. And Carly Fleming run out of position 13 as well. The number 42 car, which is actually running their own operation. A very experienced mechanic in Australia and in New Zealand. Started a step behind the wheel last year at this very event. Obviously forced sabbatical on the sideline. She's back out there and racing this weekend. She had 5 sharp injuries qualifying in the field, putting her further back into the field.
I'm going to say Paul Z's got an issue there. 3 cars just passed him in a straight line. So car number 6 has just seen the 17, the 91 go through. So that's Fitzgerald, Kukai and Tim Edwards that have got through on Paul. He started beautifully out of position number 7, unfortunately gone on only back 1, so he had a great start. Managed to stay out of the kerfuffle because that happened right where he was in the field. And Paul has just dropped a couple of spots that last lap around, but he hasn't gone backwards from his starting position. So Thomas Sargent done the fastest lap of the race last lap round on 1:16.26.
He comes again. Xavier Kokai up the inside of Peter Fitzgerald going into turn 1. So a very emphatic move there from the youngster. Of course, a fresh face in Formula Ford. Oh, and we've got the number 63 car in the wall. Heartbreaking stuff there.
That 63 is Mark Zellner. That's a shame. Didn't want to see Mark have any damage here this weekend on debut in the State Series. He has driven a Formula Ford before. In fact, the team car is here with this weekend, so there should be yellow flags out about there. There it is, because Mark is just parked up there, and that is some toe in that you don't want on the right-hand front. That car won't be going anywhere. In fact, the Mark was quite proudly showing me on Friday the control arms on the front of that car were historic pieces of engineering that came off the original owner of this car that took it to the 2000 championship in Luke Youlden. So they've got that magnificent looking titanium coating on them. And there's Mark. Oh, that's a shame. He's very dejected. Very dejected. That's a shame.
Terrible way to finish his weekend. He's actually had a pretty strong weekend, so heartbreaking stuff for him. So we'll just run through the top 10 as the field comes under control of the Hyundai safety car. We've got Tom Sargent in the lead, fastest lap of 1 minute 16.2. So absolutely, his experience is coming through to the surface here. The cream always rises to the top. Tom Sargent doing a fabulous job at the head of the field, ahead of Jordan Zinni in second position, Kai Cameron in the third position. Connor Summers in fourth position here with a lucky work of the calamity at turn 1. Mitch Gatsby in P5, himself South Wales State champion in the Kent class last year. Harrison Blanchard in P6, the number 3 Miguel. He had a bit of an exciting moment going over turn 6 on that last lap. Basically straight lined it over, 4 wheels over the curb, and quite a bit of grass as well, so lucky to get away with that one with his Blanchard. Blanchard, a name that needs no introduction in Formula Ford racing. Circles, stepping up to a Durantech car for season in that class after racing in Kent in recent years. Xavier Kokai in 7th position ahead of Peter Fitzgerald in the 8th position. Joe Ford in the 9th position, and Randy at the top 10. Paul Zinni dropping down to P11 after finishing 7th in that last race. Timothy Edwards here, Randy at the top 12. Now Brendan Jones is actually leading the class in the 1600 Kent, as we would expect, being the 5-time champion in that class, but he's getting a bit of a hard time from the Richard Davison Van Diemen, prepared by the Ellery Motorsport Enterprise. Beautifully presented Van Diemen, probably one of the best presenters in the world, to be honest with you. As if you have a close look at all the cars that Luke prepares, we've got a replay on their screen here. And the number 63 car getting in and tangled with a Van Diemen, so there's a couple of wheels facing odd directions there. It looked like Zellner was able to reverse the car out of harm's way, and it was the number 73 of Clifford, which is pulled into the pit now as well. So an unfortunate coming together for those two at turn 9.
I think young Jack Clifford is Andrew Clifford's son, who was a Formula Holden and Formula 3 racer from back in the day, and was also involved with Will Power heading overseas all those years ago. So that's a shame. I saw Andrew very briefly in the pit and paddock, not to talk to, but I wonder if that's his son, Jack. That's really unfortunate, because let me tell you, Mark Zellner, I'm going to say that is the first coming together Mark Zellner's ever had with nearly 30 years of racing. So that's a real shame that it transpired like that. And certainly I can vouch for Mark Zellner personally. It would not have been the way he wanted that to transpire, that's for sure. So get some of the historic cars in RF Van Diemen weaving around. Back through some of the older cars there as well. Car 30 there is an old Reynard. Andrew Lamrock, Classic Engineering, Bio Steel, Motorsport, yourself outfit. And they do look resplendent. There's a car that looks like it might have had a Marlboro livery on it from somewhere in the world at the time.
Livery back in the 80s, of course. And it's good to see that Carrickville Oaks, number 14, made its way back out after coming together in the last race. So that group was super busy between races, repairing the damage to get the mobile machine back out there and racing. Unfortunately, I think it was John Connolly, the number 99 Citation, another historic car, not making its way out, unfortunately. Kent car, my apologies. So it is running on the Yokohama tyre. Any cars running on the Yokohama AO 48 this weekend eligible for Victorian points. We've got the historic cars running on the older historic Avon tyre. Not eligible for Victorian points, but fantastic to have them on site. This is perfect preparation coming up in a couple of weeks' time. The Formula Ford, especially the historic Formula Ford, turning out their droves to the one of the biggest fields you see.
It's like 58, I
Yeah.
think, or something is the density for Formula Fords, and they're ticking that box in about a week after entries open.
And you'll often see someone like Tim Blanchard make a bit of a cameo appearance. Blanchard's stepping up their involvement in motorsport in Australia with Blanchard Racing. Tim Slade on side, full drive, blue Mustang, absolutely superb, and they'll be getting their season underway at the Remco Mount Panorama 500 next weekend.
There's the Blanchard car, number 3, Oranger, emblazoned down the side of it. Jill's pretty special outfit there of Paul Ziddy. G'day, Jill. I think I saw her at the track actually today. I think she is here. Certainly Troy Lloyd and his lovely bride celebrating 21 years from the improved production paddock. She's here today, so some celebrations there. And Paul Ziddy has spent the entire COVID year running marathons every day to get himself super fit, and he is ripplingly fit and raring to go racing.
Benchmark for how fit you'd like to be. Seriously fit guy, and he's a terrific mentor for these guys. His car in particular, John Martin, an international superstar, one of Australia's great experts in driving, had a steering Paul's car a couple of weeks ago and picked it, and he's been on hand. I think it was Friday. He was here giving the BRD team a lot of those juniors a lot of advice, but he drove Paul's car just to get his head back around the one driving board. Himself a graduate of the CAMS Rising Stars program.
One of the most vicious championship years was fought out between John Martin and Paul Laskazeski, and they were both in spectrums in the CAMS Rising Star. And I say vicious, it was because of the racing. It was just, as you'd see Formula Ford in the British Championship, it was absolutely show no quarter, and if you did, you had your corner taken off. But if you were racing hard, it's some of the best side-by-side open-wheeler racing between those two young blokes. They're only like 16 and 17 at the time.
Reminiscent of Neil and Mark last month.
Very much. Very much Thomas Mazzera thrown in that match too. And gee, that was some... That's the only way to describe it. Vicious racing. It was, you make a mistake and you're going to pay the price for it.
Like it might be good for green racing at the end of this lap, Darren. So, yeah, that's indeed the case. So the Hyundai safety car speeding away from the field comes under control from Tom Sargent, who becomes the nominated safety car. Gives the Hyundai plenty of time to get safely back into pit lane. He will control the field. It comes to the start-finish line. And when he decides to go, they will go. So look out for Jordan City to react to the sprint.
Did this method last time. He held the field right until he was happy, and this is what he can do. He could have gone, he could have gone, he could have gone, he still hasn't gone. There it is, and away he goes. He's obviously got this thing geared to the point where he's getting away nicely, doesn't want to give anything else up to anyone else. Jordan City goes with him. This time Jordan knew the plan. There you go, that's what happens when you use the same plan twice. We're going to go with you side by side into one there. It's Cabden loses the spot there, and it'll be Summers that gets through. Connor Summers.
Great move there by Gatby up the inside. So the number 10 up in P3, fantastic move there. We've only got, P4, I should say, we've only got 3 flying laps left, so the safety car is taking quite a few racing laps off this race. But what it has done is brought City back in within reach of Sargent lead. You dare say he's losing a bit of pace on the back of the leader. Which is strange. Of course, which is important around here. Such long straights. Not a huge amount of power in these Duratec motors, but plenty of speed in turns.
Black flag being prepared for a couple of cars. So just seeing the numbers going on the whiteboard now. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get maybe a lap shorter in this race, because we are starting to drop behind the schedule on the program.
32 and 56, so that's Timothy Edwards. There might have been a little bit of overlapping on the restart. I'm not too sure if that was the cause.
Yep.
Damon Woods as well. I think, are they allowed to overlap if they can't overtake?
No, you cannot overlap. You have to remain behind. No overlap at all on the line. So be very clear, judges of fact, 3 judges of fact, that every race meeting you go to, and they look very closely at that. They watch the entire field for any overlapping, any overtaking. Got to remain behind each other. So that will mean, final lap has been called. So flag will be ready to have lost a lap out of this competition.
Bit of a team battle between Kokai and Mawson at the moment. Mawson had a bit of a race to forget yesterday, but he's climbing back through the field along with Kokai. Of course, his battery gremlin leaving him almost stranded on the dummy grid in the previous race, but it looks like we've got, Fletcher Harris charging back through the field into number 55, almost sideways as they go through turn 8, turn 9. They make contact under brakes. He bumps Kokai going into turn 9, but it looks like he got away with that.
Lucky to get away with that. There's a bit of a suspension arm there. That was probably one of the lucky points to be able to make that sort of contact and not have both of them have broken suspension. So the 91 comes round. Now the last lap board goes out. So big conjecture of what we were seeing in our final lap.
Kokai and Harris locked in the battle. They drag towards turn 1. Spectrum versus Regale. The 91 versus 55. Harris pulls out on the outside. He's deep under brakes. Easy if you like around the outside. Fabulous move there by Fletcher Harris. He's certainly impressed a lot around this weekend.
Hasn't he ever?
Oh,
massively impressed. The move yesterday, which was nothing short of an ambulance call on that one, and pulled it off.
I spoke to him before this race and he's thoroughly impressed with that catch. Yeah, that's the first thing he said. You see my catch yesterday? I said, yes, I think we all did. Fabulous move there. So Tom Sargent's still stretching the legs in front of 1 minute 16.2. Lowest the fastest lap of the race with his benchmark. Great stuff there from Tom Sargent. Very good at the top. He's sprinting away from City with just 10 left in this race. Still unfinished business between the teammates. Force it off the outside into the wall, and he's into the sand. The number 23 machine looks like he's out of this one. Unfortunate for him, but Kokai.
Oh, that was a very ambitious move there. I'm not sure that was ever going to work out.
Across the line, Tom Sargent takes out the third and final race of the weekend, completing the clean sweep. The number 47 car, fantastic weekend. Tom Sargent winning ahead of Jordan Sinney in P2. Connor Summers across the line in third position on what is his debut this weekend. Kai Cavaden in the fourth position. Mitch Gatby in position 5 after an outstanding race for him. Harrison Blanchard finishing in position 6 ahead of Fletcher Harris in 7th position. Xavier Kokai home in 8th position. Timothy Edwards in 9th. And Woods home in 10th position. Peter Fitzgerald 11th. He was featuring further up the field earlier in this race. Great effort from him. Paul Ziddy home in 12th position. Richard Davison home 13th overall. The first of the historic cars home. Brendan Jones leading home the 1600 Kent cohort. Great effort by him. 5-time champion, mind you, in this class, so we would expect nothing less from there. And Philip Marinon in the number 70. Galloway across the line there,
Good
bringing
drive
up the
by
rear.
Phil. Gee, Richard Davison, impressive there, isn't he? Not only has he beaten home the other Kent cars, he's beaten home the historic field as well. So congratulations to Richard Davison doing such a strong job in the number 14 of Philip Oakes, who's, I'm going to say, had probably an event he'd prefer to tick off and leave to the history books here after having a not finishing race race 2 today.
The good news is it's finished.
He's finished.
The bad news is he'll be pushing it onto the trailer and trying to sort that car out. Hoping I assume he might be at the historic meeting in a couple of weekends' time, so a little bit of time to sort out the gremlin in that car. So we've got the replay coming up here on our screen for the live stream, and that is indeed the number 23 car. It looks like he chose to go exit the track drivers right rather than rear-ending the car ahead. So
yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure. I think maybe Joe Fawcett might have just had a lapse of concentration then, and then realised that once it all switched back on, that he was heading to the dirt rather than head to the wall there. So car stranded on the straight, and that sees the end of round 1 for the Yokohama Varley Red Top Battery Speco VHT Formula Fords, and we'll tuck them away until the next round of the State Series, which will be up the road at Winton. And we can't wait to get up there. Next on our live streaming is going to be the Yokohama Improved Production Cars on Track. We'll be back in just a few moments for the Improved Production Cars with their race. Back in a minute.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
There they are, ladies and gentlemen, the improved production field leaving the marshalling area and making their way out onto the Sandown International Motor Raceway for the third and final time on this very first weekend of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships 2021. My name is Steve DeVries. I'm back in the box for the third race of the weekend. Darren Smith's having a much-deserved break. Darren is he's been a stalwart in commentary across many categories for many years. Dan McCarthy, I don't know how he still has a set of tonsils.
It's incredible, isn't it? Incredible, but superb commentator. He is looking forward to this one, final race of the weekend for improved production. 10 laps on the books. Yeah, should be a good race.
Certainly should be. With thanks to 888 Home Loans, you can see the banners adorning all of these improved production cars heading out onto the circuit. 888 Home Loans, primary sponsor for Victorian Improved Production, along with New Line Homes, DLL Photography and Design, and Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre. They do a fantastic job down there each and every weekend. They're here putting out plenty of tyres for plenty of categories, and Improved Production is all but one of the many number of cars and number of categories that they look after. There's your top 10, starting this one on the right-hand side of the screen. Adam Poole's been dominant, having crossed the border from South Australia, and coming to try his wares against Victoria's finest, and he's going to be out in position 1 with Damien Milano, the number 88 in P2. Troy Lloyd and Paul Cruz in positions 3 and 4. Then Jared Tonks, who's been around the category for about 12 months or so, debuted at this very venue 12 months ago with his Commodore. Ian McLennan in P6, a whole bunch of boys there in the top half a dozen or so spots out of the Ravage Raceworks stable. Ash Wright, who had a pretty poor start in race 2, went a bit backwards. He's out in P7. Luke Bretchcumbo, he came from the back of the field in the second race this morning. He starts P8, and David Cox and Danny Timewell, debutant this weekend. There he is. There's David Cox on the right, Danny Timewell on the left, going under the visual there. Positions 9 and 10.
Car number 76, Wright, just came into the lane.
Well, that's not a good start for Ash Wright. So he's had a couple of good races, but he raced really well, but his start in race 2 was quite poor, and coming to the pit lane to hopefully start from pit lane, but doesn't look like he's actually come all the way down the lane. He may have actually gone straight back to the garage. He is based in pit lane, so we do have an absent spot next to Luke Bretchcumbo on row number 4.
Here we go, getting ready for a start. Race number 3. Big field of cars. There is that vacant spot, left by right on the 4th row, scheduled to start from position number 7, but not the case. A mechanical issue clearly hampering his efforts before the start. Have we got a green light or green flag at the back?
Yep, spotting it now. So Adam Poole's starts have been a highlight this weekend. He's been able to walk the car beautifully off the line in both races. Can he convert again and make it 3 from 3? Milano will be tough to beat. And in this case, he doesn't get it right. Milano with a much better start. Paul Cruz, position number 4 out the back, follows Milano through and shooting the gap down the middle. It's Troy Lloyd having a big dip, and he's gone straight through to position 1 with a fantastic launch from the 2nd row.
Superb start. Looked like Cruz got a good start as well, that initial launch, but the heavily powered Commodores coming through and stealing back the position from him, so he remains in 4th position there as they go round turn 2 and turn 3.
Looks like Ian McLennan cut the grass at the back of turn 2 there, just forced into a position that he wasn't able to get enough purchase on the tarmac. There were cars all up the inside, and everyone was trying to box each other out. Likewise, Wayne Twist just trying to make sure he holds Richard Opie on the outside there at 4, but Troy Lloyd, what a fantastic start. He's bolted Holdens 1, 2, 3 and 4. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo's had a really good start too. He's up 4 positions, making it 4 Holdens in the top 4. Here comes Rob Braun, man who finished 3rd at the recent Matthew Flinders Plate down in Phillip Island in November last year. He's had a pretty decent run and a pretty quiet run actually through the field in all 3 races. He's passed Brad White on the opening lap. He's going to set his sights on the back of the VK Commodore, the DLL Photography and Design Commodore, David Cox.
Here they come to finish lap number 1. Lloyd, Milano, Paul the top 3. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo up to 4th position and quickly catching the 3 in front.
There's another one of the Commodores, Kane Lehman, who was one of the unfortunate DNFs in race 2. He's had a pretty decent start from the rear of the grid, made his way right up into the mid-pack early. And that's Milano. Milano's around at turn number 1. Has there been contact, or has he done that all on his own? He's come out of position 2 and facing the wrong direction.
He was half second ahead of Paul when they crossed the line, so you'd think with that kind of a margin that there wouldn't have been any contact in turn 1. We'll have to see if there's any damage when he turns around. Brakes smoking there, we can see.
And a disaster. He's having to wait for the whole field to go past, and that's going to really hurt him in terms of the points coming out of this 3rd race for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship title. So that frees up Luke Gretsch-Cumbo to go through into position 3. He would have not expected that after the weekend that he's had. Likewise, some of these guys not expecting to have the weekend that they've been had. Here's Greg Piergros, the XE Falcon, holding off another one of the Ravage Raceworks prepared cars in Ian McLennan's Monaro. What a fantastic looking car this is now.
Certainly is, and he's having a look into the final. Oh, got it all crossed up there into the final sequence of corners. He's lost a bit of ground. He's going to be vulnerable down the pit straight, but with that horsepower, he should be safe.
Yeah, the early model car versus the late model cars behind. He should have the legs in a straight line to just pull away and hold his own here, gather it up, get his thoughts back together. David Cox has had a very, very nice weekend as it stands now. A couple of new tyres on that car earlier today. He's marked the car up nicely. And he's actually holding himself quite well here with Rob Braun crawling all over the back of him. Ronnie hasn't been able to find a way past just yet.
So there's the live scoreboard as we can see it. Paul now within 3/10 of a second behind race leader Lloyd. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo is catching. He's in 3rd, 3.6 seconds behind. As they head. Oh no, we've got a change for the lead.
Yes, we have had a change for the lead. We're just a bit of trying to make sure what exactly happened there. Troy Lloyd has been passed, and I'm not sure whether that was down at the bottom end of the course, down around turns 2, 3 and 4, because the margin across the line was pretty narrow, but we didn't have a good shot to show us that it looks like it may have been done in the opening couple of corners. So Adam Poole, fastest lap of the race last time around, looks like he's put that to good effect, and he takes over the race lead, which is the top spot that he started from. Started poorly, and he's now back in position 1.
So finish lap number 3. Poole, fastest lap of the race, and a very, very quick lap that is.
Here's Milano, the eyes on, and he's now in behind Wayne Twist. So he's recovered from that incident down at turn 1 now. He's passing him round the outside through the kink, which is one of the inconsequential corners here at Sandown. That's turn 10. And now onto 11 and 12. We have a look down the order to see where he is. That's down around 20th, 19th, 20th place at the moment. So, and it's cost him a lot of time, and he'll be struggling to get back into the top 10 from here.
Still 7 laps to do it, so plenty of time to recover. I'm sure we'll see him much further up by the end of these 7 laps. And as I said just before, Paul fastest lap of the race on that last lap, including getting the lead 1.4 seconds faster than Lloyd. So that gap immediately has come out. So yes, Luke Ricciardo, personal best on the last lap, 4 tenths faster than Lloyd. He's now 5.1 seconds off the lead. He's still there or thereabouts in the hunt.
Is one of the other Nissans in the field, just the 2. The other one belonging to Paul Cruz. We've got Jamie Augustine there in the 155 being pursued by Cade Lehman in the 26. If it wasn't for the TCR round being postponed to Phillip Island, Jamie's car, the number 155 there, he would actually be down at Phillip Island. He does a lot of work for TCR with writing all the software and bits and pieces that go on. So he's pretty thankful he's here and able to race this weekend. Fitted himself quite well with short notice and pulled that car in the trailer and very, very competitive in the midfield, just inside the top 10, actually just outside the top 10. He's just down to 11th place from the start. But he's got his hands very, very full here with this Bendigo door centre Commodore all over his rear wing right now. And having a look down the inside at turn 2, and that's a nice firm move from Cade Lehman. Well done.
Room left there, that was good racecraft from both of them. Room left, room taken. Away they go onto the back straight. Great variety of cars in this category. We can see on screen now BMWs, Audis from yesteryear. There's such variety up and down this superb grid.
A couple of guys at the back of the pack here. So you've got Matt Lestrade, that's the BMW. Wayne Decker, who's changed the livery on his car in between years as well. I guess a couple of cars have had a birthday over the time off with COVID as well. And that car used to be black and silver, the Audi there. It's now got a multitude of colours on it. A number of other drivers have also decided that they've got a few new vinyl, a few new stickers and things on their car just to spend a little bit of time with them if they had a lot of time off. And I guess not so much money to burn, but a lot of spare time on their hands. These guys haven't got a lot of spare time on their hands right now because they've got their hands absolutely full. And it's the 2 men from rural Victoria, Bendigo boys, in Dave Cox and Cade Lehman, good mates. And Rob Warner's already found his way through. So somewhere Ronnie's found an opening and slithered through. Dave Cox is starting to come a bit close to the back of Cade Lehman. Had a little bit of a slide there through turn 1. Managed to hold it together.
Slide through there on the previous lap as well, but was able to set up the move at turn 2. Unable to do so this time through. He'll look for the run down the back straight before turn number 6. We'll see. Good exit from the preceding car. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough. Let's see how much the newer car has a horsepower advantage as they head up the hill.
The answer is not a lot. It didn't look like it was very close to the back of the BK there heading up into turn 6. Here's the sole remaining EA Falcon that's in the field. This is Marco Timperio. All the other EA Falcons have fallen off the road around him through various means this weekend. Cam McKinnon was out after race 1. Stewie Dearden's had an issue. And then the last race, we did see the number 71, the Orange Falcon, up lap 1 with the bonnet flying up, coming out of this part of the course here. Turned out he actually had a bit of contact with another car, with Mark Baldwin's Honda Civic, which broke one of the bonnet restraining pins, and then the other one just let go at speed. So all his mates have fallen away from him here. Marco Timperio is going to fly this EA Falcon flag proudly for the remaining 3 or so laps.
Absolutely. So as we look at the leaderboard, it's Paul that leads by 3.2 seconds over Lloyd. Luke Ricciardo, he made his way through the pack early on, but he hasn't been able to catch the leading pair. The gap remains at 5 seconds between him and Lloyd. Cruz in 4th position, and Tonks rounding out the top 5.
There's a good visual illustration of the gap there between 1st and 2nd. The leader's starting to come down field. Here's 3rd, that was Luke Ricciardo. So giving you an idea of how much these cars are separated on track. That gap that we're seeing on our timing screen of being 3.2 from race leader to man in 2nd place is definitely not 3.2 seconds anymore. And David Cox just managed to kick away here a little bit from Cade Lehman, because Cade's now starting to pull back into the clutches of Jamie Augustine's Nissan. Brad Wyatt not too far away here either.
Sorry about that. The field is spread out now. We're 6 laps, 7 laps now into the race. 3 laps to go. But there's still some great battle packs out there. Some very different vehicles. Look at these two. Can't get too much more different vehicles in horsepower.
No, the Monaro of Ian McLennan's going to have the straight line advantage here. Rob Braun was right there. He's got the corner pace. Just wondering whether or not there's the rear tyres and the rear traction on that Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro just starting to give up a little bit here. Rob's really throwing the kitchen sink at it here, right out over the curb at turn 1.
Sparks flying off the car. Bottomed out over the curb.
Yeah, a bit like the muffler or the exhaust catching on the curb as he slid over the backside of it. Now, he hasn't been able to get a good exit out of here, but if he can just stay with Macca all the way up the back straight, he might be in position to have a little nibble when we get to turn 9. There's a little bit of traffic here as well. Some of the back markers just being woken up by the preceding cars that are just ahead of this pair.
Neither of them have been able to get through by turn 6, so down into Denman Road, turn 7, 8, and down into turn 9. Again, also unable to get through.
Well, this is a bit awkward. So the traffic just holding Ian McLennan up a little bit here. Is that going to open the door for Rob Braun? Not on this occasion. They're a little bit tentative, sort of going over the top and coming down the hill. Yellow flag down here. That's at the last couple of corners, is it? No, it's...
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, they're the last couple of corners. Bit of an unusual camera angle, that one. I thought it would turn 2 for a minute.
And it was definitely the last sequence of corners as they come back across the line. 2 more laps to go for these guys. The leaders going down around the back straight. They've only got 1.5 laps to go. It was the little RX-8.
Don't be off at the last couple of corners. That'll be what the yellow flag was for. Here's another debutant field this weekend, the Falcon, we've mentioned a few times. Car 164, Craig Yeargross behind the wheel. He's come out of Speedway, so he's had to get used to going in a straight line. Acquitted himself pretty well. He's going to have his hands full with a couple of season campaigners behind him. The last 2 laps. Flags just out, that would be for Paul Gibbotts, who's just waving the field on by. The 202-litre cars here this weekend, only 1 of 2 that's here. And he just waves them through, does the right thing.
The old accordion effect between these 3. They close up down the Titan technical stuff, turns 2, 3 and 4, and then at this end of the track as well. But when they get to the straights, they seem to spread out. This is the closest McClellan's been now. Will he have a look into the final sequence of corners?
In position here, Craig's just going to drive us down the middle of the road here, and that's a nice defensive line. Just left Ian McLennan no option on either side to make that pass, and he actually put a bit of a gap there, Craig, so very, very nicely driven.
This is the battle for 7th position, 7th, 8th, 9th, as they cross the line now with 1 lap remaining.
And then you got the 10th place man there, Cade Lehman, very hotly pursued by David Cox, and here comes Milano. So Milano's recovered through the field, so he's caught the back edge of the top 10 here, and if he wants to get a top 10 finish, he's got to get a wriggle on, because this is, as you said, the final lap, right out over the backside of the curb. Same too for Jamie Augustine. These guys are throwing everything at it in these last couple of laps, for those last couple of spots, for those last few points towards your State Series points tally at the end of the season.
As they head down the back straight one more time, looking for the leader.
Here he is, coming round, just tucked in behind a couple of the back markers. That's Wayne Twist. He's just behind. He doesn't need to pass him before the line, but he does anyway, and it's a perfect trio of wins, a hat trick, if you call it, for Adam Poole. Cade Lehman off the road at the backside of 6 and 7, and Damien Milano is right within striking distance here of getting into the top 10. Ian McLennan, here he goes. Can he get up the inside at the last couple of corners? No!
Used all the curb on the inside and much more. Oh, the BMW with a good exit, but sideways.
And massive slide from both McLennan and Braun. So one had the slide, then the other had it in sympathy, and the positions remained as they were. So McLennan home for 8, Braun for 9th. Milano gets home for a top 10 finish. So great recovery drive for Damien Milano after the incident down at turn 1 on lap 2. So Adam Poole with a perfect weekend from his point of view in terms of getting across the line in 3 races in first place, despite the fact he had that penalty from race 1 yesterday. And then Troy Lloyd and Luke Bretchcumber, your top 3 in that one. Paul Cruz has had a pretty good weekend, so the Nissan Silvia finishes in position number 4. The Jared Tonks home in P5. Danny Timewell, what a great weekend for him. He's had a good debut weekend, finishes P6 in that one, and likewise Craig Biergross, P7 in that one. McLennan, Braun and Milano, the top 10. Points for the weekend. Honours go to Adam Bull. So he is your round winner for round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And that's ahead of Troy Lloyd. And it looks like Paul Cruz, if our math up here is correct, is your top 3 finishers for the opening round of this season.
Formula V's heading onto the circuit now for their third and final race for the weekend. Looking forward to that one. Formula V's always throw up great action here at Sandown Motor Raceway.
Sure is. We're not going to waste any time getting off the air. We may as well stay here and keep this one rolling. Have a look at that unique car right at the very back there. Car 73, just leaving the pit lane. Now, the Formula V's this weekend are dedicating their racing to the late Reg Gardner, who's father of Phil Gardner, who's been around in the Formula V's for many, many years. And Phil is actually racing his father's car. That is the very car that his father had for quite a long period of time. His own car actually had an engine failure yesterday. He actually went home and got that car out, and good to see, just paying a little bit of homage to his father about a year or so since we lost him to lung cancer.
That's beautiful, isn't it? That is very touching. See that car back out there once again. Really nice to see. So, the grid for this one. Reef McCarthy off pole position. Rowe in second. Collinson third. Kerr out of P, number 4. And Burden out of number 5. Clifford 6. Purvis 7. Fisher 8. And yeah, looking forward to this one. 10 laps, as you can see on your screens. Going a bit overcast now, even more so than it was earlier, but more comfortable conditions than yesterday.
Yeah, definitely more comfortable conditions than yesterday. The sun came out late. Yesterday we of course had a rain shower very early in the morning, kept the conditions a little bit cooler for most of qualifying and the first half of the races on the Saturday. And then the sun came out and everybody had to change their plan of attack and think, hang on a minute, we've set ourselves up for some cooler conditions here. We might have a little bit more prep work to do before racing gets underway, but conditions much the same as they were yesterday morning. Here they are lining up for third race of the weekend. Rick McCarthy and Jake Rowe. They've been pretty much joined at the hip all weekend long. They've been the front runners, swapping positions on a regular basis, nice and clean, nice and fair. Honours have gone to McCarthy for the opening 2 races, making it 5 wins in a row here in 2 race meetings. Absolutely incredible. Going to 6, going to try and keep that little streak intact and go into his Super 3 ambitions at Bathurst next weekend with on a really high note, with a really, really big level of confidence.
What a place to start Bathurst, eh? Straight into the deep end.
Straight in the deep end. For a young 17-year-old, he has got a really, really good head on his shoulders, and he's got a good head on his shoulders here because he's had a pretty good start alongside Jake Rowe, and they're fairly even and side by side, heading down the front straight into turn number 1. It was actually pretty even throughout the field. It's just like Noah's Ark at the minute. The animals are all 2 by 2 in 2 separate lines. And it's Collinson on the inside that'll hang on to position 3 ahead of Kerr. So as they were when they lined up on the grid, 1, 2, 3 and 4. McCarthy, Rowe, Collinson and Kerr.
They formed in nicely behind Stern, unlike the former Fords. There was a spectacular incident there on the opening lap earlier on. That was good to see. So nice racecraft putting the 5 into position as they head on to
Just saw the number 23 there of Lucas Kawam just beating his way through from the back of the grid. The Jacer has had a couple of skirmishes this weekend. He was also on the side of the track with a broken steering column just around this part of the circuit earlier in the second race. He's got that rectified, and what Jake Rowe is setting about rectifying is taking back the race lead and trying to get away from Reef McCarthy. But look at this, Collinson and Kerr right with them. This is a little bit better from the men in 3rd and 4th place at the minute, because they haven't been able to go with the lead pair for most of the first 2 races so far this weekend. So they need to hang in here early in this 10-lapper if they're to have any shot, rather, at taking top honours.
Absolutely. Look at them. The front 3 all line astern as Reef McCarthy pulls out as they go down the pit straight. He'll look for the position at turn number 1. 3 wide now.
Well, a little bit dicey here. Whose road decide to want to go with? He wants to go with Heath Collinson here. So this will be the first lap that Heath Collinson will have led in a little while. And through he goes, nice and clean through turn 1. And wasn't it great to see the usual protagonists at the head of the field? Look at the amount of curb that McCarthy used at turn 2, getting the right-hand side tyre right up in the air. That's one of the benefits of the Sabre 02 chassis. Parts just allow for the use of the curbs. They're allowed to ride them a bit more aggressively, and it really makes it a spectacular sight to see. But isn't it a spectacular sight to see the usual protagonists from the different stables at the front of the field? The likes of JRD and Beecham have been in this for quite some time, just continuing to fight it out at the front like they always do. And then you get Jake Rowe, the GR Motorsport Electrics car right in there as well. Good to see that it doesn't matter whether you're a smaller crew or a larger outfit, you can get the right car, get the right driver, you can be in there and fight fairly.
Absolutely. These front 3 jostling for positions. We've seen another change for positions. So now we have McCarthy leading in car number 61, Rowe in number 1, and then falling back to 3rd is Heath Collinson.
Nick Kerr's just dropped off the back of that lead group a little bit. Ash Clifford's found his way back from position 6 to number 5. He actually had a 10-second penalty applied to him after race number 2 and dropped him a couple of spots. He finished behind Heath Collinson in race 2 and he finished in 4th, and he ended up having to start the grid in 6th. And he was a little bit of a naughty boy in that one. I believe he overtook when he should not have overtaken under a yellow flag, so he got given a 10-second penalty for that one.
It's never a good thing to do, is it? If you're overtaking the yellow flag, so you always receive a penalty.
Here we go. Here's Rob Bile, who had a spin in the second race of the weekend. Fights his way through on the inside of Brian Buttigieg there in car 85. And the Sanctum Skin and Beauty car number 7 goes through in the opening couple of corners of this lap. Johnny Casamati just ahead of them. They've had a bit of gearbox trouble, and they've got that rectified. And he's going along quite nicely as well. Likewise, Mick Fisher is there ahead of Shane Purvis. Those guys were getting it on in the last race as well. And good to see that the debutants into the category across not just the Formula Vs, but for all of the categories this weekend. Quite a number of new drivers here. They've all seemed to acquit themselves very well and all play by the rules and just going about their business really, really nicely and really, really cleanly. And Johnny Casamati, Kelly Egan, a number of drivers in the Formula V field have done that quite well. A little bit of a faint look from Brian Buttigieg at the last couple of corners, and didn't quite catch Rob Bile off guard there.
Just off camera, they came down pit straight once again. Rowe pulls to the inside on Reef McCarthy to take back the lead. You can't see how that one should have played out. They head around turns 2 and turn 3.
Here goes Rob Bile down the inside at turn number 1, and he gets that move done on Johnny Casamati. Very, very smart driving there. A little bit later on the brakes, a bit of confidence. The old head on, wise head on old shoulders, and the young head on young shoulders. Just played out beautifully there for Rob Bile, and Johnny had the right frame of mind just to make sure he opened steering and let him pass. But this lead trio is held together quite well for the opening 4 laps so far. So Collinson just remaining within striking distance of Rowe and McCarthy as they continue to lap consistently quicker. He was actually quickest of the last few there, and his teammate Ash Clifford has had a moment. That's that coming down the hill towards turn 9. Yes, that's at turn 8. So he's had an excursion of some nature or another.
That would be an excursion around there. That's a very strange place to spin on the inside of turn 6.
Yeah, spun to the inside there. I'm wondering if he maybe got a backside of turn 7 and looped the car. seen that a few times in a few different categories, but Collinson's just starting to be dropped a little bit here. He's just lost a couple of car lengths in the last lap. Piping him up because he's got the fastest lap of the race at a 1 minute 27.95, and it was the previous lap that he did that. That was on lap 3.
Yeah, it seems to catch him on one lap and then lose ground as they don't fight each other. So when they fight, he seems to close the gap. If they stay line astern, he falls back ever so slightly. In the fight though, which he hasn't been so far this weekend.
Speaking of being at the fight, Lucas Kawam's now found himself in this caught in this battle with Brian Budicki, Johnny Casamati and Rob Vile. It looks like, is that Kelly Egan or Nick Grigg? One of the black and red cars is apparent there. Oh, I just saw a hand go up in frustration out of the Casamati number 9 machine, wondering whether he's not happy with a move that got put on there. And looks like there goes the JRD car of Nick Griggs at the back of this queue. I think it's Claudia Lennox is in there as well. Usually driving one of the Acura Motorsports cars. She stepped into the Beecham chassis, normally piloted by Ken Philby. And she's in the thick of this as well, but a couple of good drives from the back of the field with Lucas Kawam managing to take that Jacer now up to, looks like it'll be probably just on the edge of the top 10, if not 10th place.
Top 3 all set, their fastest laps last time through. Reef McCarthy 127.7, Rowe 127.6, and Collinson fastest lap of the race 127.57. Tenths of a second separating the top 3, and Rowe once again pulled out to have a look at Reef McCarthy down into number 1.
And it was the new fastest lap for Heath Collinson. There's your confirmation just on that last lap, 27.5. He knocks 4/10 of a second off what was the fastest lap of the race. And here's his teammate Ash Clifford out of the JRD stable, and he's well wide, overcommitted, big dip at turn 1, and he has lost a pair of places there, so just a little bit too hot into the opening corner, and he was very lucky. Skate across the grass there. He's dropped a position to Mick Fisher, and he's dropped another one to Shane Purvis.
Yeah, down to position number 9 now, so that's a further position loss after his off-track excursion around the turn 6-7 sequence a couple of laps ago. So not quite the middle stint or portion of the race that he was after. But these front 3 continuing to set fastest laps and pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're the only ones in the 27 bracket at the moment, and it was Heath Collinson that was the quickest of the lot by just a 10th of a second. So McCarthy was in a 27.7, Rowe at 27.6, and Collinson at 27.5, and it was the 27.7 for McCarthy that time around as well. And that's Nick Grigg who's gone off the circuit there at the backside of turn 7, and that just drops him off the back of this little train.
And here comes another move, 23 having a look, but not quite close enough for the move in the final sequence of turns. As they head onto the back straight, 4 laps to go, sorry. This is the final Formula V race of the weekend, 10 laps. Got a few in the book now. That last lap just 2 seconds, fallen well back off the leading pair, 2.6 seconds off the pace in fact. So it appears now with 4 laps to go, it's a 2-horse race.
At this stage it would appear like that. We'll wait to see what might there. Collinson can catch up with Rowe and McCarthy, continue to fight themselves in position here. Position changed a few seconds ago on your screen. There was Shane Purvis in the Joust Raceway, number 6 going through on Mick Fisher in turn 1, and Ash Clifford, who had that moment in turn 1 on the last lap, he's now trying to find his way past Mick Fisher as well, up the back straight towards turn 6. 3 wide they go for a brief moment, coming up and over the rise and under the bridge, and now getting themselves back into line. And Purvis, who was at the head of that little queue, has dropped both positions there. And blue flags just for the number 73 of Phil Gardner, and as I said, the slower historic car just moves over to the right, lets the faster guys through.
Up front, Collinson has further lost some ground, so yeah, I would say now a 2-horse race, as you say, unless they get involved in a real tussle, will allow Collinson to close the gap once more. As he did earlier in the race, he was able to stay with them when they were fighting. When they stopped jousting, he fell back.
There's confirmation the fastest lap gets dropped again. That's a nice little chunk that he's taken out of the fastest lap there, Jake Rowe. A full 0.3 of a second, now down to a 27.24. And he's the pioneer at the moment, because this is exactly what McCarthy's done to him for the last couple of laps. It just let him stay out in front and hung back and sized up when he wants to make that move. And Paul Reed was looking to make a move there just a few seconds ago, but might be a little bit too early. They're going to have 2 laps to go as they come round the turn 9. Rowe was a little bit deep and looks like he's just lost a bit of momentum on corner exit there.
It's almost a game of chess at this point in the race. Where do they want to be on the last lap coming down the back straight? A couple of lockups from Rowe that we've seen, and here we go. McCarthy round the outside as they come across the line, separated by absolutely nothing. Look at that on the timing screen. There is no margin.
There's absolutely no margin at all, and I think there's actually there might be a bit of a transponder issue here, because Rowe's been dropped down to 3rd place, which is clearly not the case on the screens. They got across the line with pretty much almost millimetre precision. And there's a bit of an incident going on down there at Dandenong Road. Looks like Big Fisher may have been off the road, and he's just rejoined behind that paddle pack.
There's a spin to the inside, and then another moment as the yellow flags are out on the outside. So plenty going on further down the pack.
Good to see all the fair and close racing all the way up and down this field. There's guys that have improved themselves and improved their cars over the last 12 to 18 months, and they're finding themselves in little situations they're not quite familiar with, so they're having to learn rather than run on their own, that they actually have to learn to run with some of these other cars a bit more regularly. Claudia Lennox has done a nice job. She's found her way through the field. Not for very much longer though. I've just given her the commentator's curse, because around she goes at turn number 1. Just a little bit over-ambitious, I think, carried a bit too much speed, and the back end of the car just got away from her at the wrong moment.
It really wasn't the commentator's curse.
I'm going to have to go and give her a hug up. Sorry, Claudia. I have this unusual and uncanny ability just to put the commentator's curse on people at the wrong time. You know, whenever you heap praise on somebody, inevitably they muck it up right in front of your very eyes.
Absolutely. We see the leaders now crossing the line to begin the final lap of the race. After this, we have the BMW E30s out for their final race of the weekend. And it starts at 5:20. These top 2 separated by nothing still. 3/10 the margin, Rowe from McCarthy.
Pick them up in a few moments' time. They're not too far behind the battles that we're seeing on screen here. Rob Vile and Brian Pudding still going for, and Casamati now has gone to the head of this queue of cars. Brian, a little bit of a look, another late look at turn 11, and these guys have only got a lap to go now to pick up another place or 2. So here's your race leaders. Here's Rowe and McCarthy now. They've got a little bit of lap traffic here, wondering whether Rowe might be able to use it at the pick, but no, McCarthy through sides around the outside on the run to turn 6. And they've got the Kelly Egan car that's just ahead of them out of the Acura Motorsport stable. It's a debut weekend for her, and she's done pretty well there just to try and let them through, but there's only going to be one opportunity here left for Rowe. He's got to get this move done at the final corner if he's to take the race win away from McCarthy, but McCarthy's carrying too much speed here, and he's going to get home. There's not enough time for Rowe, and car 61 is going to make it another trio of wins. Fist in the air, finger in the air, number 1 for 3 straight races this weekend, and 6 in a row at the home of horsepower.
Did very well there. It was slightly compromised coming off Dandenong Road, but was still able to hold position around the final sequence of corners. And in fact, his personal best lap on the final lap of the race.
Sure did. And home in 3rd place is Heath Collinson. It's a little bit of a timing glitch going on with Jake Rowe dropping down the screens, but we know he's definitely home for 2nd place. Battle over the minor placings here. Lucas Kawam looks like he's found his way through on Rob Vile, and indeed he has. So he's had a nice run through this field. Doing it for Tom Francis, the engineer that spent so much time repairing that car overnight after the damage that had incurred from race 1 yesterday down the turn 8 wall. They've had a long, hard night down there, and Lucas has done really well to get home as the last man inside the top 10 by the look of it. Showing 9th on our screen, and actually he made it 9th. Rob Vile home as the last man in 10th place.
The margin at the end of the race, just 1/10 of a second between the front 2 as superb display from them, changing positions lap after lap. of a timing error we're having here, but what we can tell you on the screen, McCarthy, Rowe, Collinson, the top three, Burden, Kerr and Clifford rounding out the top six in what was a thrilling Formula V race.
Always thrilling whenever you've got Slipstream at your disposal. And if you're looking on Facebook, viewers, just a reminder that the BMW E30 race will continue at 20 minutes past 5 p.m. And if you want to continue to watch the continuing coverage, please switch over to Blendline TV on YouTube. You can see the Porsche 944s coming out now. There's going to be a short break in proceedings, and the next race you will see, courtesy of Blendline TV, is the BMW E30s in about 30 minutes time.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on, and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia Open Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on, and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Kia Open Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG, the MG event is now on, and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
Season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
There's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV. With MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.
the tiny little team that puts together the Blendline TV. When you see broadcasts that get hundreds of people and microwave power involved, and then you see the tight-knit group that put the Blendline TV outfit together, the difference, most of the time I can't tell the difference, and I've been doing this for a while, and they do a terrific job. So thank you to all of them before the broadcast ends. We really appreciate it, and we hope we can have more of this sort of thing with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. BMWs are right on in front of us right now. I'm just going to catch my breath just for a second, and we've got the BMWs ready to go, and the grid looks a bit like this. It's Alex Jory to Simon Leach, Bowles, then Brian Burke, Rory Plant, Jess Bell, Peter Schiff. Had a look at that car. I haven't been able to read the signs on the side of it. I saw it in the pit.
The Paul Schiff car?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's a very camouflage car. That camouflage, you can't read the name on the side of it.
You can't. It's a difficult car to read anything on the side of it, but it is very stunning up close. That red.
It does
when
look
you're
really
up close,
good.
it's reflective as well. So
Yeah.
it's quite an impressive paint scheme. His son races in the category as well, and he has a very nice looking car also. So they've really put in the effort.
That voice beside me is Donovan Mullerhagen from the E30 Racing, and we'll be bringing us all the ins and outs throughout this race. What's been going on through the pit and paddock. The grid is set. And this is our last race for round one of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and away they go. Brian Burke gets a great start from the second row of the grid, as does Bailey in the multicoloured extravaganza vehicle as it goes down past the grandstand here. Here's the front on shot. Alex Jory manages to grab second and third gear, but have a look at Brian Burke in the 27 right up the middle. The first of 10 laps is underway. Burke hangs on nicely. In fact, probably got the best line through there. Jess gets a bit of a lock up in the Minai photography outfit, but it will be the orange car, familiar sight this weekend, out in front.
Yes, Alex has been the race leader all weekend, really. He's done a great job with that car. It's only, it's only not even a season old after an accident that he had in Taylor Bend in 2019. So he's still getting used to that car. He said to me before the race that his starts aren't as good as they used to be. He's still learning the clutch and the out of that particular car. So
2.5 litre six-cylinder, that famous BMW engine. And one of the really good things about this category is when they all come onto the straight the first time round, and it's just that awesome six-cylinder inline. But no, it's different to the HQs, but similar.
Yeah.
It's a different pitch. You know, you're talking a 3 litre versus a 2.5 litre or 3.2 litre, whatever the 202s are.
Overhead cam as opposed to
opposed to push rod, that sort of thing. But it's certainly a different thing. And well, there's 15, 16 years in automotive history between them. A lot of things change in that time. Things like carbon points disappeared, fuel injection and electronic controls. So.
There's been a lot of changes between races. We've had people with tyre changes. We've had people doing corner weights. We've had people adjusting suspension. There's a little bit of competition going on in this last race of the weekend. Everybody's heightened and ready to, I suppose, give that little bit extra, given that they're going home after this.
Interesting too, in the last 12 months or so, I noticed, just on the social media platforms, that a number of E30s sort of changed hands from here and there. A good mate of mine, Joe Ladoni, had one in his shed down at Customer Sports and Restoration, and now they've moved that on. They built that up sort of in-house. Him and his apprentice. It was a good learning thing for Christian, and they've moved that on, and I would be surprised if we don't see that at some time this year out in the series.
That would be fantastic. You're right. We've had, I know of, there's been 2 or 3 cars that have changed hands and foot. Alex is possibly going to have a mark on that tyre after that. He held that for quite a long time.
Possibly. He's left his autograph on the on Dandenong Road on the way down there. He's got some loops and swirls in it too.
Absolutely. So there have been a few cars that have changed hands. So, and I do know that at least 2 of those cars will be coming on the grid either during the season or next year. So that's really great. We're growing steadily at this point. We've added 1 to 2 cars every year over the last 3 years. Last year notwithstanding, obviously.
Yeah, brackets around that one. Discount
right.
that.
So 2020 happened. Let's move on.
Someone write a check. Yeah, you won that championship. Yeah, certainly. Now, in the I guess the media pack for this category, there's figures of between $15,000 and $25,000 to get a car, caged, safety, get all the motorsport parts on it, all the control parts on it. How close is that media release to what is actual fact?
I hope it's correct because I wrote it. So, yeah, look, that's
I sort of guessed that. I put you under pressure there, didn't I?
Look, that is about right. I mean, some of the better achieving cars blast a little bit, but I do know that one of those cars that changed hands at the beginning of this season was around that $20,000 mark, exact number.
Yep.
And it will be a competitive car in the category and it's competed well. So, for a car that might need a little bit more work, might look a little bit more tired, you can probably get into one of those for about the $16,000-$17,000 mark, and that's with everything you need to go racing. Just maybe doesn't look as pretty, or might need a set of rims, something like that. So it's very competitive, right?
You're not hanging about either when you're doing a 129.9 like Alex Jory is out in the front of this field, and a bit of a wobble there for Jess again. I would suggest she's getting a little bit tired after not having a drive for some time there. That's going to be the interesting thing out of this weekend, is to speak to people in a week's time and go, how's the neck after not racing for you? How's everything else pulling wheels on and off, the rest of the body and fitness? Not saying that Jess isn't, but I'm saying everyone out of the 319 entries we've had here this weekend.
Even this morning, talking to a few people, and they were, we've blown a few cobwebs out, a bit tight in the back, or a little bit sore in the neck, but they'll get there and they'll be up and running in 5 weeks' time when we head to the second round of the series.
Well, everyone's got the sniff of it again, haven't they?
They do, yeah.
Everyone was so keen to go racing, and they've just gone, I remember this. This is everything I've been waiting for the 14 months, 15 months since we last went racing.
That's right. And Winton, talking about sore necks, this track obviously has got a couple of nice big long straight with some squiggly bits in the middle, but it's a different story if we put it together. So they're going to have to be on it, and they're going to have to be have the heat packs and the ice for the sore muscles after that race.
Just looking at the lap times between Simon Leach and Brian Burke, who are the 51 and 27, second and third on the road there. They're very, very close. I sort of thought that Brian might be starting to impress, and we'll probably see now after we've got the 3 laps opening part of this race done that if Brian's got something left, he'll start to turn up the pressure on board there.
Yeah, although he has just lost a spot and a lot of ground, so I don't know, we missed that on the coverage. I'm not sure what happened there with Brian.
Maybe he did turn it up and had a bit of an off.
He possibly did.
This is a great battle, just watching Jess Bell, Harrison Walker and Peter Schiff as the Walker and Schiff cars go side by side. This is the car here that I mentioned the livery on. Still can't read the sign writing on the side of that, but we'll work it out.
Oh, no, that is...
Jess Bell goes over twice. Lands on her feet. Not sure what happened there. She was all on her own.
It went hard in that turn one curving.
I'd really like to see the door open there. See movement inside the car.
I think that's the mirror. I think I can see her movement inside the car.
Yeah, the door's opening.
That is not good. I think
a red flag has been shown, so he has been able to open the door. And the race has been stopped, and I'm going to put my reputation on the line here, Donovan. I'm going to say that will probably see the end of racing for the day.
Yeah, I don't think that's very scary.
It wasn't, let's say it's good that it's at the end of the straight, and it was after all the braking she'd done in a straight line, just awkwardly hit that ripple strip.
Curb, yeah.
And it wasn't a violent double roll. It was
almost
a tumble, then another tumble.
Almost slow motion, really, wasn't it?
Yep. So mandated safety cages in these cars. So all of those safety precautions are well and truly adhered to. Tagged to the A pillar as we see Alex Jory going through there.
No, they're very rigid. There won't be, I don't think there'll be any issues through the cabin and the cars.
Yeah, as well, there's interesting G-forces that the body goes through as you go rolling over there as well. There's the remainder of our series. A remainder. We've only had round one, but what a celebration. We're all going to enjoy that. Let's not celebrate too quickly. We want to make sure that Jess Bell is out of her green BMW. 27, 28 of March at Winton. That's not too far away. It's a little bit exciting.
Away, yes,
yeah,
very much.
A little bit exciting that we're going to go racing at Winton. Then Phillip Island, 15, 16 of May. And all the time bubbling away in the background, dare I say, is going to be COVID-19. And who knows what's going to happen, where it's going to happen. Let's hope this weekend, everyone that's been to this property walks away clean and healthy.
Absolutely. I mean, up until Wednesday, we didn't really know whether we were going to be here this weekend. So it was great that we were able to get here and people were able to get back in and get a sniff of that petrol and that excitement.
Looks as though the cars are being sent down to pit exit. So
that's
I'm not sure whether that means we may get a race restart or not.
They may well try. That is the sub-regs for the round, so they are instructed on a red flag to
come
head
to
down
the pit exit.
lane.
Yep.
So yes, they will queue them up, and I suppose that the stewards will make a decision as to what they want to do, depending on how Jess is and how they can get that car away.
Standard procedure there. We've just seen the civil ambulance go out when a car does go over. That is standard protocol. So there was some interesting nuances here this weekend that were part of that. And one of the parts, it's part of the COVID safe thing, was if a driver got out of the car and the trackside officials suspected that there was sniffles or anything like that, the ambulance was going to be sent to give them a check on the COVID side of things. So there has been, you'd like to hope that there has been no stone unturned to make sure that we get through this weekend and we can go racing again soon. Of course, Phillip Island will be coming up in 3 weeks' time for the Shannon Australian Motor Racing Championships. Everyone packing up there. Luke Ellery bringing his Motec beacon in. And we're just going to see this again. There's Jess. She looks like she's still sitting inside the car. And that will be, here we go. Turn 1 is the scene of it. Drifted wide. Yes, hit the ripple strip awkwardly. Not nice. Not nice at all.
Had a bit of understeer there. Couldn't get around. Yesterday actually saying that she was understeering a little bit. So, like, just the way the way that she hit that curving, bounced the car, gripped up, and it just rolled over.
And I would say that's called it. Those cars are being...
Yep. I'm hoping that the radio will still work, but Graham Bell, her father, was on the headset up on top of the pit lane there, so hopefully he can there and hopefully we can that it should be okay.
Well, everyone will still be alert trackside because we're seeing course cars going out now as well. So trackside people are not being stood down at this point in time. That is the end of day 3. Or day 2, if you like, day of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A very, very big thank you goes to all of our volunteer officials in all of our groups. And, of course, at the top of the scale here this weekend, doing a tremendous job is the MG Car Club. Michael Herlihy and David Vanel leading that army of volunteers. They've got a lot of people doing COVID checks at the gates, making sure people are adhering to social distancing. It's a nuance of race officialing that we've never had to do before, and it's going to be part of life for the next little while anyway, for the foreseeable future. And we thank all of the officials. Of course, Blendline TV have been part of this, and fantastic historic moment for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. There's an absolute buzz around the live streaming around the track here this weekend, and there's numerous commercial entities that are shown interest in getting on board with it. So we'll see what plays out over the next 4 or 5 weeks before we go racing up at Winton, but certainly be cool to see more live streaming part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I hope everyone's enjoyed their day, whether you're from the pit and paddock, whether you're up on Red Hill or officialing somewhere around the track. We've had a great time here in the commentary booth. To Callum Brannigan for all of his support and assistance. Steve DeVries doing a terrific job working with his categories. Dan McCarthy for Auto Action. Keep your eye out for that publication. And of course, the Big State Racer, free online magazine in the next few days to come. A fantastic effort, of course, Donovan, as well as there was others throughout the weekend. Brett McClellan as well that got involved. Lee Partridge also for lending all their expertise on their given categories. I'm Darren Smith. Can't wait to see you all at Winton. Until then, stay safe. See you then.
Kia open season is on with the value-packed Serato Sport with 17-inch alloy wheels, AEB safety, parking sensors and more from just $24,490 drive away.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
OMG. The MG event is now on and there's never been a better time to buy. With great drive-away prices across Australia's best-selling light hatch and Australia's best value compact SUV with MG's 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Offer ends soon.